Chapter 30. Elf's Release. Trill stifled a chuckle at seeing Legraw's assistant. The girl had apparently been sleeping in the barracks when Nebel's platoon had struck. A fading 0 stood out on her forehead in a childish scrawl. Legraw's recruit turned beet red under Trill's stare, though she continued to hold her message out for Trill to accept. As expected, it was another invitation to a hunt. Legraw's pride had been wounded, and only blood would ease his fury.
Excellent.
Trill nodded at the recruit battlemaster, who hurried from the room.
It's burning hard to miss, isn't it?
Commander Lennon asked.
Who do you think is leading them?
0.
Trill said reluctantly.
Thought so. Everywhere the fort goes, heads burning turn.
Commander Lennon said, nodding.
It's like every other battalion out there turns into tacky pussies when they go by. They stand out like a great hit squad.
Trill felt his Sudah flutter excitedly.
Really?
Commander Lennon grunted the affirmative.
Makes me burning proud to see it, I tell you.
As Trill watched the recruit battlemaster hurry away, an idea began to form. Joe was resting against a glistening black wall, enjoying one of the first moments of true free time he'd had since the hunts with 2nd Battalion started. He had finished his task of unloading a hock laden with prepackaged scum soup and was now taking the moment to close his eyes and give his aching body a break. That morning, Commander Trill had made the announcement that all of 6th Battalion was now required to roll up their sleeves. 4th Platoon, Joe included, believed they had earned the sleeves, not the rest of the battalion. The complaining that followed had gotten them neck-deep in extra chores, with no end in sight. Further, Trill's stepped-up training had been taking its toll. Even with the green slime Congress was feeding them, Joe was now feeling a constant, underlying exhaustion in everything that he did. He had even been forced to cut back on the number of nightly raids in favor of more sleep. Everyone in 6th was near the end of their resources, even the battlemasters. Joe didn't know how much more training they could take. Joe was in the middle of a blissful, impromptu nap when he heard Elf's whisper. Joe lunged up, glancing around to see if anyone had caught him sleeping.
Joe.
Elf crouched under a stone staircase, his scarred face twisted and almost unrecognizable in the shadows. An Ureki rash spread over half his head from someone's rough handling. His sturdy Kongi shirt was ripped at the neckline, and he was bleeding from several cuts along his jaw and cheek. It was Elf's fear that caught Joe's attention. He was afraid for his life. Joe recognized the look from his time with Naren. Elf was disheveled, insanity shining in his eyes. He was a totally different person than Joe had seen earlier that morning, when Sasha sent him and Maggie off to rake gravel somewhere deeper in the city.
What's wrong?
Joe asked, getting to his feet. Elf licked his lips. His eyes darted to the side. Then he said,
You remember how you said you'd take me home if I got you a ship?
Joe stared, uncomprehending.
What?
A ship. You told me to get a ship.
What are you talking about? Did you leave Maggie alone?
I found one.
Elf, why aren't you with—
I killed her.
Joe felt a stab of dread.
What?
I killed her. She had this egg sac on her back, like a burning spider. I could see them wiggling around in there, trying to get out.
Elf's eyes were wild, pleading with Joe to understand.
I saw them, and I snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. You know what the tacky did to you? They're all aliens, Joe. Aliens. Congress doesn't need any more of them. We're the good ones, Joe. Not them. They don't deserve to live.
Elf, did you just say you killed Maggie? Elf's wide-eyed look grew frustrated.
No, the pilot. I killed her and the guard outside, rammed my knife in her neck and crushed all her maggots with my rake. Now we can all go home.
Joe stared, aghast.
You killed an Ureki?
Lots and lots of them.
Elf said, bobbing his head up and down happily.
Now we can all go home. Just like you said, Joe. We've got a ship.
A ship? What are you burning talking about?
Back when we first met, you said you'd take me home if I got you a ship.
Joe did not know what to say. He opened his mouth several times but couldn't find the right words, knowing he was talking to a dead man. Finally,
I don't know how to fly a ship, Elf. None of us do. You know that.
Elf nodded, smiling.
Elf, get out of here. Go hide in the woods, okay? I'll see if I can find you ill. Maybe she can help you.
Elf's eyes darkened.
No.
Elf!
Joe started, moving toward him.
No!
Elf said, backing out of reach.
I'm going on the ship. I need you to fly it for me, like you said you would.
Joe stared at Elf in helplessness, wondering how much sanity remained behind his feral eyes.
I can't fly a ship, Elf. Only the aliens know how to fly the ships.
Elf jerked, his expression turning to disbelief.
But you said—
I never meant it,
Joe snapped, desperation and fear pushing him over the edge.
I never thought you'd actually try. Elf, you've got to hide.
Elf suddenly sprang from the shadows, his torn lip quivering.
You were supposed to take care of us!
Joe glanced around them to see if anyone had heard.
Elf, listen. Let me take you to the edge of the city. You can hide in the woods.
No! Help me, Joe! You said you would fly the ship if I found one for you. Now I found one, and they're gonna catch me if we don't leave right now. We have to go!
Elf reached out to grab his arm.
Maggie ran off, but you can still come.
You're crazy. I can't help you.
Please get me off this planet, Joe.
The insanity in Elf's eyes was replaced with a shot of fear.
They're gonna kill me.
You need to hide, Elf.
Joe felt a burning in his chest.
I can't fly a ship.
Elf stared at the ground.
I know.
The whisper was almost too faint to make out.
I knew it when I killed them. I just couldn't stop. I thought—
He looked up, his hazel eyes bloodshot.
I thought maybe you could help me, Joe.
I can't. I never could.
Yeah.
Elf wiped tears from his eyes.
I learned that when Lord Narin took me away. Nobody tried to help me. Everyone was too afraid. I don't know why I killed them. I just—
His voice cracked, and he glanced at the ground.
I'll go now. I don't want to get you in trouble, too.
He turned.
Elf.
His groundmate turned, his hopeful expression that of a little boy's.
Let me help you hide, Elf.
His friend's face collapsed, and he nodded. It wasn't until he'd left Elf inside the abandoned building at the edge of the city that Joe realized he was shaking. He had no idea how to find Uil. Elf did not return with Maggie that evening, and Sasha was punished for it. She, in turn, blamed Joe and gave him push-ups, which he did quietly and without complaint. Joe did not sleep that night. After he had helped Elf hide at the edge of Alishai, he had spent the night hours wandering outside the barracks, doing everything he could think of to catch Uil's attention. Uil had never showed. The next morning, instead of going to the hunt that was scheduled that morning, Battlemaster Nebel told them to leave their guns behind.
Chins, form them up outside and march them to the plaza. Prime Commander Narin will be there in an hour to inspect you. He's ordered all Ureki to stay behind, so pray to your heathen human gods that you don't catch his attention.
He said the last thing, looking at Joe. Monk tugged on Joe's shirt, her face fearful.
You think Fourth platoon?
Sasha interrupted, scowling at Monk.
Get down the stairs, you ignorant fergs!
As Sasha marched them to the plaza, awful scenarios played through Joe's mind. Any human on the planet was either a slave or a recruit, and either one would be punished for hiding. Still, Joe had given Elf the Akarit, and as long as he kept his head down, he should be able to survive until Joe could find Uil. 2nd Battalion was already waiting, looking crisp and professional, as long as one didn't pay too much attention to the fading zeros scrawled across their foreheads. Sasha brought 4th Platoon into 6th Battalion's place several yards down the plaza and made a show of making sure none of her charges had untucked shirts or poor stances. Then she fell back into her spot at the head of the platoon, and they waited as the rest of 6th Battalion arrived, their sleeves crisply rolled. Bannerless, with their sleeves rolled, 6th Battalion stood out sharply amongst the others, giving the impression they didn't follow the rules. Joe caught several recruits from other battalions staring at them as they formed up. Lord Naarin appeared much later than he had scheduled. He trotted out in front of the battalions almost 2 hours past due, his talons throwing diamond gravel into the air. He held a slim black congy rope between his teeth, dragging something big in his wake. It took Joe a moment to realize the bundle at the end of the rope was Elf. Lord Naarin dropped the rope. 2 Tacky lifted Elf to his feet. His whole body was covered in welts and scabs, and he had lost his ear and most of his left cheek to alien claws. Both eyes were masses of puffy, bruised flesh, his fingers dark from where the ropes around his wrists had cut off the circulation. Joe suddenly found it hard to breathe.
I knew the taint stretched beyond Kegel,
Naarin said.
This human scum killed a pregnant Ureki on her way to Pon to give birth, then stayed out of sight using an extremely rare, highly illegal device while we searched for him. Then, despite carrying an akarit of the highest caliber, he was stupid enough to leave it behind when he went searching for food and water. The Kofati government wants him for murdering the Yiri. The peacemakers want him because of the akarit. But none of that interests me. He is my recruit. They can take their weak, toothless threats and feed them to my Taki. The boy will not be punished.
He's letting him go?
Joe felt a brief pang of hope. Naarin's rainbow lips peeled away from triangular black teeth as he surveyed 6th Battalion.
All of you will be punished. After you watch him die, the entire regiment will receive the black pain of the 6th degree. Unless one of you comes forward and tells me something that makes sense. Why did this recruit kill the Yiri? Where did he get the akarit?
Joe's hope became despair as the Dasha's emerald gaze swept over the regiment.
Release him!
The Tacky moved away from Elf, who swayed on his feet without the support. Naarin moved up to him and gazed down at him with cold emerald eyes.
Do you have anything to say in your defense?
I just wanted a ship,
Elf whimpered. His eyelids were sunken into his skull, despite the bruised puffiness of his face. Seeing that, bile surged in Joe's throat. They had cut out his eyes. Naarin cuffed Elf. It was a light blow, but Naarin's black talons cleaved through the flesh of Elf's shoulder and his left arm fell to the diamond gravel, clinging to his other wrist by the length of rope still binding them together. Elf's mouth formed an O, and he stood there for a moment, as if unaware of what had happened. Then he screamed and slapped his hand over his shoulder while shying away from the heavy limb dangling from his wrist. The damage was too much. No sooner had Elf tried to save himself than his skin began turning a deathly pale. He slid to the ground, still gripping his bleeding stump between rigid white fingers.
Fix it!
Naarin said. A Tacky rushed forward and jammed a needle of the silver stuff into Elf's chest. Almost immediately, the bleeding stopped. Elf lay on the ground, panting.
Just wanted ship, just a ship.
I want to know who else is involved in this conspiracy. could not have gotten an akarit on your own. You do not have the resources to pay for one, let alone the connections to find such an item. Who gave it to you?
Elf tried to stand, but Naarin stepped on him, razor claws sinking into Elf's chest like it was warm butter.
Answer me! Who helped you?
No one.
Elf whimpered, his uplifted arm dwarfed by Naarin's massive leg. Almost delicately, Lord Naarin bit off his remaining hand. Naarin allowed Elf to scream for a while, then said,
Fix it!
Ataki rushed forward and gave him another dose of nanos.
I will not allow you to die until you tell me.
Naarin rumbled, his shark-like teeth hovering only inches from Elf's contorted face.
Please, he didn't help me.
So there was someone? Who was it? Who?
They want my mommy.
Answer me, you miserable beast! Who was helping you?
No one helped me. No one.
Joe felt a spear of agony lance his chest. He couldn't watch, but he couldn't look away either. Half of him wanted to rush forward and confess. The other half feared what Elf would say.
Slave! Punish him!
Ataki, standing nearby, twisted the dial on a black device resembling trills. Elf began to scream.
Stop!
Sobbing, Elf rolled in the dirt, begging for his mother.
Tell me who helped you. It won't end until you do.
Nobody helped me.
Punish him! A higher sitting!
Joe shuddered at his friend's screams.
I gave him the akarit.
His fingernails bit into his palms, and his jaw ached. His chest was a throbbing mass of agony. He took a step forward. Libby grabbed his arm. She gave a slight shake of her head, eyes hard. Joe shuddered and closed his eyes as Naarin's frenzy continued.
Are you ready to talk? No. Punish him. Stop! Punish him. Stop! This will go on as long as it needs to. Who was helping you? Punish him. A higher setting.
Stop it.
Maggie whimpered.
Somebody stop him.
The Dasha paced around Elf as his tacky hurt him, saliva frothing around his teeth, staining the ground orange. His muscles were twitching as he stalked back and forth, his insane emerald eyes fixed to Elf as he moved, ordering his tacky to hurt him. It continued for almost half an hour, until Commander Legras crossed the plaza and stepped into the formation.
That's enough, Naarin,
Legras said.
Even if he knew. He can't answer you now.
By that time, Elf's pleas had devolved into unintelligible animal babbles. Naarin swiveled and rushed the Ureki, spraying black dust across the plaza. Legras never moved. He stared fearlessly up into the Dasha's open maw, his Suda not even flickering. After the Ureki met and held Naarin's insane gaze for several heartbeats, he said,
He'll haunt you until you die, Naarin.
The Dasha made a grating bark of laughter.
Humans have no soul. They cannot haunt me.
Not him. Kegel.
The Dasha took one step backwards, baring its teeth. Legras continued, unperturbed.
You see him, don't you? Where is he right now? Standing over your shoulder? Over mine? Do you hear him whisper to you when you're trying to sleep? What does he say?
The Ureki took a step toward the Dasha.
Because he will never go away. He has all of eternity to whittle away at your mind.
For a split second, Joe thought that the Dasha would eat Legras. Instead, with a cold, merciless fury, Naren spun on Elf and tore his groundmate apart until all that was left was strips of twitching meat and severed bone. Then he abandoned the corpse and returned to his tower, his tacky trailing along behind him.
I failed him,
Joe thought, watching the rainbow figure rise toward the top floor in his elevator.
I was supposed to take care of him, and I let the monster eat him instead.
Joe was left in shock.
Fall out!
Commander Legras shouted to the regiment.
Go back to your barracks rooms. Your battle masters will meet you there. All hunts are cancelled for today.
Joe had to tear his eyes away from the spot at the top of the tower where the Dasha had disappeared. When he turned, he caught Libby watching him intently. Joe quickly looked away. His gaze returned to the plaza behind them, where medics were picking Elf's remains from amongst the diamond bits.
I failed him.
The single, powerful thought overwhelmed everything else. Maggie and Monk were crying, but Joe remained silent. He didn't deserve to cry. He knew, beyond any doubt, he'd gotten Elf killed. Chapter 31. Mourning the Dead. Joe gathered the group together that night to say a small prayer for Elf.
I didn't really go to church,
Joe said, clearing his throat.
But we say the ground team prayer every night. And he was one of our groundmates. So I didn't think it would be right not to say something about him.
Maggie came to his rescue.
Dear Lord, please take good care of our friend Elf. I know you don't like the stuff he's been doing lately, but please take him to heaven anyway. Elf was a good kid that got captured by aliens. He liked toy soldiers and peanut butter sandwiches and hated gummy bears, so he couldn't have been so bad. Amen.
Amen. Everyone agreed. Libby nodded. When Joe couldn't sleep that night, he got out of bed and began sharpening his knife. He knew it was a stupid thing to do, that half the creatures in Congress wouldn't even blink if he stabbed them to the hilt. But it made him feel better. He wanted to do nothing more than to plunge it into Naren's big, perfect eye. He had been sitting like this for several minutes before he realized Libby was watching him.
Go to sleep.
I'm just not tired. Libby slid out of bed and put her hand on his shoulder.
I don't feel like raiding tonight.
Growing uncomfortable under her unyielding gaze, Joe got up and moved off into the baths, where he sat down beside a stinking vat of alcohol.
I failed him. He trusted me, and I failed him.
How could he have thought he was a good leader? How could he have been enjoying himself? He'd gotten someone killed. A friend. Someone who trusted him. Someone who'd followed him. Someone who needed him. He was dead.
And it's my fault.
Libby slipped into the baths and sat down beside him. She touched his arm. Then, before Joe realized her intent, she leaned over and kissed him. On the lips. Joe got so hard so fast that he experienced physical pain. Thoughts of Elf vanished, replaced by instant panic. He pulled back quickly.
What do you want?
Libby gave him a look of utter consternation. He could almost read her mind. What do you think I want, Ferg? Joe cleared his throat.
I just wanted to sharpen my knife. Great. You grade A Ferg. That's just what she wants to hear. Joe Sexmaster Dobbs. First time any woman shows even the least bit of interest in your sorry ass and you tell her you'd rather polish cutlery. She's gonna hate you forever. You can still save it, though.
But Libby was already up, her graceful legs removing her from the baths at a run. Joe stared after her in despair.
I heard what happened, Joe. I'm sorry.
Joe refused to look up at the hawk hovering above him on the plaza.
It's always hard to lose a friend.
Go away. I know what's going on. You're a rebel. You're trying to turn me into a spy. Uil didn't even blink.
So? Do you really want Congress to survive? It killed your friend.
Naarin killed my friend. Congress didn't even know he existed.
Exactly. We're all insignificant to them, Joe. We're all pawns to do as we're told. We don't even have the freedom to choose membership. They force us to pay tribute, send children off to die on strange planets, and have peacemakers kill anyone who objects. We need to destroy them, Joe.
Joe gave Uil an irritated glance. What the hell can I do? I'm just a kid.
I'm not sure yet. But Kegel told me to help you.
Joe stiffened. He did?
Harry, take this.
Uil held out another akarit, complete with black shielding box. Joe hesitated, then reluctantly took it from the Ureki's metal-tipped tentacles. Uil looked satisfied.
Next time you find yourself in trouble, come to the abandoned Verley I showed you. Take the first stair you see up 3 levels and circle the building until you find a tunnel entrance that is more circular than the rest. Inside, there will be a small diamond etched into the floor. This is the symbol of the resistance. Take that tunnel up and you will find a room fitted with weapons and communications equipment. Say anything at all in that room and I will hear you. Just be careful. It is fitted with enough explosives to wipe out half of Alishai, should the authorities discover it.
Joe tucked the akarit into his vest. They won't. Not for me. Uil's face bunched in an Ureki grin.
Kegel said we could trust you.
Hey, Chipmunk. Can you reach that ratchet for me?
Okay, Dad. Which one's the ratchet?
Her dad laughed.
The one with the ratchet on it.
Carol frowned at the set of tools, then handed him the one that looked the best.
That's a screwdriver.
Her father sighed and slid out from under the car. His big hands set the screwdriver back in place and plucked one of the tools from the set.
See this here? Listen.
He twisted the knob, making a clicking sound.
That's a ratchet. You can change direction with this little lever here. See?
Carol nodded, though she really didn't see at all.
How does it change direction? It's not going anywhere, Dad.
Her father laughed, a liquid, happy sound that filled her chest with joy every time she heard it.
Come under here, my little monk. Let me show you something.
Carol eyed the greasy underbelly of the car, then her new pink pants.
Mommy told me not to.
Mommy wouldn't let me buy you coveralls either. Get under here. I'll deal with Mommy.
Squirming with glee, Carol inched her way under the car, staring up at the unidentifiable masses of dirt and grease that seemed to make sense to her dad.
Watch that nut right there,
her dad ordered. He put the end of the ratchet over it and started yanking on the handle. The garage echoed with its quick, efficient clicking sounds. Then he pulled his hand away.
See it now?
It's coming off,
Carol said, fascinated.
Right. Now watch what happens when I set this baby in reverse.
He flipped the lever, and the clicking sounds returned. When he lifted the ratchet away a second time, the nut was back where it had started.
Wow. Cool, Dad.
One of the many marvels of modern technology. If we've got time tonight, I'll show you that new air compressor I bought at James.
Both Carol and her father jerked at her mother's hard tone. Carol quickly skidded out from under the car and did her best to brush herself off. Her hands, greasy from touching the underside of the Toyota, left black smears across her pants. She bit her lip and watched her dad, hoping he wouldn't get in trouble. She liked it when he let her work on cars with him.
I need to talk to you, James. Our visitors.
Carol frowned. She hadn't seen any visitors, but her parents were constantly talking about them. They probably slept in the den with the TV. Neither of them had allowed her to watch TV in days, and Carol was beginning to miss Sesame Street.
Now, James.
All right, Kate. Her father's voice was soft, as it always was, though Carol could tell he was irritated. He picked up a greasy blue rag from the floor and began wiping his hands with it. Stay here, Monk. Then, giving Carol a wink, he followed her mother back inside the house. 2 weeks later, while they were tending the plaza after drills, Maggie walked up and yanked Joe's rake from his hands.
What's the matter with you, Joe?
Joe stared at his rake. He had been lost in thought, thinking on what Uil and his companions had taught him the night before about biosuits. Uil had introduced him to other rebels, and as Joe was accepted deeper into their society, they taught him things about fighting Kongis that had never come up in Battlemaster Nebel's discussions, like how to get a Kongi out of his biosuit for questioning. What are you talking about?
That! You're not saying anything, and you let Sasha bully you around. You haven't led a raid in weeks.
I don't want to talk about it, Joe said, taking his rake from her. A few feet away, Libby was watching him. Though they had been neck and neck on their growth spurts, she had finally stopped growing. Now she stood at 6'3", all leg and waist. She could have been a model back on Earth. Here, she never left the barracks without her black utility vest, heavy Kongi boots, and her rifle. Yet somehow, even with all her gear, she looked as sexy as anything out of Playboy. Joe ignored them both and continued to rake in silence. Petite as she was, when Maggie grabbed him by the shoulder and yanked him around to face her, it hurt.
What's wrong with you? Sasha's been getting us all killed on the hunts. Pretty soon they're going to pair us with some other battalion because Second keeps kicking our ass. Why won't you say something?
Just leave me alone, okay?
Is it about Elf?
Now everyone in the platoon was looking at him. Joe stared at the base of his rake. Even a rake looked alien here. Only 3 prongs that looked like fat fingers, slightly curved and black as coal. It reminded him of the instrument the rebels had shown him that was good for cracking open a Kongi's biosuit for interrogation.
It is. It's about Elf.
Mag, leave me alone, okay?
I'm the one who couldn't stop him from killing those Ureki. If I had, he'd still be here.
Joe just shook his head.
It's not your fault, Joe. Can't you see that?
It is. He tried to take that ship because of me. I told him I'd fly him home if he could get me a ship. I said that. And now he's dead. Because he trusted me.
Libby turned abruptly and stalked off toward the chow hall. Joe felt an ache in his chest as he watched her go. She'd hate him if she knew what Uil was. She loved everything about the army. If she found out Joe was meeting with rebels, she'd probably kill him herself. Maggie wasn't finished.
Elf was crazy, Joe. You didn't do it. Narvin did. It's a miracle you're not crazy, too.
Maybe I am,
Joe replied, thinking about his excursions with Uil. He started raking again, but Maggie stepped on it.
We need you, Joe. Sasha's gonna get our flag captured, then we'll all be screwed. We need you to lead.
Who gives an ash about Congress and their games?
Maggie made a disgusted noise and released his rake. Glaring at him, she said to the others,
Come on, guys. Let's go get lunch.
She and Scott followed Libby across the yard. Monk watched them go. Once they were out of earshot, she turned to him and said,
You know, you should stop being a tacky.
Joe rolled his eyes.
Look, I don't need this. Maggie already...
It's not fair making Libby beg. She already got in a fight over who gets to pop your cherry. Come on, Joe. All you have to do is look at her and you get a heart-on.
Joe sputtered, his face catching fire.
Where did you...
He stopped himself. He didn't want to know where she was getting her information. He still preferred to think of the others as little kids because, even with their grown-up bodies, that's what they were. What did it matter if Monk knew about sex anyway? It wasn't as if some sootwad could knock her up and ruin her life. Hell, a little good-natured nookie probably did wonders for morale. Too bad he was too much of a fumbling ferg to get any.
You should just get it over with,
Monk continued.
If sex would make her stop being so moody, I'd pay you for every night. Lately, she's been such a
She broke off suddenly as a group of black-clad Ureki waddled past them. English was now forbidden to the recruits. Any time they were caught using it by the battlemasters, they were given new and heinous chores as penance. The last kid had been given the job of cleaning the eastern windows of one of the civilian towers, clinging to a rope dangling 1,000 feet above the ground. Once the Ureki had passed, Monk continued in Kongi.
Really, Joe? You need to get your priorities straight. Elf's dead, and Libby's horny as hell. She'd screw a light post if it was wearing your clothes.
Then she turned and walked off, leaving him standing there, mouth agape. Before Joe could follow her, a horn blasted across Ali Shai, announcing an immediate regiment formation. Sighing, Joe put his rake aside and followed the others to the plaza and got in line. Several minutes went by without any sound except the thick flapping of banners in a heavy for-lee spore wind. All except for 6th Battalion's. Lord Narin still hadn't given Trill his banners. To make up for it, every single recruit in 6th Battalion, even Libby and Sasha, wore their sleeves rolled above their biceps. To Joe, seeing the rolled sleeves looked even better than if they'd had banners. It gave him a sort of pride to be the only battalion allowed to have them. Then he remembered what he was going to be fighting for, and reminded himself that sleeves, banners, hunts, and formations were all a way of the Congressional Army to control them, to blind them to their real purpose. They encouraged the recruits to spend so much time squabbling and testing each other that they lost sight of the truth of their situation. Kongis were the enemy, and the last thing Joe was going to do was become one of them. A flash of color blazed across the courtyard in front of them, the Dasha's rainbow body at a full charge, then was gone. Half an hour later, after their prime commander still hadn't reappeared, even the battlemasters began to get impatient. In the battalion beside his, Joe heard 2 commanders discussing whether they should stay or go. Almost an hour after that, a lone Taki waddled out from the Dasha's tower and handed an electronic note to the nearest tertiary commander before hurrying away. The Ureki stepped forward and activated it. Immediately, Prime Commander Narin's voice boomed out over the plaza, but his tone was hushed and calculating.
Seen them, Frame. They can't fool me. They try to hide him, but I see his taint. I see everything. They rot inside just like Congress. I must root out his evil.
The tertiary commander of 1st Battalion continued to hold the device above his head for another 2 minutes, until it was obvious nothing else was forthcoming. He lowered it with a puzzled grimace.
He's lost his mind,
Nebel muttered.
Ghost sickness,
Prime Commander Legras agreed. Just then, Narin came barreling from the base of his tower, sharkish mouth wide and gasping, head swinging in all directions at once. Without warning, he leapt forward and bit down on one of 3rd Battalion's battlemasters. Brown fluid gushed out from between the rainbow lips and spread in a pool in the diamond dust. Narin viciously shook the Ureki between his powerful jaws until the lower half of his body went flying off into 3rd Battalion. Then, Narin spat the rest of the carcass aside, half-eaten, and stared blindly around the ranks.
Who else?
Narin screamed in Kongi.
Who else holds the taint?
The Dasha's eyes caught suddenly on one of the recruits in 1st Battalion and stayed there, riveted. He spent the next 3 minutes like that, absolutely motionless. Then he threw himself backwards, landing in a sprawl, howling like a possessed thing. The recruit he'd been staring at made a miserable, confused whimper.
I see him!
Narin screamed, clawing his way back to his feet, casting chips of diamond in all directions.
I can see into your heads, all of you. He's in you. I can see his corruption. I know he's...
The Dasha shuddered and backed up 3 steps.
You!
He was staring at the air above his head.
Leave me alone! No! No!
His last words degenerated into an alien roar as he tore at the air with his talons, then crumpled in a panting, twitching heap on the plaza in front of them. His tacky slaves calmly knelt and began grooming him as if it were the most natural thing in the world for their master to have thrown a tantrum and collapsed in front of his entire regiment.
"Get the recruits out of here,"
Legras said, watching the Dasha.
"It's Ure sickness. It's only going to get worse from here."
Nebel and the other battlemasters were quick to comply. Joe and the rest of the recruits spent the next 5 hours doing weapons drills on the other side of the city while Naarin terrorized the plaza, stalking back and forth and talking to thin air. The battlemasters only allowed them to return to the barracks to sleep when a black-clad Kongi brought word that Lord Naarin was once again ensconced in his high tower. Over the next several days, Nebel kept them locked in the barracks, having Taki deliver food to them at the appropriate times. Through brief visits by their battlemaster, Joe learned that Naarin was currently eating his way through his slaves. All of them. The training committee had ordered all Ureki and human personnel to stay indoors until they could send a replacement. Because of this, the recruits had hereto unknown hours of free time, which most of them spent giggling under the covers. Joe, however, made sure to sit over by the chamber pots, pretending to clean his rifle, until Libby went to sleep. Only then would he go to bed. As he was starting to undress, Monk grinned at him and whispered,
"Tacky."
Irritated, Joe left his clothes on and retreated to the baths.
"Jacking off isn't going to help,"
Monk called after him. Joe's ears burned. Behind him, many recruits laughed. Slowly, rigidly, he returned to the bed and grabbed Monk by the wrist. Even as her eyes widened and she tried to resist, he jerked her out of the bed and dragged her with him to the baths. Inside, he slammed the door shut and blocked it with his body. Monk made a nervous giggle and gave him an apprehensive look.
"This has got to stop."
Behind him, Sasha banged on the door.
"Zero, open the door!"
Sasha shouted.
"I'm your battlemaster and Nebel said you can't shut the door. You leave her alone and open the door, now!"
Joe crossed his arms, his eyes never leaving Monk.
Come on, Joe,
Monk said.
Everybody knows you want each other. Libby beat some girl senseless when she said you had a nice back.
Joe's arms unfolded in astonishment.
"She did?"
On the other side of the door, Sasha's shouts were getting angrier, the pounding more violent.
You're the two best soldiers in 6th. You're perfect for each other. Everybody sees it.
She's 8, for Ash's sake. And what are you, 6?
I'm as big as either of my parents.
Before she could flinch away, he reached out and tapped her bald skull.
You're still a kid in there, though. Just because you shoot guns and swear doesn't make you an adult.
Monk pouted.
You think we're all still babies, but we're not. We've seen stuff that would make our parents piss themselves, and we're still here.
She had a point.
All right, fine. What's it gonna take for you to stop pushing it?
Monk shrugged.
Just do something about her. Yesterday she asked Nebel to transfer her to another platoon.
Joe's mouth fell open in shock.
Nebel told her to deal with her own burning problems. But Joe, she's really determined. I think she might go talk to Commander Trill.
She paused, eyeing him narrowly.
Did you say something to her?
Joe flushed and blurted,
She tried to kiss me. I told her I just wanted to sharpen my knife.
Monk pursed her lips.
Wow. Here I thought neither of you had the balls to make the first move. No wonder she hates you. She must think you didn't kiss her because she has no tongue.
Oh, soot.
Joe swallowed hard.
Now you have to do it.
Huh?
He said, unable to hear her over his pounding heart.
Now you have to make the first move. It's the only way she'll stop hating you.
Monk, sorry to say this, but I don't need relationship counseling from a 6-year-old. Besides, I never said I wanted a relationship in the first place.
Yeah, you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't spend all your free time staring at her.
Joe's blush deepened.
I don't stare.
Sure you do. You look at her like she's the centerfold of a sex mag.
Joe's brow creased.
Do you even know what that is?
Monk shrugged.
Scott told me. He's the one who said it first.
Fine, okay. I'll go apologize. Will that get you off my ass?
Sure. Now maybe you should open the door. I think Sasha went to get the Battlemaster.
The thought of Nebel catching them with the door closed made Joe wrench it open immediately. Sasha was poised outside, one fist hovering over the metal, the other fist gripping her knife. She gave Joe a look that could have scorched stone, then peered behind him at Monk, who grinned and gave a cheerful wave.
100 push-ups,
Sasha ordered.
both of you.
Burn you.
Monk said, pushing past Joe.
Do your own burning push-ups.
Sasha's face reddened.
I'll tell the Battlemaster you didn't listen to me.
Good. Maybe when he sees how you complain about everything like a spoiled brat, he'll give Joe his job back.
Monk returned to her bed, ignoring Sasha completely. Sasha was shaking as she turned back to Joe, her eyes glittering with outright hatred.
Go make her do push-ups. 500 of them.
I don't think so.
300 then.
Sasha almost looked desperate, and soon Joe understood why. By now, their commotion had woken everyone in the barracks, and she had an audience. The entire platoon was watching. If she didn't make them accept some sort of punishment, she would look incompetent. When Joe didn't move, Sasha turned to two other ground leaders.
Grab them! Help me punish them!
Carl and Sherry hesitated. From the bed, Monk laughed.
The only person they're ever gonna listen to is Joe. You're just a crazy bitch with a knife.
In that instant, Sasha lunged at Monk and landed on top of her, trapping her under the cover. Then, almost like in a dream, she drew her knife across Monk's throat, the blade biting deep. Even as Monk's eyes widened in a scream, blood gushed out over the metal and onto the silvery covers, more blood than Joe ever thought possible. Libby wrenched Sasha off of Monk immediately, but it was too late. Monk's eyes were already dulling, her life spilling out over the blanket. Libby tore her eyes from Monk and turned to Sasha, who suddenly looked scared. Taking 3 purposeful steps forward, Libby ripped the knife from Sasha's hand and stabbed her in the neck. Sasha collapsed with a strangled gurgle. Then she stood there, staring pitilessly down into Sasha's white face as she collapsed on the floor. It all happened in a matter of seconds.
Scott!
Joe roared, suddenly breaking out of his paralysis.
Get the medics! Maggie, press down on Monk's neck! Carl, go get Nebel! Does anyone have nanos?
That night, they found that, despite their great advances, Congress still couldn't bring somebody back from the dead. Chapter 32. Kapar. Libby, for her part in Sasha's death, received the 8th degree. Commander Trill had actually ordered the 9th degree, but when Battlemaster Nebel returned to his platoon to mete out his punishment, Joe saw that he used the setting 1 notch below. Not that it mattered much for Libby. This time, Joe could not keep his eyes free from tears as her low, unintelligible wail pierced the barracks. They all stood lined up at the ends of their ground team bunks, Libby's naked form struggling against invisible agony on the floor in front of them. When it was over, Nebel put the black device away and stood silently for long minutes, Suda fluttering. Finally, he said,
Zero, take care of your groundmate. She'll be dazed for the next week or so. She might have trouble eating.
Shouldn't we take her to medical? Joe asked. Nebel's gaze remained on Libby's body.
Perceptual punishment is not an ailment Congress allows its doctors to treat. If they did, it wouldn't be a punishment.
Nebel turned to go, but stopped.
Zero, get your platoon under control. Anything else happens, and I'll hold you responsible.
I thought you couldn't give me Battlemaster, Joe said, stiffening.
No ash like this happened on your watch. You're it. Trill can go complain to the training committee if he doesn't like it.
I don't want it. Nebel's snake-like pupils narrowed.
What?
I don't want it. I don't want ground leader. I don't want squad leader. I don't want anything to do with your burning army. My friends are dead!
You don't have a choice. None of us do.
He rounded and left them gathered around Libby's body. Joe was gritting his jaw so hard that it hurt. Very slowly, he turned to the other recruits.
What the ashes are you standing around for? You heard him. Get some rags and clean her up. I want the smell of shit out of this place in the next 30 seconds, or you're all doing jumping jacks until you puke.
Joe went to the far wall and sat down in a brooding silence. Once Libby was clean, Scott and Maggie wrapped her in a blanket and carried her to the bed. The same bed that was still crusted with Monk's dried blood. He averted his eyes back to the spot where Libby had struggled ineffectually moments before. He was still staring at the same place when Maggie sat down beside him. Neither of them said a word. They sat like that for hours, until Maggie finally got up and went to join Scott and Libby in bed. None of them slept. The next morning, Nebel came back early.
Grab everything and get to the plaza. We're getting inspected. Our new prime wants to see you.
Indifferent, Joe gathered his equipment with the others and half-heartedly marched them to the plaza, where an enormous Dasha sat alone at one end, easily twice as big as Naaran. His gut clenched reflexively, and he swallowed down a spasm of instinctive fear. Along the other side of the clearing, 20 much smaller Dasha sat amidst a swarm of Taki, their emerald eyes alert and curious. A huge pile of black bricks sat beside them.
Eyes forward!
Nebel snapped. Once they were all in formation, the plaza was utterly silent except for the thwapping of the other battalion's standards. After a few moments, Joe heard the clicking scrape of Dasha talons on diamond chips. Soon a blur of color filled the corner of his vision, and he felt the inevitable surge of rage.
Commander,
The massive Dasha said in a precise, yet heavily accented Kongi.
why does your battalion not bear its own standards?
Lord Naaran withheld them from us, Prince Bakal.
Oh? Why?
He decided we were not worthy.
Then he was a thug.
He turned to one of the Sixth's battlemasters.
Go retrieve them from the armory. If the clerks refuse, tell them I'll get them myself.
As the Ureki bowed and hurried off, the Dasha paused, huge, egg-shaped emerald eyes scanning the gathered recruits of 6th Battalion.
Did Naaran also force you to wear your uniforms differently?
It is our choice, my lord,
Trill said, bowing low.
I see. What else has been withheld from you?
Prince Bakal asked, pacing. He seemed almost naked without an entourage of slaves, but aside from the mass grooming the younger Dasha off to one side, Joe could see no Taki in sight.
Their biosuits,
Legras said.
They were supposed to get them after the first rotation of training. As you can see, I have already remedied that problem,
the Dasha said, gesturing with his huge head towards the piles of black bricks.
What else?
Trill stepped forward.
He took 47 of my recruits as slaves. Several of them were squad leaders.
That cannot be helped.
Some must still be alive.
No, they are not.
Then perhaps you might consider giving me some recruits from another battalion? We are undermanned.
No, Commander.
Trill lowered his appendages in acquiescence. Prince Bakal clicked his teeth together and went to the next battalion. He circled the plaza, stopping at every other battalion to speak with its commander, then returned to the 6th.
Commander Trill, I have need of a personal assistant. I was called too quickly to bring my own with me. You are not obligated, but I thought I'd give you the honor before offering it to someone else.
Trill's Suda began fluttering.
The honor, sir.
All around them, the Ureki were stiffening, as if Bakal had deeply insulted them.
Not you. One of your recruits. Lagra tells me you have several that are quite talented.
Trill relaxed.
We had one, but she killed another recruit in a fight yesterday. I gave her the 9th degree.
Prince Bakal spun.
You killed a recruit?
Trill looked baffled.
No, I only gave her the 9th degree.
You stupid asshole! How did you manage to become a secondary commander?
The entire regiment was so silent they could hear the wind in the fir-lee branches. Trill Suda began fluttering rapidly.
She's alive! My battlemaster reported so to me earlier this morning.
That's because I only used the 8th,
Nebel said. Both Trill and Prince Bakal turned to look at Nebel.
What is your name, Battlemaster?
The big Dasha said.
Nebel, my lord.
You disobeyed an order from your secondary commander.
I wasn't about to kill my best recruit for avenging her groundmate,
Nebel replied calmly. The Dasha pulled back and began to pace, his great weight crunching the diamonds under him.
I am not liking this, Commander Trill. If you don't command the respect of your battlemasters, why should your recruits take their training seriously?
They do. Even with nearly 1/10 of its recruits missing, my battalion has kept up with 2nd Battalion throughout training. One of my squads managed to capture a flag.
Prince Bakal turned.
Really? Who was the battlemaster of that squad?
Trill flinched as if he had been struck.
Nebel, my lord.
The same one who ignored your command to kill a recruit.
I didn't order him to kill...
Battlemaster Nebel, you are the new head of 6th Battalion.
Trill stumbled forward.
He's just a battlemaster! The training committee...
From what I've been told, there are plenty of things going on around here the training committee would not approve of.
As Trill recoiled, he continued.
I already scheduled your departure, Commander Trill. Go back.
For a long time, the Ureki did not move. Prince Bakal cocked his huge, shark-like head at him, watching. Then, stiffly, Trill turned.
Before you go, I want your perceptual unit.
Trill slowly retrieved the little black device from his vest, his Suda fluttering madly. Bakal snorted his amusement.
I'm not going to use it on you, Ferg. Put it on the ground and get out of here.
Trill dropped the unit on the ground and, looking numb, walked away. The huge Dasha nudged the device at Nebel with a rainbow-scaled toe.
Do you want it?
Nebel didn't even look at it.
No.
Good.
Bakal stomped on it, slicing through the metal with his claws. Joe let out a pent-up breath, unable to believe what he was seeing.
Unfortunately,
the Dasha said, once the thing was utterly destroyed.
Trill is right. The training committee will take umbrage with the battlemaster commanding a battalion. I hereby promote you to...
Roast them,
Nebel said. The Dasha hesitated.
Excuse me.
Roast them. I'm not taking another point. Been there 3 times already. Not doing it again.
The Dasha peered at Nebel for several breaths, then said,
Very well. The committee can take its complaints up with me.
He turned to scan Nebel's recruits.
Now, if you really gave that recruit the 8th degree, she won't be useful for another week. Do you have another recruit that might be able to assist me?
0,
Nebel said. Joe felt like he'd been punched in the gut. Nebel was offering him up as a slave? Prince Bakal twitched his head.
0. Is that the name of a recruit?
Kakai,
Nebel replied.
He's the one who led the offensive that captured the flag.
No,
Joe thought, his whole body stiffening. He fisted his hands against his sides.
no, I won't do this. Not again.
The Dasha cocked his huge, shark-like head.
I was under the impression that draft rolls began at 1.
They do. He was an unclaimed, who Kegel added under 0.
Prince Bakal clicked his teeth together.
Very well. Bring him to me.
Battlemaster Nebel turned to Joe.
0. Get out of formation.
Betrayal raking his insides. Joe did not move. For one long moment, Nebel stared at Joe, and Joe ignored him, staring straight ahead as rigidly as a statue. Then the Ureki stalked forward, grabbed him in his stinging tentacle grip, and threw him at the Dasha's feet.
No!
Joe shouted, jumping back.
I won't do it again! I'd rather you killed me first, you burning asher!
That can be arranged,
Nebel said coolly. Prince Bakal observed the exchange with a quizzical tilt to his massive jaws.
What does he mean? Again?
Joe turned to stare directly into the Dasha's eyes, hoping it would get him killed. He was not going back. The Dasha grunted and flinched slightly, like someone fighting down a sudden reflex, then just stared back, looking almost curious.
I gave 0 to Naren rather than see Trill use the 9th degree on him. The ungrateful Ferg.
The Dasha jerked.
He was a slave?
For 2 weeks. Naren traded him back to Trill for another recruit.
Joe continued to meet the Dasha's gaze, deciding to pull Kegel's maneuver and get eaten for it. He would not be a slave again. Never. Clicking his black rows of teeth together, Prince Bakal said,
It doesn't appear he learned any manners while in Naren's care. Unless he's deliberately trying to provoke me.
The Dasha leaned closer to Joe, filling his vision with a single emerald eye.
Are you trying to provoke me?
I'm not a slave. I'll die first.
The Dasha seemed to digest that a moment.
Take off your shirt, human.
Joe ignored him and returned to his ground team.
You treat-loving sootwad! Do it!
Nebel roared, yanking him back.
I won't wear those burning robes again! Go burn yourselves!
Joe turned around and started to walk away.
Battlemasters, detain him,
the Dasha said. 3 Ureki swarmed Joe and dragged him back to the Dasha's feet. They held his face in the gravel until Bakal gave them the command to release him. Slowly, fury burning in his chest, Joe righted himself.
I'll repeat, human. Take off your shirt. You would not like it if I did it.
Taking a step away from the Dasha so he could look up into his eyes, Joe said,
And I repeat, Asher, go burn yourself.
The Dasha clicked his teeth together again.
Battlemasters, take off his shirt.
Get off of me!
Joe shouted, trying to struggle out of the Ureki's burning grip. When he refused to raise his arms over his head, they ended up ripping the shirt off of him. When they released him again, Joe picked up a chunk of diamond from the ground and got ready to clobber one of them with it.
0!
Nebel snapped.
Put that down, you soot-eating Ferg! He's not looking for a burning slave!
Joe paused uncertainly.
What?
I'm going to need to document that,
Prince Bakal said. Joe realized the Dasha was staring at his chest.
Is this the only survivor?
As far as I know.
And he was still under congressional protection.
Kakai.
Destruction of congressional property. Send clips of it to the committee for Naren's trial. Let them see what he did when he wasn't eating them.
Joe dropped the rock, confused. Prince Bakal clicked his teeth together in amusement.
I'd tell you to put your shirt back on, but it seems you can't.
He turned to Nebel.
Battlemaster, you're sure I can have this one?
Joe stiffened again.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
The Dasha stared down at him, His scaly alien face lit up with amusement.
Then we are at an impasse, because I'm not leaving until you do.
What kind of Fergsoot is that?
The Dasha waited. Joe's amusement died in his throat.
You're just going to stand there?
The Dasha said nothing.
I'm not going anywhere with you,
Joe repeated uncertainly.
Zero, I will beat you until you're a bloody...
It is just as well, Battlemaster,
Bakal replied.
My sons and I had a good fight with Naren, and I have nothing more to do today. The rest of you may go acquaint your battalions with their biosuits.
Perhaps we should have kept the perceptual unit,
Nebel said, his scowl giving Joe the idea he wanted to strangle him.
He's one stubborn suitor.
So am I,
the Dasha said, staring down at Joe like a cat watching a mouse.
You're declaring Kapar?
Legras demanded from a few yards off. His pale brown eyes went from Joe to the Dasha and back.
With a recruit? I'm considering it,
Prince Bakal said, still fixated on Joe.
This one intrigues me.
No need to waste your time, my lord,
Nebel growled, reaching for Joe's neck.
I'll deal with the fire-loving Trith.
Go attend to your battalion, Battlemaster. I will handle this.
Battlemaster Nebel gave Joe a look promising a few thousand laps around the barracks, then turned and went back to 6th Battalion, leaving Joe standing in front of the enormous Dasha alone. As the spore breeze whipped across the plaza, tinkling the diamond chunks disturbed by Bakal's taloned feet, Joe found himself stunned that the Dasha hadn't ordered anyone to drag Joe back to his den for him, let alone batted him in half. Still, he knew that it could be a ruse, a hoax, a cat playing with its mouse. The last thing he was going to do was go back to a Dasha's den. Once he was there, Bakal could do anything he wanted to him, anything at all, and Congress would simply turn its head.
Whenever you're ready to follow me to my quarters,
Bakal calmly said into the silence that followed,
let me know.
I won't serve you,
Joe growled. He started to back away.
I didn't dismiss you,
Bakal reminded him. Joe felt a flush of anger.
Like I give an ash.
He turned his back to the Dasha, fully prepared to be eaten rather than taken as a slave to Dasha again.
What you are doing is insubordination.
Damn right it is,
Joe said, still walking towards the barracks.
You're not afraid of me.
I just know I'm gonna die,
Joe retorted without turning.
Don't really care at this point.
He kept going, waiting for the jaws to descend upon him.
Do you know what Kapar is, Zero?
Prince Bakal rumbled at his back. Joe hesitated. He could feel the huge predator watching him. Frowning, he turned.
Let me guess,
he snapped with more disdain than he intended.
Some obscure new way to claim a slave?
It is an ancient ritual amongst the elders of my people. A way to settle arguments and determining the better warrior without the inconvenience of shredding each other. Though with lesser species, it is often a way for a Dasha to legitimately claim dominance, yes. When declared, even Congress recognizes the results of Kapar, and other Dasha will enforce the result, which is why it is not offered often.
Burn you.
He turned to go again.
I haven't dismissed you.
So eat me,
Joe said, still walking.
I could, but I'm more interested in fixing the mess that my ignorant Ferg of a predecessor left for me. Thus, I would like to offer you Kapar.
Joe hesitated at the word offer. He stood there for several moments, staring up at the barracks, feeling the Dasha's piercing green stare at his back. Naren had never offered him anything. With that thought nagging at him, Joe turned back slowly, suspicion heavy in his soul. What do you mean?
Kapar
Bakal said, cocking his huge head.
is a contest of wills. Instead of using tooth or talon, which, with Dasha, rapidly depletes the fighting force, the two warriors duel with their eyes until one backs down. The first one to surrender submits completely to the victor. Much more important than physical brawls. It is how princes are made.
Joe narrowed his eyes, still fighting the urge to walk away.
And if I lose?
You will do whatever I tell you to do, without question, from now until your training is complete.
Yeah, that wasn't going to happen. Still, Joe was curious.
What if I win?
Like I said,
Prince Bakal said, cocking his shark-like head.
Congress recognizes the results of Kapar. If you win, you would find yourself in command of the 87th Regiment of the 14th Human Ground Force, and I would serve you, if that was your wish.
Joe's heart stuttered at that. Warily, thinking it had to be some sort of trick, he looked the Dasha up and down.
A staring contest.
Kapar.
You want me to beat you in a staring contest?
I don't want you to beat me.
Bakal said, clicking his teeth together in a Dasha chuckle.
I want your service, after all.
Joe's pulse was beginning to hammer in his ears.
You're serious, aren't you? I'd command the regiment?
If you accept my Kapar and win, you would command the regiment, yes.
Licking his lips, Joe said, How?
You watch your opponent with the intensity of a hunter. You cannot back up or lower your gaze. The goal is to make him nervous enough to break his concentration and make him back down. It is the test of a warrior.
Feeling a rush of suspicion, Joe growled,
And you'll what? Jump at me? Snarl at me? Shove me over? What?
I will wait and watch. It is not about sudden movements or distractions. It is about spirit. A human has the capability of winning. It is why it is a duel, not a slaughter.
Joe could not believe it.
A staring contest? He wants me to duel him in a burning staring contest?
Nervously, he glanced up at the barracks, wondering if his groundmates were watching. Turning back, he scowled at the Dasha.
I won't be your burning slave.
So?
Bakal said, tilting his great head.
Kapar?
Joe narrowed his eyes. Though the stubborn part of him was screaming at him to back down, to stalk back to the barracks or get eaten for insubordination, it was the rash and reckless part of him that had gotten him captured by aliens that said, You're on. Bakal made a satisfied grunt, and Joe felt a little spasm of panic, realizing he couldn't take it back.
Kapar Raktal. I accept.
Immediately, the Dasha prince took 3 steps towards him until they were little over an arm's length apart, then settled a comfortable position and leveled him with a bone-deep emerald stare, focusing on Joe with complete predatory intensity.
Mahit Kapar. May it begin.
After the first hour passed, Joe realized Bakal was utterly serious. The Dasha never twitched, his gaze never wavering from Joe the entire time. Joe, meanwhile, became more and more uncomfortable. He was standing bare-chested in front of a gigantic killing machine that was frozen only a few feet away, staring at him with all the intensity of a predator. After the second hour, the group of smaller Dasha and their tacky caretakers got bored and wandered back to the Prime Commander's tower. Everyone else had already left the plaza, leaving only Joe and the Dasha, staring at each other.
Joe, you idiot,
his mind ranted at him.
You just declared a staring contest with something that doesn't blink.
Indeed, the hard, green, crystalline eyes showed neither pupil nor flicker of movement. Joe wasn't even sure they did move, looking more a feature of the Dasha's skull than anything with mobility. Later that day, several battalions formed up on the plaza and began to run through drills, marching around Joe and his opponent as if they were simply immobile physical obstacles in the terrain. As they passed, Joe caught several curious looks from recruits and Ureki alike. Prince Bakal's complete focus never wavered, giving Joe the unnerving feeling of being a rabbit having the full attention of a tiger. When Joe's head turned to watch a battalion enter the chow hall for dinner, however, feeling the ache of hunger like a knife in his gut, Bakal said,
"Generally, looking away is a symbol of submission, human. Are you submitting?"
Joe snapped his attention back to Prince Bakal immediately.
"No,"
he blurted, his face flushing with fear and embarrassment.
"Then, Kapar,"
the Dasha told him, as utterly motionless as a sphinx. Another hour passed. The nagging discomfort of being the sole focus of a deadly predator was beginning to wear at him. Joe had to concentrate on the scales on the Dasha's nose to keep from looking at the unending rows of triangular black teeth. His feet hurt. His legs itched to move. He was hungry. He could feel the coolness coming off the Dasha's scales just a few feet away. Shirtless, the spore breeze was giving him goosebumps. His back itched. His acne had gotten worse, and it was even then covering his arms, legs, and chest. The unlucky platoon that had been given the task of raking the plaza that night approached them warily. Their curious stares made Joe's shoulder blades itch as they tentatively raked all around them, keeping a 20-foot swath around the Dasha. Feeling their eyes on him, it was all Joe could do not to turn and look at them. Prince Bakal, for his part, hadn't so much as twitched since their contest had started.
He could do this all day,
Joe realized with a pang of terror.
Oh, burn me. I'm going to lose. I'm never going back. Never. I'll make him kill me first. I'm not your slave.
"Then I'd say it in your best interest not to lose the Kapar,"
Prince Bakal replied. Throughout the exchange, Bakal never stirred. He just watched. After the 12th hour, when everyone was asleep, Joe was beginning to nod off on his feet, but he forced himself to stay where he was, staring into the Dasha's cold green eyes. Joe remembered how Naren had claimed the Mexican kid and how he'd led him off the plaza. His hackles lifted. That wouldn't happen to him.
I'm not gonna be your slave, you stubborn Asher,
he growled, peering back up at the beast. If anything, he thought he saw amusement flash across his opponent's emerald eyes.
"It is custom not to speak during a Kapar. Speaking is a sign of fear. Only Taki and children try to talk their way out of Kapar once it's started."
I'm not trying to talk my way out of it,
Joe growled, his pride prickling.
I'm just stating a fact.
"Then don't lose,"
Prince Bakal replied, utterly motionless. Joe's hunger became a dull ache in his gut. He grew dizzy with exhaustion. Pinned under the Dasha's predatory stare, he fought down the urge to fidget. It was becoming more and more uncomfortable, feeling as if his vulnerabilities were rising to the surface, evaluated and analyzed by this creature that could kill him with a casual swipe of his paw.
I can't lose,
he thought in anguish.
I can't lose.
Joe had to start distracting himself from the uncomfortable itch of Bakal's attention. The Dasha's scales seemed to be a baseline color of silver, he noted, with the odd, shimmering colors moving across his body like motor oil across the surface of water. Even with the time to examine it, he still wasn't sure if it was tiny movements on the dasha's part that made the colors swirl, or if they just randomly shifted on their own. As the hours went on, Joe noticed that the dasha prince didn't stink. Not like Naren. While Joe did occasionally catch the stale smell of old skin on the breeze, much like a combo of sweaty feet and used jockstrap, Bakal didn't have the pervasive reek of rotten flesh. And when Joe looked, he couldn't see any pieces of corpses clinging to his rows of teeth.
What if dasha don't need to eat?
Joe thought, on a flush of panic. Just how long could he stand there, without food or sustenance? How long could he go without sleep? Already, Joe was weaving on his feet, lightheaded with exhaustion. He could barely hold his head up, whereas Prince Bakal had shown absolutely no change whatsoever. And, now that Joe had thought about it, could he really expect a dasha prince to serve him when it was so much easier to bat him in half?
I can't win. Soot, I can't win this.
With the thought, Joe felt his palms slicken and his heart start to pound. His every instinct started to scream at him to back away, to retreat from this monster's striking distance. In that moment, Joe realized he was cracking.
I'm not your slave,
Joe managed, sweating. What would Bakal do with him if he won? Eat him? Breed him?
I can't lose. I can't.
Prince Bakal said nothing, as inert as a statue. Breakfast came and went, and Joe's knees started trembling with the effort of holding him up. Battalions arranged themselves on the plaza for morning formation, and it was all Joe could do not to return their curious looks.
Not your slave,
Joe thought, lifting his chin and meeting the creature's eyes stubbornly.
Not your slave, goddammit.
The dasha remained utterly stone still, waiting. It was as battle masters began leading their platoons to the chow hall for lunch the next afternoon that Joe finally buckled. He bit his lip and looked away from the monster in front of him, trying to ignore the shame in his soul.
Fine. Whatever. I'll just find a way to kill myself later.
Good,
Bakal said, his huge body suddenly coming alive again.
By the rules of Kapar, I accept your surrender. Come with me.
He turned and started stalking across the plaza as if nothing had ever happened. Bristling, Joe did as he was told. As soon as the Ureki manning the elevator began its ascent, the battalion commanders began shouting orders on the plaza below, organizing the morning inspection. Joe felt an ache of resentment as he watched. That should have been him down there. Except Nebel had betrayed him, given him to the dasha as a slave.
You'll return to your battalion as soon as I'm finished discussing your new post with you,
Bakal said. At least twice the size of Naren, he took up so much room in the cramped elevator that his jaw brushed Joe when he talked. Joe flinched back, revulsion drawing bile into the back of his throat. Then his words registered, and Joe glanced up.
Wait. I will?
Of course. Contrary to what Naren believed, the fact that you humans make good pets does not give him license to claim slaves. You'll have to forgive his indiscretion. This always happens during a species' first draft, especially if that species is as dexterous as yours. Therefore, I'll be subtracting 12 turns from your contract for the wrongs you suffered under Naren. If you choose to add the duties of my assistant to your training for the next 3 turns, then I will subtract another 6.
Joe blinked at him. All he could manage was,
"But you won."
Winning the Kapar means only that I get to choose what to do with you. I choose to subtract 12 turns from your enlistment and offer you a place as my assistant.
Joe felt a brief welling of gratitude, which he quickly squashed.
You're lying.
I will do it as soon as I get to a terminal.
Joe wanted to believe him, but he shook his head and stared out over the plaza.
I'll never trust a Dasha.
You don't believe me,
Bakal noted. He didn't sound surprised, just curious. Joe ignored him. After a moment of silence, the Dasha said,
You aren't by any chance older than the rest of these recruits, are you, Zero?
His head jerked back to the Dasha, wary.
Maybe?
The Dasha's eyes glittered.
Thought so. Since you so graciously gave me a chance to study you, I noticed your rash. Classic example of post-puberty hormone conflict. How old were you when they drafted you, Zero?
14, Joe said, his voice a whisper. His heart had once again begun hammering in his ears.
I'll have them change your rations. Trills a Jen Fergling not to let Nebel change your diet. I noticed he'd filed several petitions, but until now I hadn't realized why. Next time you eat at the chow hall, the problem should be fixed. If it's not, come talk to me.
Shouldn't you be offering to send me home? You guys took me off my planet illegally.
Wrong,
the Dasha said, clicking his teeth together.
You assaulted an Oreki ground team back on Earth. They lost all the recruits they've been transporting. For that alone, you were a legal draftee. Further, you embarrassed Legras, lost us an entire battalion. By all rights, they should have used you as an unclaimed. That they didn't still amazes me. Vakala usually aren't so kind.
Joe grimaced and looked away.
Why did you attack Legras' collection team anyway, Zero?
He had my brother.
Ah. Is he here now? In one of the other battalions, perhaps?
He escaped,
Joe said, his throat getting tight.
I distracted them, and he ran.
So, you took his place?
Prince Bakal said thoughtfully. He had taken Sam's place, and now he was a slave again, and he hated his brother for it. Joe swallowed and nodded.
Sometimes, when the mothers weave their tapestry, the needs of the many replace the needs of the one.
Or sometimes you're just stupid,
Joe muttered. They rode the rest of the way to the top in silence, Joe staring out over the city, wondering what it would be like to leap over the balcony and swan dive to his death. The Dasha, for his part, said nothing more. As soon as the elevator came to a stop, Bakal stepped onto the rooftop and went over to a box-like object built into the wall under a wide overhang. To the box, he said,
Access the file of Recruit 0, 6th Battalion, 2nd Brigade, 87th Regiment, 14th Human Ground Force.
Immediately, an Ureki voice said,
File accessed, Prince Bakal.
It was the same computerized voice that Joe had heard each time Trill had taken him over to a terminal to observe as he added more time to Joe's service. Joe tensed, realizing this was where Bakal erased him from the system entirely, to start his penance as a Dasha slave.
Remove 12 turns from Zero's current enlistment term.
12 turns have been removed, Prince Bakal. Updated enlistment term is 58 turns.
Prince Bakal made a startled grunt and glanced over his shoulder at Joe.
Great gods, boy. Whose scales did you crawl under? Enlistment starts at 33.
He glanced back at the box.
For what cause was Recruit Zero's enlistment lengthened?
Recruit Zero's enlistment was lengthened for 16 counts of disobedience to superior officers, 21 counts of disrespect for superior officers, 7 counts of severe injuries, 18 counts of minor injuries, 12 counts of...
Remove another 20 turns.
20 turns have been removed, Prince Bakal. Updated enlistment term is 38 turns.
That's more reasonable. Seal that and put a lock on it. Altered by Overseer or above only.
Recruit Zero's file has been sealed and locked, Prince Bakal.
The Ureki computer said pleasantly.
Further alteration requiring approval of Overseer or above.
Prince Bakal again glanced over his shoulder.
Believe me now, Zero?
Joe's heart was pounding like a jackhammer. He had been mentally adding up the extensions to his enlistment in despair over the last weeks, knowing that, at the rate he was going, he would never actually be able to leave the army. Without another word, Bakal turned and disappeared into the gaping door set in the wall. He just reset my enlistment term, Joe thought, utterly stunned. Still, Joe held back, his chest aching in terror, remembering the last time he had gone through those doors and how he had almost not come back out. Perhaps Bakal just wanted to lull him into complacency, so he could eat him later.
The elevator will not go down again unless I request it,
Bakal said from inside the den.
You might as well come inside, Zero.
I could jump,
Joe said.
Flatten myself on the ground out there. Medics wouldn't have a chance in hell of saving me.
That's true,
Bakal agreed. Then he left Joe alone with the baffled Ureki elevator operator. Though he swore to himself he wouldn't follow, several minutes later, Joe swallowed his pride and stepped into the monster's lair. Immediately, he noticed that the lavish cushions Naren had spread around the place had been removed. Now only stark, bare stone remained. In one corner, a single metal desk stood over a utilitarian Ureki chair. Prince Bakal sat beside it, watching him. There was not a single slave in sight. Joe hesitated at the top of the stairs leading down into the den.
What's all this waiting ash about anyway? You trying to burn my head or what?
Obedience broke down because of a breach of trust. I am attempting to repair that trust. Is it working?
Maybe.
Good. Are you planning on staying up there all night?
Joe peered over the railing anxiously. Just an empty room and a really big, burning dasha. Tensely, he descended the stairs halfway, then paused on the staircase, poised to bolt back out to the elevator at the first sign of aggression.
What do you want?
Come, sit,
Bakal said, indicating the scoop-shaped chair with a swipe of his claws. Joe eyed it, then eyed the dasha. Bakal just waited in silence. Warily, Joe descended the rest of the way into the lion's den and sat in the proffered seat.
As you know, Dasha civilization has depended much upon the hands of our slaves. We do not have the dexterity to manipulate small objects.
Bakal lifted one rigid clawed paw a few inches off of the ground to illustrate his point.
For that reason, most Dasha take slaves. I'm one of the few who does not. I favor having a friend help me instead.
Joe curled his lip.
I'm not your friend.
Not yet.
Joe lurched from his chair, making the chair scrape against the diamond floor with a metallic screech.
I'm not burning grooming you.
I didn't ask you to.
Joe stared at him a long moment, then reluctantly sat back down.
So, what do you want?
Your hands. Manage my files for me. Manipulate devices, open doors, carry objects, everything you take for granted. In return, I will take 6 more turns off your enlistment.
You want a secretary?
Kakai.
Joe chewed on that a moment. You're not taking me away from my battalion? Out of the hunts?
You will still participate in all of your responsibilities as a recruit battlemaster. You will be included in all the same training and exercises. Instead of going to sleep with the others, you will simply come here to help me.
Wait, I won't be getting any sleep?
I will provide you with drugs to keep you alert.
Joe felt himself staring, his heart pounding in his chest. Was Bakal really serious? Another 6 years off of his contract?
Okay. But I want it in writing.
A wry look passed over Prince Bakal's shark-like face.
Dosha, don't put things in writing. It is meaningless to us, since we are never the ones to write it. However, I will give you my word.
Dasha's word is soot to me.
Prince Bakal lunged to his feet, black rows of triangular teeth bared.
What did you say?
Joe stood up to face him.
Go ahead and eat me. Show every one of your commanders out there just how good your burning word is.
For a split second, Prince Bakal tensed, and Joe looked death in the eyes. Then, seemingly for no reason at all, the Dasha relaxed.
If this is how you acted around Naran, it's amazing all he did was give you a few scars.
I was too much of a coward back then to stand up to him.
Or maybe you sense I'm not going to eat you. However, I've already suffered enough insubordination from you for 1,000 recruits. Any more, and I'll find somebody else.
Joe glanced at the desk, feeling oddly ashamed. Bakal sat again.
Your first task as my assistant will be to deliver the list of rules in front of you to every battlemaster in the regiment. Return here once Nebel dismisses you for the night.
List of rules?
Joe glanced at the electronic device in front of him. The symbols on the screen were much more complex than the simplified characters on the PPU.
What does it say?
The Dasha cocked a shark-like head at him.
Are you going to make a habit out of questioning me?
Probably.
Then you should also make a habit out of being disappointed. Go do as you were bid, Zero. Come back when Nebel is finished with you.
Joe picked up the electronic unit and started toward the stairs. Then he hesitated, turning.
Kakai?
I've got a friend. The one Trill tried to kill with the perceptual unit.
I warn you, if you're about to ask me to send her back to Earth...
No. She loves it here. I think she actually likes it better here than she did back at home. Someone cut out her tongue. Medical fixed her broken legs, but they didn't replace her tongue.
Prince Bakal gave him a long look.
Technically, a tongue is not necessary for a recruit's function.
You said you'd take 6 years off my contract if I helped you.
Joe pressed on grudgingly.
Would you give her a new tongue instead?
Now?
Joe nodded. The Dasha cocked his head at him.
You're asking me to reward you for work you haven't done yet.
Joe flushed. This was where the Dasha questioned his honor, as Joe had done to him a few moments earlier. He lowered his head, ashamed.
Very well. Tell Nebel to send her to medical. I might as well have them cure her of the after effects of the 8 at the same time. No use having a valuable recruit waste a week of training in a coma.
Joe's head jerked up. He stared, and this time he couldn't stop the wash of gratitude toward the alien, mingled with grudging respect.
You fix her, and I'll help you as much as you want.
Thank you,
Prince Bakal said, with genuine relief.
I'm helpless without an assistant.
He sighed when Joe looked startled.
I don't delude myself, Zero. I'm old. I've seen enough of this world to know that my people can't survive on our own. In a normal evolutionary process, we would have ended up as the Techies' mounts, possibly their soldiers. By all rights, the Techies should have exterminated us long ago. They still can, in an instant.
He shook his huge head.
Yet somewhere, the natural evolution failed, and here we are.
He turned, his emerald stare boring into Joe's.
And somehow, when I look into humans' eyes, I see our future.
Joe bristled immediately. What's he trying to say?
No, I'm not saying humans will replace Techie. Unless your people do something incredibly stupid, Congress will not let the Dosher have your planets. I was merely saying that, despite our great strength, there is something within you humans that makes me even more nervous than the Techie. Something that makes me wonder why Congress didn't destroy Earth as soon as it was found.
Joe felt his skin tingle with goosebumps. What do you mean? Bakal seemingly shook himself.
Never mind. My fight with Naren left me exhausted and rambling. Go tend to your tasks. I'll send an Ureki to deal with your friend.
Thanks. And I'm sorry. I shouldn't have insulted you.
You're right. But I accept your apology.
Bakal was as good as his word. The next day, Libby was seated with Scott and Maggie in the chow hall, tentatively scooping green slime into her mouth and moving it around with her new tongue. Just back from the medics, she was the only one in the entire cafeteria not wearing white from their last hunt against 2nd Battalion. Joe, having only then finished writing and delivering a post-hunt report for Prince Bakal, grabbed some food and sat down across from her. "How is it?" he asked.
"It's a little sore,"
she admitted. You sound like you just got back from the dentist. My dad sounded like that when he got a root canal.
You should hear us say Jen Frigling.
Maggie giggled.
Stuff up. Tell him about how you were chewing and you thought you had your mouth closed, but you didn't. See your vest? I will beat you silly.
How long until you can talk normally?
Doctor said 3 or 4 days.
She hesitated.
Thank you, though.
He blushed and looked at his food. It resembled runny baby crap. You're welcome.
Maggie says you're working for that daughter. That's how you paid for it.
Joe shot Maggie an irritated glance, then shrugged. It's nothing. I said I was going to help and I meant it. Libby glanced at the table. Her cheeks flushed. Then, to his amazement, she began to cry. Joe reached out and touched her hand. Libby? You okay? Libby jerked, and her eyes found him, looking startled. To his surprise, she stood up suddenly. Without another word, she left. What did I do? Joe asked, glancing at Maggie and Scott. Scott shrugged, but Maggie was staring after Libby. Sighing, Joe went back to eating. Maggie turned to him after a moment.
Do you like her, Joe?
The question caught him mid-spoonful, and a spray of baby crap brown spewed across the table in front of him. What? What kind of question is that? I like all of you. You're my friends. He felt himself blushing so hard his head felt like it would pop.
You know, like a girlfriend, a lover. You think she's sexy, right? Don't you know she wants to get you in bed?
All around them, conversation had stopped, and Joe could feel the attention of 100 nearby recruits waiting for his answer. Joe's mouth opened and closed, to no effect. He made a little strangled noise in the back of his throat. Finally, with a little whimper, he stood up and said,
I have to go to the bathroom.
You just went.
I think there's something wrong with my food.
It's the same exact stuff we're eating.
I have to go.
Just answer the question, Joe. Why is it so hard? You're the oldest person here and you act like you're just a shy little kid. If you want to bang her, just say so.
It's none of your damn business!
At the sudden silence in the hall, Joe realized he had shouted the last loud enough to be heard back on Earth. Every gaze in the place was on him, and he heard several kids snicker. Feeling like he was about to throw up, Joe turned and left. By the time he'd taken 3 steps, he was running. Behind him, he heard half the cafeteria break out in laughter. He hit the doors at full tilt, barreling into an Ureki battlemaster on his way inside. He caught the startled Ureki by surprise, and they went down together in a heap, to more laughter. His cheeks flushing crimson, Joe thought he was going to die. Then he saw the look on Battlemaster Nebel's face.
Zero, what the burning ashes was that? And why the burning hells are you gen-ferglings laughing? You think this is burning funny? Get your fergling asses up, all of you. Burning, giggling, tacky ash piles. Push-ups, 300, let's go. You 2, Zero, you charhead, everyone. 1, 2, get your stomachs off the ground. 3.
More kids laughed, and by the time Nebel was finished with them, Joe was ready to die. He quickly escaped to Bakal's tower to lend further assistance, then just sat outside the Dash's front door, trying to sort through the tacky screw that was his life. A sound from within the Dash's chambers startled him.
Zero,
Bakal grunted.
thought I smelled you. What the hell are you doing sitting out here? I dismissed you for the day.
Joe swallowed hard, the shame still leaving him sick. Girls, he managed. Bakal made a clicking laugh.
Come inside. Let's talk.
Chapter 33. New Rules.
Rule 1.
Battlemaster Nebel said, holding the electronic device Joe had given him.
You self-molesting fergs had better keep your burning dicks in your pants, 'cause if a girl so much as whispers a suggestion of rape, Bakal will cut them off. Got me?
Several of the boys suddenly went pale.
Rule 2. Females. With one examination, medical can determine who you copulated with, how many times, and when. And whether or not you were distressed at the time. Bakal has ordered that any false accusers will be locked in a room for a day with their accused. Inside, normal rules will no longer apply. Do you get me?
This time, it was the girls who went white.
Rule 3. One you're already familiar with. There will be no killing. Congress values you as fighters, not as corpses. Any murderers will spend a day with Prince Bakal. Any repeat offenders will be executed.
What if we kill 2 at one time?
A boy asked stupidly. The boy shrank back from the battlemaster's slitted gaze.
Rule 4. No more infighting between battalions. That means you, Zero. Bakal's sons will patrol the city every night. Anyone they catch outside the barracks after curfew will be considered a troublemaker and will be punished. Since they don't seem to enjoy their sleep, they can spend the next week running instead of sleeping.
That's not possible.
Someone snorted. Battlemaster Nebel gave the boy a long, hard look. The kid swallowed hard.
Rule 5. No lying. Lying seems to be an unfortunate trait you humans share with the white. For each offense, you will spend a day emptying chamber pots and scrubbing the baths. 6. No stealing. Another trait you and the whites have in common. The next time one of you is caught taking something that doesn't belong to you, you'll be stripped naked and marched at the front of the battalion for a week. That's all for now. Battlemasters, resume biosuit training.
4th Platoon's new Battlemaster, Battlemaster Anir, stepped forward, looking much younger and more nervous than anyone else. Even his voice sounded jittery.
4th Platoon, grab your biosuits and meet back here.
While the other recruits had already unpacked their biosuits from the tight black bricks they had come in, Joe had to start from scratch. He fumbled with the odd alien clasp that released the lid of the lightweight chest, then struggled to pull the heavy black bundle from inside. Instead of being in a single piece, like a wetsuit, the biosuit came in 2 parts, one for the front of his body, one for the back. Joe just stared at it dumbly.
You have to take your stuff off first,
Maggie said.
It won't seal if you're wearing anything.
Joe sighed. He supposed being naked wasn't a big deal anymore. Aliens, it seemed, did not put much stock in modesty. He stripped.
Now, put it on like this,
Maggie said. She spread one half of her suit out on the ground, laid down, and, starting at the feet, she touched the edges of the 2 halves of the suit together. They sealed immediately, molding to her body as tightly as some weird sort of living spandex. As soon as the feet sealed, the rest of the suit followed in a wave, like an invertebrate convulsing. Maggie didn't even have to have her arms arranged perfectly for the suit to grab them and swallow them whole. The suit stretched over her skin like glossy black glue. Underneath, Joe could see the outlines of her body as clearly as if she were wearing nothing at all. Joe winced, trying to avoid recognizing how good she looked. Then he wondered what would happen to him if he did the same thing. The way the suit contracted hadn't looked very gentle.
So, how do you get it off?
Joe asked, tapping Maggie on the shoulder. He yanked his hand back when his finger hit solid, rock-like rigidity. Tentatively, he touched it again, and found himself touching a piece of stone. Cold stone.
You can still move?
Joe asked, marveling at the suit.
It's like you turned into some sort of statue.
Isn't it cool?
She turned around to show him her back. Along her back, a long, wrist-thick bulge followed the indentation of her spine from the top of her buttocks all the way to the base of her skull. 2 more ran on the outside of either leg and, when he looked closely, along the backs of her arms as well.
Now you try,
Maggie ordered. Joe hesitated, giving the 2 halves of his suit a nervous look.
How do you get it off?
All you gotta do is want it to come off.
Maggie saw his look and laughed.
Don't worry, Joe. It feels great. I bet you could sleep in this thing.
We're probably going to, Joe muttered. Sighing, he followed her lead. The key to getting inside, he learned, was to make sure the seam at the toes was in the right place. As soon as Joe touched the seams together at his feet, the entire suit convulsed on him, catching him still half-seated. It did not crush his balls, as he half expected, but it still delivered a brief jolt of panic, especially as it closed around his mouth and nose. Even as Joe was reaching up to claw at his face, the passageways opened and he sucked in a startled breath of air. He touched his face, stunned at the metallic tap when the suit came into contact with itself. Blinking felt odd. A layer of the suit actually melted to the surface of his eyelids. Still, the comfort of the thing was amazing. It was heavy and made him have to exaggerate his motions, but as a whole, it actually felt a part of his body. It was also the perfect temperature. At least on the inside. On the outside, it felt like he was made of refrigerated steel. Glancing down at his hands, Joe was further amazed to see that, despite his fingers being covered with a thin layer of the black substance, he could still feel everything that his hands came into contact with. For that matter, his whole body continued to have sensation. He could feel the sharp gravel under his feet despite the fact that the suit was rock hard on his soles. The suit was, Joe realized, delivering normal sensations to the wearer without the normal consequences. Standing there, feeling yet not feeling the air around him, he felt odd and a little frightened of congressional technology.
This is the human biocasing 1,
Their new battlemaster, Anir, told them once they were all fitted and standing back in formation like sleek black ants.
Obviously, since this is the first model, there will be improvements as congressional engineers come to understand your body structure more completely. Until then, this is what you've got. You can eat, sleep, piss, and shit in this thing. Some of you thugs will probably even try to mate in it.
Joe winced at the thought of that. But some of the other recruits gave Battlemaster Anir looks of fascination.
Though the suit feels heavy to you, it is not. In fact, you will find that you are approximately 81% stronger. It feels clumsy because the suit is still adjusting to your body. Once you have spent 3 days in it, the suit's biomechanisms will be fixed and, like your helmets, it will be so well adapted to your body that only you will be able to wear it. Now, as you can probably tell, these suits are very complex. What you don't know is how complex they really are. For instance, to stop feeling the gravel beneath you, all you have to do is decide that you no longer wish to feel those stones and the suit will pick up your thoughts and desist. Try it right now.
Joe did. As soon as he thought negatively of the sensations the suit was passing on to him, the feelings abruptly stopped.
Cool,
Scott cried.
As Grounders, this suit is designed to save your lives in more ways than one. It takes over 16,000 pounds of pressure to crush the outer shell. The material itself is resistant to brief laser attacks, projectiles, some plasma, and even electricity. Of course, if a Dasha attacks you, all bets are off.
So their claws can rip through this stuff?
Joe asked, surprised. The suit felt harder than anything he'd ever felt before.
Like you were wearing nothing at all. Now, if an attack makes it through that does not cause instant death, the suit can save your life in several other ways. First off, it will seal itself over the wound. This does not necessarily help in a plasma attack, but it does with most other injuries. If something over 16,000 pounds lands on you and crushes a leg, then the suit will support you enough to walk, though it will probably hurt like hell. If you have taken a mortal wound, the suit will shut down and put you into a state of hibernation to give you time to reach a medical station. The suit protects against all types of chemical attack, but if something nasty somehow gets past your other gear, it will instantly put you out of commission until medical personnel can evaluate your situation.
That doesn't sound smart,
Joe said.
Putting us out in the middle of a battle? What happens if we can still fight, even with a lung full of gas?
Anir gave him a wry look.
Believe me, human. You get a lungful of the stuff Congress's enemies have in their arsenal and you will not be breathing, let alone fighting.
Oh.
Now, caring for your suits. Congress supplies its ground soldiers with 2 types of meals. When you are not wearing your suits, it's the green stuff you are already acquainted with, also called RHC-1, or Rudimentary Human Class 1. When you are using your suits, it will be called BNHC-2, or Biocasing Nourishment Human Class 2. Jonja shit for short. Jonja shit is a slightly yellowish color, and it has a metallic taste to it. While on the battlefield, at least 1 meal a day should be of the Class 2 format. It will provide the sustenance your suit needs to survive.
To survive?
Joe glanced anxiously down at the thing covering his body.
What the hell is it?
Of course, this requires that you eliminate your wastes while still wearing the suit. It might feel uncomfortable, but believe me, you do not want to wind up buck-ass naked, squatting out behind a rock when the enemy finds you.
Joe grimaced at the image, knowing all too well how that could turn out. Anir stopped and scanned his new platoon.
Any questions?
Once again, his Suda began fluttering nervously. Joe guessed this was probably his first time as battlemaster, possibly promoted on the spot just for the occasion.
So the ammo we use in the hunts won't hurt us anymore?
Maggie asked. Anir gave her an amused look.
No. These are just training suits. Real ones are immune to the poisons in the fake rounds. No more questions? Then everyone get to the barracks. You will need to wear your suits continuously for the next 3 days, including during sleep. Zero, you may begin your duties with Prince Bakal. Hagi!
Joe looked down at himself and realized he looked like an onyx statue. A well-defined onyx statue. Rippling abs, outstanding pecs, biceps the size of grapefruits. At that revelation, he felt a tiny spark of satisfaction. If Congress had done one thing for him, it had certainly made him look good. Glancing up, he saw that several nearby girls had realized it too. One of them was staring at his crotch with unabashed interest. Blushing, Joe cleared his throat and covered himself.
Hi,
he mumbled, groping for his clothes with one hand.
Nice to meet you.
They giggled and walked off.
You are a goddamn Ferg. You know that?
As he pulled on his pants, he noticed that Maggie was scowling after the trio with a look of death. When she turned back, it was to give him an accusing glare.
Don't worry, he said, grinning. They only want my body.
Joe was going to his first meeting with Bakal when he saw Libby sitting alone in the shadows behind the chow hall, staring into space.
Lib?
Libby jerked, getting to her feet in an instant. She wasn't wearing any gear over her biosuit, and Joe felt himself blush like a beet. Her long, lean body was outlined to feminine perfection, right down to her small, pert breasts and the subtle lines leading down to her groin. He tore his eyes away from her.
How's that new tongue working out for you?
He asked, staring at his feet.
Sex Master Dobbs strikes again. Oh my God, kill me now. How's your tongue working out for you? Why not just ask her how her gun's been firing lately, or if her boots still fit? How did Dad do it? Mom must have taken pity on him. It's the only way a guy in my family could ever—
I could show you,
Libby said shyly. Joe's eyes jerked back to her face. Then,
That's not what she means, you Ferg. You friggin' wish. She's just—
Libby's biosuit peeled off and fell to the ground.
Oh.
This is really stupid, Joe. Just shut up and watch, okay? That's your sister down there, too. Yeah, but... Joe, they've got guns. They killed your dad.
Stop being a pussy, Eric. You weren't pissing yourself back when we came up with the idea in your living room.
I was just fooling around, Joe.
I wasn't. I'm getting him back. You don't want to help? I'll tell Katie when I see her that you didn't think she was worth it.
That's not fair. They've got guns, Joe. Your stupid idea isn't going to work.
It will. Watch it.
Well, I want to be the one to light them then. You can be the one to go down there and get killed.
Fine. Be sure you don't light them all at once.
My dad was the pyrotechnic, Joe, not yours.
Just do it. When I hit them with the truck, I want them looking up, not at me.
This is such a stupid idea. What makes you think they'll care about fireworks?
You really think they've got fireworks on alien planets?
Well, yeah.
Let's hope they don't.
You're leaving?
Yeah. Gotta talk to the guys with the trucks before the aliens get here.
Good luck, Joe.
Just be ready to run. As soon as they figure out what's going on, they're gonna come after you.
Get my sister back. That's all I care about.
I will. Promise.
Joe?
Joe opened his eyes. His skin was prickled in goosebumps where it was exposed to the air, but the ground beneath him was cushioned by his biosuit. Libby lay beside him, her elegant body partially covered in one half of her suit, her head nestled against his shoulder. Joe took a slow breath, praying he wasn't dreaming.
Joe?
Libby stroked his chest.
I'm in paradise,
Joe thought, shuddering.
Weren't you supposed to meet Bakal, Joe?
Oh, Ash!
Joe leapt to his feet so fast that Libby tumbled out of his arms onto the ground. He froze, horrified. Instead of spitting curses at him, she giggled.
Go on. You don't want to piss him off.
Joe helped her to her feet and gently embraced her.
Thanks, Libby.
He hesitated, staring into her soft brown eyes. What else are you gonna say?
We should do this again sometime?
You ferg. He kissed her, blushing, then dove into his suit.
You're late?
Joe winced under Bakal's accusatory stare. He cleared his throat uncomfortably.
I was working out a problem with a member of my ground team.
You stink of hormones, human.
Bakal growled.
Don't lie to me.
Joe flushed furiously and bit his lip.
I didn't.
Prince Bakal gave an impressed snort.
That problem?
Intensely embarrassed, Joe began to thoroughly scrutinize the claw marks in the floor near his feet. He nodded.
Well, good for you.
Moving to the table, Bakal nodded at the reddish-brown vial lying on the table beside him.
Your drugs came in. Drink that.
Grateful for the distraction, Joe went to examine the vial.
Looks like coffee sludge,
he noted. The big Dasha returned to his gelatinous mat nearby, the gaping wounds that his jet-black claws left in it quickly sealing shut after a couple seconds.
It's a powerful mental stimulant that commands ridiculous prices on the open market from politicians and businessmen throughout Congress. We'll have to monitor your consumption and make sure you don't form an addiction.
So, coffee sludge.
Joe uncapped the vial and took a whiff. Immediately, he recoiled.
Oh! This smells like pig vomit.
Then perhaps Congress should invest in some pigs. This stuff costs 3,000 credits a batch. Drink it.
Joe took another whiff and wrinkled his nose.
Oh, am I going to have to do this every night?
Only every 6 or so. You'll know when it's time. You usually fall asleep where you stand.
Grimacing, Joe said,
So this stuff is induced narcolepsy?
Only if you don't dose yourself fast enough.
Joe grunted and scowled at the vial.
I can't not drink it. Not after he already helped Libby.
Closing his eyes, he put the vial to his lips and tipped it back. It burned on the way down, but other than that, he felt fine. Then he felt more than fine. Everything suddenly came into focus. The leftover exhaustion from his constant running fled him in an instant. He was as wide awake as he'd ever been, and not the least bit jittery.
I think it works,
Joe said, staring at the vial in astonishment.
Whoa! Whew, if I had this stuff in school, I probably would have been able to read Shakespeare without passing out.
Excellent. Just for safety's sake, though, pick up that ring and slip it on a finger. Medical would like to monitor your life signs for the next day or so, as you're the first human test subject.
That didn't sound good. Nervous, Joe went to the table and slipped a rubbery orange ring over a gleaming black finger. It reminded him of the Akarit, and he winced, feeling a little guilty for his duplicity. He kind of liked the Dasha. Prince Bakal was watching him. Something in the Dasha's gaze made Joe blush and look at the floor.
So, how do you like your suit?
It's okay. It sucks we're gonna have to wear them for 3 days.
Something I see you're already having problems with.
The Dasha shifted, leaning one shoulder against the wall.
So, what did the recruits think of my new rules?
We honestly should have had them a long time ago.
Good.
Joe gingerly looked around. He couldn't see any slaves or grooming bars or hook-shaped toothpicks.
So what's my job for the day? Night. Hell, this place has got ashy daylight cycles anyway. How am I going to tell night from day anymore if I can't sleep?
Keep track of the time. As for your duties, I have an errand for you to run. I would like you to arrange a meeting between myself and the White Representative. He's been on this planet much too long, and it's making me suspicious. The first thing a wise soldier learns is never trust a white. The second thing he learns is to never trust a white on a planet with an Ector. They are spies, assassins, saboteurs, thieves, and very, very good liars. The whole species should be destroyed.
Coming from Adasha, that was saying something. Then Joe realized what Bakal had said and felt himself pale.
You mean Nalene's still here?
Too late, Joe realized a recruit should have no knowledge of a representative's affairs. It was the same as an amoeba knowing the comings and goings of an eagle. Apparently, Bakal realized that too, because the prince cocked his head at him and was silent for too long.
How do you know of Representative Nalene, Zero?
His words were much too casual. Joe swallowed hard, pinned by that predatory stare.
He wanted to interview me about Kegel.
The Dasha continued to give him a long, piercing look.
And why would you know anything about Commander Kegel?
Joe managed. Bakal got off his mat and took a step forward, head lowered, so that their eyes were almost on level.
I chose this regiment because I heard what Naren did to my old friend. I got here as fast as I could. Naren was shipped to Levrin without his talons or scales. I removed them myself. You understand what that means for Adasha?
Joe could guess. He swallowed hard.
Why?
Bakal rumbled, lowering his head further until his lips were almost touching Joe's abdomen and their eyes were level.
Would Representative Nalene wish to interview you about Kegel?
The intensity of the kapar was back. Joe cringed.
He gave me his kostya before he died.
Bakal twitched. It seemed like an eternity that Bakal just stared at him. Then, very slowly, Bakal said,
You're the reason he's dead.
There was no malice to his words, but Joe's guts twisted in fear anyway. Bakal examined him a moment longer, then twisted to glance up the stairs at the exit of the room. A moment later, he once again pinned Joe with his gaze.
Nalene approached you. When?
Though he knew his very life danced on his next words, Joe found it impossible to lie.
The night after the tribunal's inspection.
Bakal's gaze sharpened.
What did he want?
Trying not to tremble, Joe said,
He wanted to know if Kegel said anything to me about the fourfold prophecy.
Did he?
Bakal barked. Though his every instinct screamed at him to lie, Joe whispered,
Yes.
Bakal gave him a long, piercing look, then swiveled and stalked across the room. He paced for several minutes with no sound except the grinding tinkle of his claws sinking into the floor, breaking chunks of stone loose in his passage. Finally, Bakal swung back to face Joe and said,
It was not your testimony that condemned him. Your name was never even mentioned in the Peacemaker's logs. How much did you tell Nalene?
Joe swallowed, remembering Battlemaster Anier's warning about Dasha talons ripping through biosuits.
I told him that Kegel said that nobody tells the fourfold prophecy more than once.
Bakal froze, giving him an acute look.
That's all?
Joe nodded.
Was he satisfied with that?
Remembering the cold way the representative had dismissed him, Joe shook his head. Sharply, Bakal snapped,
Was there more Kegel told you, boy?
He said...
Joe swallowed, so scared he was shaking.
Tell me!
That it was my life or his array,
Joe whimpered. Something about the Dasha Prince did not allow for evasion or half-truths.
And he chose for you to live. Why?
He said he had hope the Trith was right. Something about the fall of Congress.
Bakal gave him a long, piercing look.
Well, at least you're not a total fag.
He let out a huge sigh and lowered his head disgustedly between his front legs.
Damn.
What does that mean?
Joe asked, hating the way his voice cracked. Bakal snorted.
It means nothing. The Trith make everyone else dance to their whims like puppets on a string. They never give the whole prophecy, and their words are self-fulfilling.
He gave Joe another long, hard look.
Have you told anyone else what you just told me?
Not exactly.
Not exactly?
I think Nebel knows. He asked me in private one day if Kegel had talked to me about the Trith.
When? How recently? Where?
Back on the ship.
What ship?
Coming from Earth. Please. I'm sorry.
The troop ship. Before you met Nalin.
Yes.
Joe managed, the Dash's harshness returning him to the instinctual terror that Naarin had etched into his being. Bakal seemed to relax entirely. He gave Joe a long look, then softly said,
Calm down, human. I'm not going to hurt you.
He almost sounded apologetic. Joe let out a sob of relief and clung to the table, his legs going weak. He could only nod in gratitude.
Sit down,
the Dasha prince commanded him gently. He padded to the far wall and sat down, facing him.
I'll keep my distance. Tell me the rest.
Joe gratefully sank into the chair.
It was a stupid mark on my arm. One of my groundmates got bored and started drawing on me with markers. It looked a lot like the image the Trith had given Kegel.
Looked like, or was?
Joe swallowed hard, remembering. Was, he admitted softly.
What else?
There wasn't much to tell. Joe shakily recounted everything he knew.
When we got to Kofat, Kegel took me out to the practice flats to kill me. But he decided not to. Gave me his Kostya to show Nebel his decision. Nebel made me wear it instead.
And where is the Kostya now?
Nebel has it. Trill made me take it off.
As he should have. You didn't earn it.
Nebel made me,
Joe babbled, sweating inside the biosuit.
I didn't want to, but he wanted me to...
Recognize Kegel's sacrifice. I understand.
He snorted deeply and turned to stare at the far wall, seemingly lost in thought. Eventually, he turned back to Joe and said,
You realize it is my duty to kill you, right, Zero?
Joe swallowed convulsively.
Why?
Because apparently the Trith are interested in you. If they've tied you to the fall of Congress, that's bad. A Trith cannot lie. Because of what they are, it destroys them.
He sighed and idly began raking up bits of gravel with his talons.
They don't, however, have to tell the whole prophecy, which allows them to make the future, because idiots like Nalin get involved, led around by their snouts like a harnessed techie.
Joe lowered his head, the slick heat of his sweat warming his skin under the biosuit.
Don't worry. Kegel went a little insane after the Trith visit, and I decided to do some research of my own. After all, who can tell a Dasha prince what to do?
Not very many, Joe thought. He still felt like pissing himself, just from the alien's proximity, all the way across the room.
As it turns out, the future is not a stagnant image, as everyone assumes. It's all probabilities. Computers could guess the future to extreme degrees of accuracy, if we ever made one powerful enough. Yet each sentient creature our Creator put in this playground we call life maintains its free will. He can choose. Even a damned techie has free will. They just choose
not to use it.
Muttering, he continued gouging stone from the floor.
But the future is just that. Probabilities. It can change. That the Trith have tied you to the fall of Congress merely means that the probability is that you will have a hand in it. Which means it's coming in your lifetime.
Eventually, Bakal stopped and got back to his feet.
The Trith are going to visit you, Joe. When they do, punch them in the face for me.
He made an irritated snort.
Until then, go schedule that meeting with Nalin on my behalf. His continued presence is annoying.
Joe flinched.
I don't know if I should do that. What will he do when he finds out how Nalin tried to claim me?
Your very first day, and you tell me to get somebody else?
Prince Bakal demanded, irritation thick in his voice.
I'll do it,
Joe said quickly.
While you're there, tell him I know why he's been making friends on the training committee. Now go. All this talk of Trith and white is making me angry.
Indeed, drops of neon orange spittle were spattering the ebony floor. All the way to the representative's tower, Joe wondered what Bakal would do to him if he found out about Kegel and Uil's rebels. The great Dasha had claimed to have been a friend of Kegel, yet something told Joe that Bakal would slaughter him, Uil, and every other rebel in an instant the moment he found out what Joe had been doing in his off-time. The thought was enough to make his palms sweaty on his walk to Representative Nalin's tower. At the base of Nalin's edifice, a lone white stood guarding a single elevator. At Joe's approach, he didn't even appear to show any interest at all.
I have a message for Representative Nalin,
Joe said, once he got within talking range. The white looked him up and down.
From who?
The disdain in the alien's words was enough to make Joe bristle.
Prince Bakal.
The white showed no reaction whatsoever. The downy white cilia covering his body remained as stagnant as death. For a long moment, the white said nothing. Then,
"Climb on."
He backed into the elevator and allowed Joe to enter. Joe stepped onto the platform and the white pressed the button. For what must have been close to 30 minutes, Joe rode from the base of the tower to the top-floor penthouse overlooking the city, enduring the white's flat, fishy stare the entire way. 2 more white met them at the top, and they escorted Joe from the top of the elevator to the blessedly fresh air inside the first set of heavy doors. The masses of treasure had been removed, the remnants tastefully used to decorate the outer chamber. Only the golden statue of the representative remained in place. Then, invisible hands grabbed Joe by the back of the shirt and dragged him through the lavish passageways, back to the room with the pool.
"Speak,"
Representative Nalin said once Joe had been shown to his chambers by the rough hands of Trith. He was in his water bath again, the wormy red appendage blossoming under the surface.
Prince Bakal would like to meet with you.
Would he? Representative Nalin said, sounding completely unconcerned. How interesting. Tell him I'm busy. He plucked another gelatinous disc from his dish and dropped it into the wriggling worms in his head. Take him away, please. Immediately, invisible Trith hands grabbed him again and started to drag him from the pool. The exchange had lasted no more than 15 seconds.
He knows why you've been making friends on the training committee,
Joe cried, terrified that his very first task in Bakal's service would end in total failure. It's a politician's job to make friends. As the Trith hesitated, the white sat up from his bath and stared at Joe with its huge, eerie, electric blue eyes. The wormy appendages in his forehead immediately began retracting back into his head. Tell him that. Also, tell him that a member of the tribunal does not caper to the whims of a mere secondary overseer and his human pet. Joe stared. Bakal's an overseer? Why is he still here? Nalin demanded. "Get rid of him." Joe bit his lip. Bakal was not going to like his message. As the Dreet began to tug him away, the White said, "Wait. You are the recruit they call Zero, aren't you?" Grimacing, Joe nodded. "Have you remembered anything about Kegel's prophecy yet, boy?" Joe swallowed hard.
"No, sir. I told you what he told me."
The White gave him a flat stare. "On second thought, tell your prince I will meet with him." The representative stood, his metallic clothing dripping into the vat beneath him. "I hear Bakal is as much of a loyalist as they come. He personally executed the last traitor he found in his ranks. Him and all of his friends." He flipped a wet, paddle-shaped tentacle at Joe. "But I'm busy for the next week or two. I'll have one of my assistants meet him with the date and time sometime tomorrow." Joe forced himself to smile. He'll be glad to hear it. He was shaking on his ascent back to Bakal's tower. How much did Nalin know? Had he been here the whole time, investigating? Had he had one of his assassins follow Joe when he went with Uil? Is that why he hadn't had Joe killed yet? Because he was leading them deeper into the enemy's ranks? He was in a cold sweat by the time he got back to Bakal.
Well, what did the Wahi White have to say?
"He'll meet with you. He'll send one of his assistants to discuss the date tomorrow."
Assistants. You have a lot to learn, Zero.
He indicated the table with his head.
Now, grab the info pad and take a seat. I have dictations.
Joe spent the rest of the night aiding Bakal in reviewing information from the regiment and taking notes on training expectations. These he delivered to the battalion commanders, who were as wide awake as he was in their apartments, writing reports on little pads. When Bakal was finished with him for the night, Joe wanted to go to Uil's meeting place and tell her to be careful, but knew, after the day's events, he'd only be putting her in more danger. Joe's heart began to pound as he stared out toward the empty building on the edge of Alishai. If they found Uil, they'd arrest Joe. Unless they were using him to get at someone bigger. Who was Uil working for? As of yet, the Ureki hadn't said. "I wish I could help you," Joe said to the empty sky. If Uil got caught, it would be Joe's fault. Joe had led Nalin to the Ureki. Just like Elf. With no response except the eerie howl of Furlee wind on the buildings around him, Joe returned to the barracks. It was a stalemate. With Joe leading them, 6th Battalion was finally holding its own. But then, so was Rat. Neither battalion, when it was on offense, could get past the tunnel entrances. Everyone was getting frustrated. Joe was sitting outside the barracks, picking at the inside of his headcom as he waited for Battlemaster Anier to bring his ground team down for breakfast, when Nebel stopped beside him.
"What are you doing, Zero?"
"Bakal's finished with me for tonight. I'm waiting for Anier to wake up the platoon for today's hunt."
"I meant with your headcom."
Joe glanced down at the thing in his hands and he winced. As he'd been sitting there, he'd absently pried up some of the padding. He quickly mashed it back down.
Nothing, sir."
Nebel turned to go. The thought that had nagged at Joe for days broke to the surface, and he cleared his throat.
"Battlemaster?"
Nebel turned back.
"What?"
"Is there some way to make a headcom broadcast to someone not on my team?"
The Ureki's gummy eyes narrowed instantly.
"Like who?"
Joe bit his lip.
"Like 2nd Battalion?"
Battlemaster gave him a cold, hard look.
"Now why in the Eshy hells would you want to talk to the enemy, Zero?"
"I don't want to talk to them. I want them to hear me talk."
For a long moment, Battlemaster Nebel simply stared at him, and Joe knew he was about to get clobbered. Then, without another word, Nebel simply walked off. In formation that afternoon, Nebel surprised them by telling them that, starting that afternoon, recruits would vote for their recruit battlemasters. The ceremony turned out to be relatively simple, except when the kids forgot who was in their platoon.
Anyone says 0 again, and I'm going to choke the living soot out of him. Pick someone in your platoon, you tacky bastards!
Maggie was grinning when Nebel stormed up to her.
You! Are you amused by this, recruit? Is there something funny about this situation that I somehow missed?
No, Battlemaster.
Her words came out in a giggle.
Really? Because I thought I saw you with a big, stupid grin on your face. Did your groundmate have a big, stupid grin on her face, 0?
I didn't see one, Battlemaster.
Then that makes you a liar, doesn't it, 0? Unless I misunderstood my lessons in human anatomy, a big, stupid grin means that she thought something was funny.
Must have misunderstood your lessons, sir.
Nebel's pupils narrowed to slits.
You must enjoy emptying chamber pots.
Joe winced. He was pretty sure congressional technology had ways to disintegrate bodily waste. But no, the Ureki saved it to use as punishment. Nebel went back to haranguing the platoons into choosing their leaders. When their turn came, every single recruit in Joe's platoon voted for him. As he stood there, stunned, he realized that Libby and all of his groundmates were grinning. When the ceremony was over, Nebel returned to the front of the battalion.
We've got another hunt tomorrow. 2nd Battalion's defending, so you tacky have the black. Bakal will be watching again, so make it look good. For the rest of the day, I want all of you to rest up for the hunt. Let's show our new commander what we can do for once. Dismissed. Except you, 0. You stay.
Grimacing, Joe waited while the rest of the battalion departed, wondering which set of chores it would be tonight.
Tomorrow,
Nebel said, shoving a headcom at him.
You're going to try something different with that fire-loving Trith LeGras. We're upping the ante, boy.
Nebel and LeGras, Joe had discovered, were both former long-term planetary ops veterans, and the two of them had begun a gentleman's game of screw the other Asher, and 2nd and 6th battalions were quickly becoming pawns in a superior officer grudge match.
We are?
Joe asked, gingerly taking the headcom.
Something I learned in planetary ops. All headcoms have the capacity to transmit on all frequencies. It's an internal governor and battery limitations that keep them in check. Your PPU, on the other hand.
Battlemaster Nebel brought out an utterly demolished PPU and handed it to him.
Has a battery that could power a cruise ship.
Staring down at them, Joe realized that he was looking at his PPU and his headcom. He felt a cold wave of dread.
LeGras rigged the Hawks to fail on our last hunt, and we got dumped a mile off course. So we didn't have enough time to fully entrench ourselves before 2nd arrived.
Joe frowned. He had been wondering why the Ureki had made them all walk to the tunnels.
He wants to use dirty tricks. 2 can play at that game. Everything you say will now be heard by both 6th and 2nd battalions. If anyone asks, your PPU accidentally got smashed, and certain parts accidentally wound up on the internal workings of the headcom.
With that, he turned to go.
Wait!
Joe cried. He stared at the headcom in his hands, suddenly feeling like it was a poisonous, fire-breathing snake.
They can hear me? Everything? Isn't that a bad thing?
The last thing he wanted 2nd to do was to hear him give all of his commands.
I meant just something I could turn on and off, you know?
Nebel gave him a long, flat stare.
What am I supposed to do with this? How am I supposed to lead the battalion if they can hear me?
Figure it out. I'm supplying accidents, not a replacement for a small simian brain.
Then he turned and left Joe there, anxiously staring at his dismantled gear. That evening, after Anier locked up the barracks, Joe brought out his headcom and showed it to his friends.
Nebel said 2nd would be able to hear me tomorrow,
Joe said, after they had hissed at the damage done to it. Maybe we could use that. Libby gave his headcom a dubious look.
You want them to hear you giving commands on the hunt?
I don't know, Joe said, still perplexed by Nebel's all-out ruining of his helmet. Maybe you could lead this hunt, Libby. I could be a decoy, give them all the wrong ideas.
Rat's not stupid. She'll see nobody's listening to you.
You got a better idea? I'd like to make it count, because I think they're going to take the headcom from me as soon as they figure out what Nebel did to it, and Anir is going to really thrash me for that PPU. Take a look. Nebel ripped it apart. Libby fell into a mournful silence when Joe brought out the ruined PPU.
Damn. So how the hell do we fight like this? We need you, Joe.
It was Scott who said,
Well, soot. I got an idea, Joe.
He was still frowning at Joe's headcom.
Why don't we make the whole battalion a decoy?
The plaza was alive with the roar of bored recruits. 6th Battalion wore black, and nearby, dressed in white, 2nd was waiting for its pickup.
You ready, Joe?
Scott whispered. Joe nodded. He slipped his headcom over his skull and said,
Well, sure, but girls don't really know what a guy wants in bed. I'd take guy-on-guy action over a girl any day.
The plaza suddenly went silent. Joe blundered on.
Besides, guys are just downright sexier. That tank guy especially, he's a burning stud. Have you seen those pecs? Who'd you rather be looking up at? I mean, really.
I don't know,
Libby said.
I kind of like Rat.
Joe froze, trying to figure out if she was serious. Libby winked. Clearing his throat, Joe said,
Yeah, I guess she's okay. We're gonna kick her ass today, though. I've got it all planned out. They'll totally never... God damn. This thing's been giving me a headache ever since Maggie threw it off the balcony. Ash. Thanks a lot, Mag.
He wrenched his headcom off and glared down at it. Behind him, 2nd Battalion was riveted in place, staring in his direction. Rat was leaning forward, waiting for him to say more. Joe sat down and rested his headcom on a knee.
I think it's working,
Scott said, grinning as he sat down beside him.
They're all staring at you, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe could feel them. My back's itching like hell. The defenders left first to go prepare the tunnels for invaders. When Anier came to get the platoon with the attackers' hawk, Joe and Libby held back, waiting to board until very last. Then Anier lifted off and they were skimming down the road toward the hunt. Scott and Carl stood directly behind Anier, so when they got into a shoving match, they almost bumped him off the hawk.
What in the three hells?
Anier snapped, rounding on them.
What are you sootbags doing?
Scott was amazingly red-faced, considering they had planned it out the night before.
I want a different squad. I can't stand being in the same one with this redneck Asher any longer. I saw him screwing a tacky the other day, just like his dog back when he lived in Alabama.
Carl threw down his headcom and the two of them got into an all-out brawl, assisted by half the platoon. Caught in the middle of it, Anier never saw Libby get on her stomach. Then, with a grin at Joe, she rolled under the gate and off the back of the hawk, alone. When the Ureki finally got the platform moving again, he was furious, cursing them with a mastery of Kongi that even Lennon would have found impressive.
Main force is following at a run,
Libby said once they were out of sight.
All right. Everyone stick to the plan. The decoy will attempt to draw their attention while the main force makes a tunnel incursion. The decoy's got to make it look real, though, so don't do anything stupid, got it?
Every kid standing on the hawk nodded, while Anier drove on, oblivious.
Okay, Joe said, seeing the clearing ahead of them. We're coming up on the drop-off. Everyone get ready. Decoy, get ready to do your thing.
When Anier set them down, they all hurtled to the railing of the hawk, having long ago learned that to wait to file out the back was to get shot by 2nd Battalion snipers. While Joe and the rest of 6th Battalion secured a corner of the battlefield, Scott, Carl, Maggie, and 4 other members of their squad crept across the field, keeping low to avoid being seen. When they were in position, Scott said,
Ready.
How are we doing?
Main force selected a tunnel,
Libby said.
Waiting on decoy.
Go, Scott. Main force is waiting on you.
Moments later, Joe heard the sucking thwap of gunfire. He waited several minutes, then said,
Main force, go!
He lunged up and raced across the battlefield, jumping into a deep den tunnel and opening fire on the defenders inside. The rest of 6th Battalion followed, and they pushed deeper, allowing 2nd Battalion to close them in from behind.
They've got us surrounded. Everyone dig in. Main force has still got a chance.
Affirmative. They haven't seen me yet.
Joe had the rest of 6th Battalion make a wall of bodies blocking either end of the tunnel, and they hunkered down inside. There they sat. For hours.
Real brilliant plan, Zero!
Rat called from somewhere deeper in the tunnel.
A burning frontal assault! How stupid can you get? Your decoy's all dead and your main force is pinned. You might as well give up now!
Main force needs a distraction,
Libby said.
Looking at the flag and 2 defenders right now. Rest of ground team got called back. Rat's going to blitz you.
Hunkered against the wall of bodies, Joe nodded at the remnants of 6th Battalion.
All right, main force, here we go.
He leapt up and led 6th Battalion in an all-out charge toward the deep den, screaming every command he knew. Despite the confusion Joe broadcasted over the headcom, the fighting was intense. His comrades began dropping all around him, and Joe began to worry that he'd been premature in making his charge. The attackers kept dwindling, with White hitting them from both directions. Then Joe and Rat were face to face. Rat was grinning. She raised her rifle. Joe was grappling with another defender, unable to lift his weapon.
You're such a ferg, Zero.
Rat laughed.
Next time, bring your diapers.
Then Libby said,
Main force is on the surface. Got the flag in my hand.
Joe grinned as Rat shot him in the face. When the medics revived them, Nebel immediately gave the entire battalion 2 whole days off. Halfway through the second day, when they entered the chow hall, their tables were laid out with hot platters of roast beef and turkey, still steaming from the oven. Buckets sat beside the trays, filled to the brim with mashed potatoes and gravy. Macaroni and cheese lay piled behind those, and milk and apple juice shared table space with more alcohol and candy than Joe had ever seen in his life. Before he allowed them to sit down, Battlemaster Nebel made them recite the ground team prayer. Joe held hands with the others and recited it with the others, his eyes as wide as theirs as he stared at the feast before them.
I am a grounder. This is my groundmate. Apart, we are nothing. Together, we are a ground team. I will never abandon my ground team, and my ground team will never abandon me. I will live with my groundmates, fight with my groundmates, and when I die, my essence will be carried on by my surviving groundmates. I will obey the commands of my ground leader without question. I am a grounder.
Enjoy, you techie bastards,
Nebel said.
Prince Bakal thought you should have a reward for whipping second. It was a real pain in the ass to get it to. The training committee wouldn't pay for it, so your overseer provided it out of his own pocket. I'm not going to even try to explain to you how much that costs.
Battlemaster Nebel started to leave, then turned back with a dubious look at the vodka and whiskey.
Oh, and watch how much of that stuff you drink. It is said that this is what humans use to celebrate. But from everything I've read, it has some extremely undesirable after effects. So imbibe your spoils in moderation. I'm putting you back to work tomorrow, whether your head hurts or not. Got it?
900 kids shouted.
Kakai, Battlemaster!
Keep them in line, Zero.
Nebel snapped.
Kakai, Battlemaster!
Joe replied. Grunting, Nebel gave them all one last, long look, then left. The next morning, Joe could barely move without vomiting. It had been his first taste of alcohol, and Joe, like every other kid there, drank himself stupid before he'd realized what he'd done. He had taken a brief detour on his way to the chow hall to puke in privacy when a shadow made him glance up from the diamond gravel. Joe swallowed down bile, hoping it wasn't a battlemaster. It wasn't. The creature had tiny limbs, its spindly legs looking utterly incapable of holding up the rest of its mass. Its skin was pale and gray, its head impossibly huge and egg-shaped, its mouth a tiny button in an invisible chin. It was the eyes, though, that made Joe stop breathing. They were utterly black, showing not a gleam of wetness. Peering into them was like peering into the night sky, one swept clean of stars, leaving just the void. It's a Trith. His skin became awash in hard, painful goosebumps. Joe scuttled backwards on his hands, staring up at the thing in horror. The Trith took a step towards him, focused on his face.
Joe Dobbs, son of Harold, brother of Sam. As all creatures dance on the strings of fate, so shall you.
Joe's mouth fell open. The thought had not been his own.
Your future has been written.
The Trith's midnight eyes continued to hold his, drawing him in like black wells of gravity.
Your life will follow the path it was given.
Joe felt himself losing his sense of self, becoming a part of the creature in front of him, completely helpless to stop it.
Eventually, you must face your destiny.
The gravity wells of the Trith's eyes tugged him deeper, surrounding and crushing him on all sides, reducing him to a pinprick of light in a mass of inky blackness.
For fate decided, you will shatter Congress, Joe.
As the endless black pits of the Trith's eyes became Joe's whole world, he had the utterly humbling knowledge that he was just a tiny speck in a universe, his existence insignificant in the face of the bigger picture.
Fate decided, you will shatter Congress, Joe.
The Trith repeated, like a gong going off inside eternity. Joe felt the void closing in on him, assailing him from all sides, its sheer vastness threatening to stamp out the tiny speck that was himself. Heavy silence reigned absolute after the Trith's final words, and Joe panicked, lost in the unyielding, inky depths that surrounded him. For long moments, Joe felt nothing, saw nothing, experienced nothing but his own terror. Then, into the darkness, the Trith spoke again.
You will try to fight it, but invariably, your path will lead to the same end.
Then Joe's paralysis broke, and the Trith was gone. Chapter 34. Visions of Trith. Weeks later, on his way to Prince Bakal's chambers, Joe glared up at the brightly clothed Ureki going about their business in the Furlee Towers. Not a single one wore black. Instead, they wore dasha scales, long strings of glittering beads, flowing red and yellow and pink cloth, elegant fringed scarves and sashes, ornamental headdresses, spined blue plumes, runed bones, vibrant silken gauzes, crystals, precious metals, and even peacock feathers.
I'll bet they have flushing toilets,
Joe thought disgustedly as he walked.
The pampered bastards.
Staring up at them, Joe realized Uil wasn't any different.
She doesn't know what we have to go through. She's got her plush room, her fancy equipment, and her soft clothes. She doesn't know what it's like to breathe diamond dirt while trying not to get shot, or what it's like to die every other day just to be brought back to life so we can do it again the next time. She's like all the rest. She's soft.
Then, a small, logical voice reminded him,
Yes, but she's the only one who wants to help you get out of here.
Just that afternoon, Uil had laid out her plan to get Joe off of Kofat. 3 rotations from now, he had to rendezvous with Uil's companions in the abandoned Furlee. Uil had said Joe could bring his ground team, but Joe was still debating that. Maggie seemed to be enjoying her new life, especially now that Nebel was in charge. Scott was the type of person who could be happy whether he was living the high life in a fancy hotel ballroom or digging dirt out from under his thumbnails after a hunt. Libby was the real problem. He knew nothing in the world would get her to go with him, and he suspected that, despite their budding relationship, She would turn him over to Nebel the instant she caught a whiff of what he was really doing with Uil. Prince Bakal was in a foul mood when Joe entered his den. Joe recognized the Dasha's body language and immediately felt a spasm of fear. This was what Naaran had looked like right before he began eating slaves.
"Come in,"
Bakal barked.
"Sit down."
Joe swallowed hard and obeyed. Then he stiffened, remembering. The prince had met with Representative Nalin that morning. What had Nalin told him about Kegel? Did Bakal know about Joe's relationship with Uil? Bakal said nothing about it, and instead frothed and panted as he dictated his notes, digging his talons into the stone floor like it was made of wet clay. His fury was a palpable thickness in the air, one that left Joe sick with terror as he sat there, trapped. Even in the biosuit, his hands were shaking. Prince Bakal stopped suddenly, leveling his cold emerald gaze on Joe. For the first time since meeting the Dasha, Joe lowered his eyes. Bakal deflated suddenly.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was frightening you.
Joe said nothing, wondering if it was a trick. The Dasha's anger still permeated the room, and he didn't dare glance up. Bakal gave him a long look, then let out an explosive sigh. His breath, unlike Naaran's, did not stink of rotting meat. When Joe had asked, beating around the bush for a full hour before he was able to delicately make his question clear, Bakal had simply laughed.
I eat nutrient cakes, much less messy.
At the time, Joe had found himself unable to believe it. He could not conceive of a Dasha eating anything other than living, breathing beings that could at least scream before they were bitten in half. Now, though...
The training committee put our regiment under observation despite our recent successes,
Bakal said, with a rumble of frustration.
Any more screw-ups and they're commissioning a Jahul auction house to sell the entire regiment.
As Joe stared, the Dasha began to pace again.
Further, it seems that Ulrike Eschol I had deported somehow knew a corps director. He's been installed as Prince Rethaven's replacement.
Prince Rethaven? Joe asked. Naaran's father?
Kovati peacemakers finally found their teeth and raided Rethaven's den. They're shipping him to Levrin for questioning. They believe the Ferg was involved in an insurgent movement here on Kofat, and that the rebels are actively recruiting amongst our ranks.
Joe felt his face flush with guilt under his biosuit. Prince Bakal let out another massive sigh.
If I'd known Naaran was the son of that slime, I would have killed him instead of wasting the time dragging him out of here for detainment. Traitors breed traitors. It's in the blood.
Traitors breed traitors. Joe glanced down at his hands, remembering a swirl of smoke and darkness, the sound of rifle fire. Dad wasn't a traitor. Once he'd calmed himself, Bakal resumed dictating progress reports to the training committee and the human overseer of Kofat, now the same Commander Trill that had once run 6th Battalion. Bakal said nothing about his meeting with Nalin, and Joe began to suspect that the representative had indeed told him something damning. It was a gnawing fear that aided him until he finally had to ask how the meeting had gone.
Representative Nalin?
Bakal asked, giving Joe an odd look.
Why would you care?
Just curious. He seems like an Asher. Prince Bakal clicked his teeth in amusement.
Yes, it went poorly. The Ferg tried to impress me with his pet Trith, and I had to show him I'm not Naaran. He's convinced the training committee to order a mandatory gathering of all congressional personnel working with humans so we can share our experiences and offer advice.
Sounds like a good idea.
It's typical bureaucratic crap. They always feel they have to sink their claws in things, meddle where they don't belong. The Congressional Army has been fully functioning for over 2 million terms now. There's nothing some self-important politician is going to come up with that we haven't already considered. Not only do I already correspond with the other commanders daily, but we share all human training statistics and have a database on training methods versus end results. But the Kofati Training Committee is so starry-eyed that a tribunal member has shown an interest that it'll give him anything he wants. He wants us to meet with each other. And do what? No one will be able to get a word in. There are so many of us. Where do we start? Will they sort us by species? If not, half the gathering is going to end up killing the other half. I hear a contingent of Trith has been training one human regiment while the white have taken another. It's going to be a huge bloodbath.
Joe finished taking his dictations with an increasing feeling of dread lumping in the pit of his stomach. He thought of the Trith's prophecy. He knew, without a doubt, that Bakal would kill him if he ever discovered Joe was meant to end Congress.
A Trith never gives the whole prophecy.
Kegel's words returned to him. Maybe it was a ploy. Maybe it was a lie. A half-truth. No, Joe thought, once again thinking of Elf, of Monk, of the millions of children that had been kidnapped to become alien slaves. He felt hot anger rising in his gut. He would end this, and Uil was going to help him. Joe was lost in thought when Scott caught him on the way back to the barracks.
Hey, I was looking for you.
You in trouble? Joe asked, worried by the paleness of Scott's face.
No,
Scott bit his lip and gave a nervous laugh.
This is going to sound really stupid, Joe, but I think I had a Trith visit me.
Joe felt his blood run cold.
Yeah,
Scott said, running his hand over his bald head nervously.
Weird, I know. What he said was even weirder. At least I think he said it. Soot, it's so crazy. Like I was floating in space.
He broke off, giving Joe an anxious look. Tell me. Scott's eyes were full of fear.
He said, "You're gonna destroy Congress, Joe."
Chapter 35. It's in the blood. The day before Joe was supposed to meet with Uil, he found it hard to concentrate on anything. He fumbled his orders during drills and spaced out to the point that Battlemaster Anir sent him to medical to receive another dose of Bakal's drug and take the rest of the day off. Joe spent the next 3 hours lying in bed, staring at the low ceiling. He was not tired in the least, and sometimes missed being able to close his eyes and fall asleep. Still, he was finding his time with Prince Bakal enjoyable, especially when the Dasha told stories of his long life in the military. Bakal's company was enough to make Joe begin to regret telling Uil he would leave with her. He was learning so much. The Dasha was opening up whole new worlds for him, discoursing for hours in politics, science, history, war, philosophy. And there was much to learn. Bakal had lived a full 960 turns, ancient for a Dasha. Despite the fact that they could continue to grow indefinitely, like the Trith, Bakal's species tended to kill each other off long before they could meet that potential. Also, like the Trith, that Bakal had lived almost a millennium was amazing. Even more chilling was the fact he had declared Kapar with over 5,000 worthy opponents, won them all, and every bested foe continued to serve him to this day, making him one of the most powerful Dasha princes in Congress. Further, he had helped fight down 6 Dasha rebellions and quelled further resistances in all corners of the known universe. Bakal's war stories were as good as his father's. It was the stories of Dasha uprisings that left Joe with a wash of dread, though. From what Bakal described, they were terrifying things, all-out slaughters that decimated the numbers on each side, leaving enormous swaths of the galaxy annihilated, whole, prosperous, high-tech planets thrown back into their dark ages for centuries to come. A Dasha prince would have his Taki dig a deep den on a planet, and with that as his base, the prince and his sons would carve out all resistance from the planet in a matter of weeks.
There's going to be another one soon,
Bakal said one evening, while Joe was busy copying notes. Joe looked up. Another what, sir?
Rebellion. The problem is a prophecy, Joe.
Joe felt his heart skip. Swallowing, he said, Sir?
There is a legend amongst the Dasha. Something that has been with our people for many hundreds of thousands of years.
He swung to give Joe a long look.
It is the prophecy of a great leader, one who will unite and liberate the Dasha, the Valin.
Joe's heart began to pound, but he managed to nod.
The Dasha Valin is foretold to free the Dasha of their mass servitude to a tyrannical, archaic system. It is said he will be the greatest mind the Dasha have ever seen, and that he will lead our people into the greatest war that the universe has ever endured, followed by giving us the greatest peace our world has ever imagined.
Joe's heart hammered at the parallels between this and what the Trith had told him. Was he supposed to lead the Dasha? Wasn't that like a rabbit leading a horde of wolves? Prince Bakal was pacing now.
The problem is that the prophecy gives no clan name, no place of birth. It says he will be dark of color, and alone, and forgotten.
Joe didn't need to glance down at his biosuit to know he was, at the moment, pretty damn dark. He swallowed hard. Bakal, however, went on as if he didn't even see Joe's inky black biosuit.
The legend of the Valin has been tearing our society apart at the seams for eons. Rethaven is not the only Dasha with aspirations. I can only pray the next rises up near the outer line. If Kofat had rebelled...
He swiped wicked black talons at empty air.
It contains over 2,000 deep dens carved out for training sessions. Kolianut would have been forced to destroy the entire planet. 30 billion Ureki, 9 billion Ueshi, 2 billion Jahul. Dead because some tacky fucking Ferg decided he wasn't making enough off of his protection fees.
Bakal slumped to the floor with a clatter of metallic scales.
Sometimes I am ashamed of my kind. Truly ashamed.
Would they really destroy the entire planet? Joe asked. Bakal leveled his unreadable emerald stare on Joe, making his spine itch.
I don't know if you have been told this yet, Zero, but Kofat is a storage center for weapons designed to work against every species known to Congress. It is one of 6 such planets, and if any of these planets ever falls into enemy hands, Protocol gives the army 3 days to get it back under congressional control, or it will be destroyed, along with everyone on it.
Joe felt a cold chill crawl down his spine. An entire planet?
The alternative is worse. With the weapons Congress has stored in these depots, rebels could eradicate 1,000 planets just like it. And they would, too. Most rebels are mindless zealots who simply want to do as much damage as they can before they are found and killed. They don't realize that Congress is the glue holding the universe together. They just want to destroy.
Remembering his date with Uil, and how Uil had excitedly talked about doing exactly that, Joe stared at his hands.
It's not too late to change your mind, Joe.
At the Dash's calm, matter-of-fact statement, Joe's head snapped up. Change my... Then in that moment, looking into Bakal's emerald eyes, Joe knew that Bakal knew about Uil. His breath caught in his throat, and his face flushed with panic. He found it impossible to deny it, and 1,000 excuses rose to his lips. But he just lowered his head and waited for the Dasha to finish him. Instead of condemning him, Prince Bakal leaned forward and said,
You are one of the most gifted warriors I have ever met. You lead your recruits like you were born to do it, and if one was to believe some of my comrades, you were.
Joe just shook his head.
It's true. It's why the rebels want you.
Joe's chest tightened, and he hunched further in on himself, the words hovering out in the open like a headsman's axe.
I know it's a difficult decision. When I was first drafted, I hated Congress. If someone had given me a button to annihilate it all, I would have pushed it. It got easier, though. A few turns after graduation, I realized that ours is the most important job in the universe. The universe is highly unstable, a delicate ecosystem constantly teetering on the verge of collapse. The army is the net that binds Congress together. Should we fail in our duties, everything in it will collide with such force that once the dust clears, there will be nothing left.
Joe sank in on himself further, misery overwhelming him. Sorry, he whispered. Bakal huffed.
I must cater to the whims of politicians tomorrow. The Kofati Training Committee dances to Nalin's demands like an airsy puppet. I'll be gone for 2 days. If you're still here when I return, I will ask you to help us dismantle the rebel hive that has been wooing you and about 50 other recruits from our regiment. If you are gone, I'll add your name to the list of known traitors and send all of your friends to Levrin for questioning. But Zero.
Bakal paused, waiting for him to look up.
You'll be here when I get back.
Joe felt so ashamed to have betrayed Bakal that he could barely breathe. The prince's lack of anger made it worse.
Do you want to know why?
Joe couldn't lift his eyes off the ground.
You'll stay, because Naren was just one of trillions. Each one of those would love to own their own planets and populate them with slaves. When peacemakers captured Rethaven, it took 3,000 Ureki lives to roust one Dosha prince and his 3 youngest children from a single tower. Not even a deep den. 9,000 more Ureki were badly injured in the fight.
The Dasha paused, giving Joe a long look.
You'll stay, because a pathetic, ragtag group of Ureki teenagers might have grand plans for a universe without Congress. But they forget the Dasha.
Joe swallowed hard.
Only Dasha can control Dasha Zero. For that, we need Congress.
Joe just nodded. Bakal gave him a moment to digest that. Eventually, he went on.
I can always judge a soldier's character. I look at Trill and I see a misguided idealist, but one with good intentions. He will make a good leader in 20 or 30 turns, as soon as he realizes there's a difference between life and the classroom. Nebel is too honorable to retake Prime, despite how much good he would do the army if he did. He is an excellent soldier, but due to his inability to bend, he is unsuited to anything beyond the battalion command. You know what I see when I look at you, Zero?
A traitor. Joe stared at his hands in shame.
I look at you, and I see myself 800 turns ago. You were Kongi, Zero. I hope you realize that before they force you to decide.
Joe still couldn't speak, so deep was his disgrace. Bakal got up and started walking towards the exit. At the base of the stairs, he stopped and turned back.
I have no doubts in my mind that there will be a Dasha Valin. Until the true Valin makes himself known to us, though, it is our duty to keep his usurpers from destroying the universe that rightfully belongs to him.
Then, with a parting look at Joe, Bakal climbed the steps and left him sitting there, staring at his lap. That afternoon, Bakal boarded the shuttle to take him to the mandatory training meeting, taking all of the ranking Ureki commanders and battlemasters with him. Out of all of 6th Battalion, only Battlemaster Anir remained. Instead of battalion drills, Anir gave every platoon a different task to do, then assigned free time after that. Joe spent the first half of the day raking the plaza with his friends, then found a quiet place to sit and think. Uil was expecting him that night. This was his chance. Bakal had said that the Trith couldn't lie. If Joe helped the rebels, he could put an end to the draft. He could go home. But Bakal's words haunted him. What would they do about the Dasha? Just the mere thought of fighting on the opposite side as Bakal made the hairs on Joe's arms raise. He didn't want to betray his friend. Were there really trillions of Dasha out there? Had Uil and her friends thought about that? The more Joe considered it, the more he realized Bakal was right. Uil, despite her startlingly vast knowledge on military workings and tactics, was just an alien dropout. Against an organized force like the Congressional Army, they would be annihilated. Dad would want me to fight. That single thought made everything Joe knew come to a crashing halt. Even now, his father's words came back to him as he stood over the ironing board, his arms moving in slow, deliberate motions as he ironed his sleeves. Sometimes you've got to stand up for yourself, even when you know you ain't got a chance. I've got to do something. Congress doesn't do enough to stop Dasha like Naren from hurting people. There has to be a better way. And there was, with Uil. shattering Congress, like the Trith had foretold. Right? What would happen if they shattered Congress? That nagging sense of unease disturbed him. Bacall had lived centuries. He'd fought on dozens of planets. If he didn't think there was a way to control the Dasha, what hope did Uil and her friends have, really?
But how will I know if we don't try?
Perhaps it was that very mentality that kept the Dasha secure on their pedestals. Perhaps everyone was just too afraid. It was the memory of Elf's scream as Narin ripped him apart that decided for him. Joe was trying to figure out how to get Libby to go with him when Scott found him sitting against the Hawk Depot.
Kind of weird without the Battlemasters here, isn't it?
Scott said. He grinned.
Maggie and Carl are talking about writing a thank you note for that tribunal guy. It's the most time we've had off since we got Second's flag.
Scott hesitated, his smile fading as his gaze flickered across Joe's face.
What's wrong?
Joe took a deep breath.
Battlemaster Anier's planning a night raid against 2nd Battalion tonight. 1 ground team only. We're supposed to capture their Battlemaster and bring him back.
Scott frowned.
Which one? That rat girl?
No,
Joe said, shaking his head.
Their Battlemaster. Gokley.
Scott's eyes widened to the whites.
Gokley? He'd kill us all.
The Battlemaster's made a bet or something, Joe said, shrugging. Anyway, it won't be hard. He'll be traveling outside the city all alone.
Scott glanced both ways and crouched in front of him.
You're serious? What do we do with him once we have him?
Beats me. Anier will give him soot, I suppose.
Wow,
Scott said, shaking his head.
Wow.
He gave Joe a curious look.
Does this mean we get to use our biosuits?
Hell yeah,
Joe said, relieved Scott was buying the story.
You think I'd let you guys tackle an Ureki without them?
Scott rubbed the back of his neck and shook his head.
I don't know, Joe. That sounds pretty damn stupid. Isn't Gokley, so far above Anier on the food chain he could kill him by taking a crap?
You don't want to do it, I'll get somebody else.
No, I'll do it. It's just a little crazy, that's all.
That's why he wants us.
Yeah,
Scott said, his face stretching in another grin.
Makes sense.
Meet me outside the barracks after chow. Don't tell anybody. I don't want it getting back to Gokley.
Sure. I'll be there.
They're letting you use a hawk?
Maggie whispered, her eyes round with awe.
I didn't know they taught you to drive one of those, Joe.
Bacall taught me so I can deliver messages faster,
Joe lied. He hot-wired the hawk and gave a little sigh of relief as it lifted off the ground. Nervous, Joe reached up to wipe the perspiration from his brow. He froze when he realized Libby was watching him. She hadn't said a single thing all night.
So, here we go.
Joe brought the hawk off the ground, and Maggie let out a gleeful squeal.
Quiet, Mag,
Joe said, glancing anxiously at the barracks.
It's a secret raid.
Sorry,
Maggie whispered, looking like he'd slapped her. In minutes, they were skimming over the veiny red masses of fir-lee branches, circling around the road where Joe was supposed to meet Uil's companions. Up ahead, through the tangled limbs, Joe saw a hawk sitting on the road, its pilot standing beside it. Joe brought them down upon a fir-lee branch. He took out his spotting scope and trained it upon the Ureki in the road.
Is that him?
Maggie asked excitedly.
No.
It was the first thing Libby had said since Joe had told them about the raid. She looked away from the pilot and fixed her gaze on Joe once more, her brown eyes hard. Joe lowered his scope, trying to stay calm. Where was the pilot's companion? Uil had told him at least 2 rebels would meet him on the road. Joe didn't want to approach his contact without at least 2 Ureki to help subdue Libby. He was pretty sure Maggie and Scott would do whatever he wanted. But Libby would fight. He knew it as well as he knew anything. And he loved her for it. He would have left her behind, but he knew Bacall would give her to the peacemakers if he did.
What are we waiting for, Joe?
Libby asked. Her brown eyes were piercing, as if she knew his purpose and was just waiting for him to confirm it. Joe shook that suspicion out of his mind.
This looks like a good place to ambush Gokley. I'm just wondering what that Ureki is doing just standing down there.
He doesn't look like a civilian, Scott said. He's wearing black. What if he knows we're not supposed to be out of the barracks and gets us in trouble? He's right, Libby said. This is a bad spot. He looks like he's heading out of the city, so we should move closer to Ali Shai.
We'll stay a little while longer. Maybe he'll move.
What he was really hoping for was another rebel to show up to help him keep Libby from killing them all. But he couldn't tell them that. 2 hours passed without another rebel appearing, and Joe could tell the Ureki on the ground was getting anxious. Scott and Maggie retired to catch some sleep stretched out on the fir-lee branch, but Libby stayed awake to watch the road.
He's not moving, Joe. Maybe he knows we're coming after Gokley. What if he's a peacemaker?
For the first time in ages, Joe heard a hint of fear in her voice. He frowned at her, then back down at the Ureki rebel.
He's not a peacemaker. He's just some guy whose hawk broke down.
He's waiting for something. Look at the way he's standing. If his hawk broke, he would have called for help. He's watching the road. What if Anir set us up? What if he's a peacemaker?
Why would he be a peacemaker? That doesn't make sense.
It does,
Libby whispered. There was real fear in her eyes now.
A Trith visited me that night Bakal bought us the feast.
Joe's breath caught in his chest. Libby looked into his eyes. Tears formed on her cheeks, but she held his gaze.
He said...
She shook her head and looked away. Joe caught her arm, blood thundering in his ears.
He said what?
The hurt in Libby's eyes was enough to tell him the truth.
I can't say it, Joe. I don't believe it.
He told her I'm going to shatter Congress. She thinks I'm a traitor.
Joe glanced down at the Ureki on the road.
Well, you are, aren't you? Dad wasn't a traitor.
That solid realization made his gut twist. He didn't know who he owed his loyalties to anymore. Was it Earth, who had handed over its kids without a fight? Or was it Congress, who stood between Earth and the Dasha? Or was it the aliens in the army who helped him, kept him alive, gave him guidance? Aliens like Nebel and Kegel and Bakal? If it was them, did he stay with Nebel and Bakal, who seemed to believe the army was the only way to keep the Dasha at bay? Or did he go with Uil, who had Kegel's confidence before he died? Joe's eyes fell back on Libby. Or did his loyalties lie somewhere else entirely? Quietly, Libby said,
I thought I was dreaming. But Maggie saw him too.
She did,
Joe croaked.
Not Maggie too.
Haven't you noticed how weird she's been acting lately? She threw that girl off the second-floor balcony for getting in her way.
Joe had been wondering about that.
What did the Trith tell her?
Joe asked softly.
She wouldn't tell me,
Libby said, eyeing him.
He say anything to you, Joe?
Fate decided you will shatter Congress, Joe.
No, Joe said. He turned and looked down at the Ureki rebel on the road.
You will try to fight it, but invariably, your path will lead to the same end.
Joe watched the Ureki fidget nervously in the dark. The hawk was there, the offer open. He could leave at any time. He could be free. He could return to Earth and see his family again. All he had to do was show himself.
I'm gonna go talk to Maggie. Watch the road a sec.
Joe got up and found Maggie and Scott sitting together, trying to stay awake.
Is Gokley here?
Maggie asked.
Not yet.
Joe sat down beside them and took a deep breath. Quietly, so Libby could not hear, he said,
Guys, if you had the chance to go home, would you take it?
He was staring down at his father's Swiss Army knife. He had pulled it out of his vest and had started rubbing it unconsciously.
You mean back to the barracks?
Maggie asked.
No,
Scott said, yawning.
I think he means Earth.
Joe nodded. Maggie laughed.
We're not going home, Joe.
But if you could go home, would you do it?
Maggie's amusement faded.
You mean leave the army?
Yeah.
Maggie stared at him darkly, saying nothing.
So? Would you go?
Sure,
Scott said. Joe felt himself relax a little.
As long as you could give me my old body back. My friends back home aren't grown-ups, and my parents won't recognize me like this.
Joe was surprised.
You'd stay because of that?
Scott shrugged.
They'd expect me to be a kid again. I'm not.
Joe realized he was serious. Guilt lanced through him. He'd simply assumed he'd want to go. The Trith had told him he'd shatter Congress, but he hadn't said his friends would have to help. He could just send Scott back to Ali Shai with Libby and take Maggie with him.
What about you, Mag?
My friends are here,
Maggie said.
I don't even remember what my mom looked like.
We're everything she's got.
Joe wrapped his father's knife in a fist.
Burn the Trith. They don't know everything.
Let's go, Joe said loudly, standing.
You're right. Gokley's not coming.
Chapter 36. War with the White. Joe was lying in bed, unable to sleep due to Bakal's drugs, when a horn sounded suddenly outside the barracks, loud enough to vibrate the stone.
What's that?
Scott asked, sitting up in bed.
I don't know,
Joe said.
Never heard anything like it before.
Sounds like the call to regiment formation,
Libby said.
Except it's still going.
The Ureki are all gone and our barracks are locked. How do they expect us to get to formation?
Maybe they think everybody knows how to open the doors now,
Maggie said. The sound stopped suddenly, leaving the entire barracks in a wave of whispers. Outside, an explosion sounded, rattling their rifles and their lockers. 2 more followed, one right after the other.
What is it?
Maggie whispered.
I don't know. But everybody get your biosuits on, right now.
They heard no more commotion while they suited up, but as they were gathering their gear, an explosion knocked them off their feet. It was followed by a deep, powerful rumbling. Joe's heart skipped a beat. He'd heard that sound before, in school. His teacher had spent the week studying the Andes Mountains, and she'd shown them a film documenting the perils of mountaineering. The sound outside was the sound of an avalanche. Joe ran to the door and punched in the code to open it. As soon as he did, he stepped outside onto the balcony and froze. Half of the barracks was missing. It had sheared off from Joe's half and lay in an enormous black jumble on the ground. Below, over the jagged edge of the balcony where it sheared off beneath his feet, Joe could see an arm sticking out from the debris.
Everybody out! Get down the stairs! Move!
Joe ran back inside and grabbed his rifle and his gear. As Libby ran out and took in the situation below, he went to the closest barracks door, 9th Platoon's, and opened it. The kids were still in their big circular beds, trying to sleep.
Get your biosuits and get out of here! The barracks is caving in!
He continued his circuit around the remaining half of the barracks, opening those doors that remained on his level. Some of the kids were ready, waiting to be released, but most had simply gone back to sleep. Joe got them all up and ushered them down the stairs, stopping when he reached the jagged edge of the other side. 5th through 9th platoons had collapsed in the explosion, along with dozens from other battalions.
Zero! Get the recruits off of the 7th level!
A familiar Ureki voice shouted behind him.
I'll get the 8th!
Joe had just enough time to see Commander Legras before he disappeared up the stairs at a run. Below him, he heard the wet thwap of gunfire and hesitated.
Libby can handle it.
As soon as he had the thought, he charged up the stairs to reach the next battalion. More of them were awake than the last battalion, some already dressed in all of their gear. Joe rushed them down the stairs and went back for more.
It's falling!
Legras shouted at him, wrenching him away from another door.
Zero! Get down the stairs!
Joe hesitated, and Legras bodily dragged him down the switchback stairway. Immediately, wet plasma rounds smacked into the stone behind their heads. Joe flinched and looked back. Instead of simply staining the wall a glowing blue, as recruit rounds would do, the side of the wall was dissolving under the plasma, disappearing as if it had never existed. LeGras grabbed him by the arm and yanked him down behind a pile of rubble.
That's live fire!
Joe cried, still unable to believe it.
It's a war, Zero. As soon as the commanders got together for their meeting, the White blew up the space station and everyone in it. Nebel and Bakal are dead, and that Drith-loving Nalin has taken control of the weapon stores.
Joe's first thought was of anger.
They were my friends.
Then, a cool, simmering rage began to build in his stomach.
What do you want me to do?
I know you were associating with the rebels, Zero. Where are they?
LeGras gripped his jacket, his pale brown eyes narrowed to dangerous slits.
Tell me, or I'll kill you right now. Damn what Kegel said.
What Kegel said? They abandoned Furley on the edge of the city.
They wouldn't have their command post so close to Alishai. Where else?
Joe thought back to the hidden weapons cache Yuil had tried to show him. He remembered the wet stain on the floor, the Ureki flashlight.
There's a spot in the forest, a small black door set in the side of a Furley.
LeGras released him suddenly.
Did you see them enter this place, Zero?
Joe nodded. LeGras' Suda began to vibrate.
And you didn't tell anyone?
He shook his head.
At least now we know where they're getting their weapons. Get your platoon, grab a hawk, and take what you need from the armory. Gokli's inside. Tell him you need Drith poison rounds and Farsley grenades. Find that door again, Zero. Get inside, whatever it takes. This is real, you understand? Bakal was wrong. This isn't a few furgling teenagers. The one you called Yuil was Nalin's assassin, Zoljib. They're white, Zero. Every one of them. They're making a grab at this sector of space. Nalin's been planning it for turns.
Joe nodded, feeling ashamed and angry.
Go!
LeGras shouted, shoving him.
If you're anything close to what Kegel thought you were, you'll find a way inside that depot. You've got to do it fast while they're still distracted with the takeover. I'll follow with whoever I can find.
Joe ducked his head low and hurried between the debris piles, trying to ignore the bodies buried underneath. He found Libby with the rest of his platoon, holding their position behind a sheer wall of half-crumbled diamond with their recruit rounds as the rebels fired back with real plasma, slowly dissolving their cover out from in front of them.
Did you see LeGras?
Libby cried. Behind her, the barracks let out another explosion and the rest of it imploded, sending up a cloud of black dust that blotted out all sight of the enemy.
He told me to find you! We need to go attack their base!
Who are these guys?
Maggie cried. She was holding her gun tightly, hiding behind a chunk of rock, stark terror in her eyes.
Is this a drill?
Scott said, peering through the black dust.
Is that real plasma?
It's real! Don't let it hit you!
Why do we have to attack their base? Joe, I'm scared.
This is not like the hunts, Meg. Now let's go get a hawk before the dust clears.
Maggie whimpered, but followed him and Libby as they charged through the smoke to the hawk depot. In the dust behind them, a kid let out a startled scream that turned into an unending, agonized shriek.
He's dying,
Joe thought, terror creeping into his veins.
That's real plasma, and he's really dying.
Joe grabbed a hawk big enough for the entire platoon, one with armored plating used to drop off attackers in the hunts, and made everyone get on board. At the armory, Battlemaster Gokli and his platoon were holding off a group of attackers. Rat was firing from the roof, picking off rebels with a laser rifle while Tank and Bailey fought them off on the ground. As soon as Joe landed, he ushered his group inside.
Zero! Get rid of those recruit toys and man the walls! Send your best snipers to the roof with Ret, your skirmishers outside.
I'm not here to stay!
Fergsut! This is a real firefight, and you—
Commander LeGras said we'll need Farsley grenades and Drith poison rounds. We're going after their base.
Battlemaster Gokli narrowed his eyes at him.
Where is that bastard? I thought he got blown up with the others.
He's directing the surviving platoons on the ground. They're fighting rebels over by the barracks.
Then he'll be here soon, and I can hear it from him. Until then, take up positions to guard the armory.
We have to go, now! I know where to find Nalin.
Your recruits! Legraw's insane to send you off by yourself.
My platoon's got the best rankings on the hunts.
Gokley gave him a long, piercing glare.
You realize this isn't a game, right, Zero? They will kill you and all of your friends and not even blink.
I know.
Gokley swiveled and led him deeper into the armory.
Fudge the grenades,
he grunted, shoving handfuls of little black discs that resembled bottle caps into his arms.
Twist the two halves in opposite directions and toss it at the fire-loving white. It stuns them like a flash grenade, except it only works on white.
Joe passed the grenades to the other members of his platoon, then followed Gokley farther down the endless rows of weapons.
3 rounds,
Gokley said, shoving packs of bright red canisters at him.
Use it like your fake plasma, except this stuff will really kill you. It's the only poison a white bastard can't neutralize with his shapeshift.
He began taking the stuff off the shelves, handing packs of it to Joe and his groundmates.
Didn't exactly plan on fighting a war with the whites, so there's a limited supply. Good thing is, though, it only takes 1 hit to kill them. Even a spatter will do.
Once he was finished, Gokley hesitated, scowling at Joe. Finally, he said,
Take Rat and her squad. I can fight off the rebels with the rest.
I don't think...
Do it, Zero. You'll need the help.
Joe collected the others and passed out the new rounds to Rat and her friends. Joe caught Libby's cold look when she handed Bailey his portion of the new weaponry, and an image of Libby sprawled in her own blood, a lump of dirty flesh lying in the dirt beside her, returned to Joe's mind. Bailey, in turn, gave her an anxious glance as he snapped the chamber closed over the new rounds.
He did it,
Joe thought, suddenly furious.
He's the one.
Get out of here!
Gokley shouted.
Before the white blow up your hawk!
Joe and the others clambered aboard the Hawk as the remnants of 2nd Battalion covered their retreat. Then Joe fired up the Hawk and they were soaring above the chaos, shooting eastward, looking for a needle in a haystack. 3 hours later, they had still not found the door. Back in Ali Shai, silence had descended upon the city. For hours, they had anxiously listened to the battle, jerking at every explosion. Now, the stillness seemed ominous. Legraw still had not appeared with his promised assistance.
So where is it?
Rat demanded. She had been angry that Gokley had made her leave the fight, even angrier to find out Joe didn't know where he was going.
It's somewhere around here,
Libby said.
Just shut up. I'm a burning battle master. If I want to know why I'm riding around with this loser when my friends are dying, I'm gonna find out.
She turned her hawkish gaze on Joe.
So why do you know where this place is anyway?
Legraw showed me once.
Rat gave Joe a narrow look.
Right. Find that door or I'm going back. Then you're gonna have to find out some way to fly because Joe's the only one who knows how to use the Hawk,
Maggie said. Her tone of voice added, Bitch.
Listen! It's around here somewhere. The last thing I need you guys to do is fight. Rat, if you want to go back, I'll put you on the ground, but I'm not flying us back. Commander Legraw told me to find this place, and I'm going to.
Mention of the Prime Commander made Rat's face sour.
Just hurry up.
They found the entrance 20 minutes later, the door wide open. 3 dozen dead Ureki lay on the fir-lee branch outside, their brownish faces contorted in pain.
Soot, Joe, Scott whispered to him. I think there's something big moving down there.
Joe drew closer, frowning at their blue peacemaker uniforms. One of the closer ones held a scaly, cream-colored lump of flesh and a death-tightened tentacle. Beside him, almost falling off the branch, a small dreet lay with its cream-colored throat torn open, the fang-like appendage in its chest unsheathed. One moment, Joe was staring at the dead dreet. The next, a recruit behind him cried out and fell, convulsing. His biosuit was even then sealing over a puncture wound in his chest.
Dreet! Look out for Dreet!
Rat dropped to a knee and raised her rifle at the same time Libby jerked, then flipped around and smashed a boot into thin air. Around them, the fir-lee suddenly vibrated with an ear-splitting shoo-whoomp, the sound of an aircraft engine gone awry. A huge, reddish figure shimmered in front of her, then slammed a fang-tipped appendage down at her leg with all the strength in its powerful central limb. Joe's heart stopped. Libby's biosuit deflected the fang and reddish poison spilled over her leg, dribbling onto the branch beneath them. Unfazed by her brush with death, Libby slammed the butt of her rifle into the Dreet's diamond-shaped head. The Dreet snapped around like a whip and slammed its upper body into Libby, knocking her clear off the fir-lee branch. Joe heard a startled cry as she fell over the edge. The Dreet made another eardrum-piercing shoo-whoomp cry and found another target. Recruits everywhere were running from the monster in their midst. The Dreet was nearly half the length of a school bus, built like a massive python with a nearly humanoid torso. It lashed out again, jabbing its spear-like shaft into another recruit's back. She fell and curled into a ball on the ground, never uttering a sound. Rat had retreated 15 feet and was back on one knee, aiming her rifle at the Dreet's flickering head. It disappeared again before she could fire. Joe backed away, heart pounding in his ears, knowing he wouldn't be able to see the thing until it struck again.
"Everybody keep your eyes open!"
he shouted, hoping his command would draw the Dreet's attention to him.
He's right there!
Scott screamed, spinning and pointing at thin air. A kid that had taken refuge in the entrance suddenly collapsed in silence, a red shape disappearing as quickly as it had appeared.
There's 2 of them!
Rat shouted at him.
Yeah!
Scott shrieked.
2!
His head was swinging back and forth like he was watching 2 different Grim Reapers stalking towards them. He brought his rifle up and fired, coating something invisible in red Dreet poison. Joe was busy twisting the Faj-Lee grenade, activating it. He threw it at the spot where the Dreet had disappeared. It hit something in the air and bounced to the ground, closer to Joe than he would have liked. He ducked, flinching. There was a brief blue flash, then nothing.
"They don't work!"
Rifle rounds aren't working either.
Rat shouted.
I've hit that Asher twice and he keeps on going.
"Are Dreet immune to Dreet poison?"
How should I burning know?
Joe bit his lip as another recruit crumpled, her biosuit punctured by the Dreet's powerful strike.
"Keep your rifle pointed at him, Scott!"
he shouted, running back to the hawk.
Where the ashes are you going?
Rat demanded.
"I'm getting rid of them."
Joe climbed onto the hawk, raised it off the branch, and twisted it around to the spot where one of the Dreet was whipping its tail through the recruits, slamming them to the ground. An unfortunate few went careening over the edge, screaming. Scott continued to point out the Dreet with his rifle, though he was backing up now.
It's coming at me, Joe!
Scott cried.
"Just hang in there!"
Joe shouted. Then he sighted down Scott's line of fire and crammed the accelerator forward. The hawk hit something invisible head-on, and a Dreet flickered into being, snapping its fang against the armored plating of the ship. It tumbled a couple yards, its crimson and cream body whipping back and forth like an angry earthworm. Joe held on and rammed the hawk into its middle with all the speed the ship could muster. Both ship and Dreet went sliding down the fir-lee branch, leaving a blue streak of Dreet flesh and blood along the way. Screaming its she-whoomp cry, the Dreet wrapped its body around the hawk's bow and held on, bluish fluid leaking over the fir-lee branch beneath it. Joe was maneuvering the hawk and its unfortunate victim over the edge of the fir-lee when something like a hammer slammed into his back. The second Dreet had found him. The Dreet grabbed Joe by the head and threw him out of the hawk. Joe hit the ground in a roll, the edge fast approaching. Someone caught him and jerked him to his feet.
You okay?
Maggie asked.
I saw him hit you with his fang.
Joe felt his back.
"I'm all right. Where's Rat?"
Maggie pointed to the hawk. Rat was wrestling the Dreet inside, ramming her combat knife into its throat over and over. The Dreet had long since stopped fighting. The Dreet trapped under the hawk's bow was being similarly dismantled by Carl and the rest of 4th Platoon. Joe jogged over to Rat and helped pull her out from under the alien's body.
"You okay?"
Fine.
Rat snapped. She looked him up and down with disdain.
You?
The old rivalry was back.
"Dude,"
Carl said breathlessly.
"Guys, I think we just killed 2 Dreet."
They were little ones.
Rat grunted dismissively. At the same time, Joe said,
"Don't get cocky. Those were babies."
He turned to the hawk.
"Help me here. We need to block the door."
With Rat's help, he pushed the Dreet corpses over the armored railing and moved the hawk to block the entrance. Once they were sure no more Dreet were going to sneak up on them, Joe took a moment to stare at the devastation. No less than 20 kids lay dead on the fir-lee branches, with a dozen more missing.
Now what?
Rat demanded, eyeing the hawk.
How are we getting home?
"We're not. Legras told us to go in."
Burn that!
Rat spat.
Are you crazy? We'll all die.
If Zero says we go in, we go in.
Joe turned at Libby's voice, unable to believe it. She was alive, picking her way across the corpse-studded branch towards them.
"Libby, how—"
I hit another branch, about 100 feet down.
She stood, shouldering a dead recruit's rifle.
I had to find my way back.
Even Rat looked impressed. Libby scanned the branch, and her confident smile suddenly faded.
Oh no.
Joe's eyes caught on Maggie, who was sitting by a body, her knees up to her chin, rocking back and forth.
"Maggie, get over here."
Maggie shook her head and continued rocking. Still, it took Joe a moment to realize the body was Scott's. Chapter 37. Into the Lion's Den.
No, Joe, please! Don't make us go in there!
Maggie was sobbing, hugging him.
What if you and Libby die too? I'd be all alone, Joe.
Grow up, Mag,
Lib said. Her face had hardened after her initial shock, and now she only looked angry.
We're not gonna die.
Joe?
Maggie sniffled, ignoring Libby.
Please, I'm scared.
Joe winced. First elf, then monk, now Scott. Maggie was watching the only family she had ever known drop like flies.
"We have to, Mag. Legras will bring more."
Maggie looked up at Libby, then tugged Joe's arm, pulling him away from the others. Joe stiffened, thinking she was going to try and act cute to get out of the fight, but once they were alone, she simply stared at him.
Are you really gonna ruin Congress, Joe? Is that why we're fighting?
Joe suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. He glanced at the door, his eyes raking in all the dead recruits, the dead Dreet, and the dead Ureki peacemakers. "No," Joe said, taking a breath. Saying it hurt, and at the same time was a relief. He knew what he had to do, but he also knew that doing it would mean giving up on getting home.
"I'm not. That's why we're doing this. We've got to stop Nalin."
But the Trith said—
"Forget about the Trith. I'm fighting for Congress."
No! You're lying!
Joe stared at her. She was his groundmate, and she didn't believe him? Maggie clung to him.
Don't go in there, Joe. Please!
She was making a scene, and Joe knew he had to end it before her fear spread to the rest of the recruits. Sharply, he said,
"Libby's right. Grow up. You're a soldier, not a baby. Start acting like it. This is what we do. If you don't like it, sit out here and cry. The rest of us are going in."
At that, he wrenched her arms from around him and stalked toward the hawk. In front of it, Libby, Bailey, and Rat dropped to a knee, preparing to fire into the entrance. Joe climbed into the hawk and, once he was sure the others were ready, moved it away from the door. Immediately, Libby tossed a smoke grenade inside and they waited.
Nothing,
Libby said as purple smoke issued from the hole.
If there is something in there, it's not moving.
"All right. Everyone get ready."
Joe?
Maggie whispered, the whites of her eyes showing under her biosuit.
"Stop your whining, recruit!"
Joe snapped. He tried not to look at her, knowing how much his words would hurt. It lanced his soul just to say them.
"Let's go!"
Joe stopped in the crossways, his every muscle tense and buzzing with adrenaline. Behind him, his comrades came to a reluctant halt. Their small group was breathing hard, panic from the last Dreet attack still hot in their lungs.
This isn't a good idea,
Libby said, staring down the four-way corridor in the dim red light.
We should go back and wait for Legras.
Their group was huddled together in the convergence, their rifles jerking from spot to spot as they nervously scanned the tunnels before them. They had encountered 2 more Drith and 7 white. Only a third of their original number had survived. Those that had now used plasma pistols they had taken off the white. The Drith rounds, they had confirmed, did not work on Drith.
We've got to do our best without him.
Everyone's dying,
Bailey said. He, Tank, and Rat were the only 3 that Gokley had given them that had survived. Their friends had all fallen.
She's right, Zero. We should go back. You scared, Bailey?
Bailey scowled at Libby.
I wasn't scared when I was crawling through sewers in San Diego with Rat, and I'm not scared now. Are you scared, bitch?
Joe slammed the muzzle of his plasma pistol between Bailey's eyes, pushing him into the wall. Into his face, he shouted,
You burning shut up or I'll cut out your tongue, you fucking asshole!
Bailey's eyes went wide under the biosuit. Quietly, Joe added,
You touch any of my friends again, and you'll be puking out your own guts. I should kill you right now for what you did in front of everybody.
She started it.
Ferguson!
Joe roared, shoving the gun further into Bailey's face.
Stop threatening my recruit!
Rat snapped.
He's right! This is stupid! What the hell are we supposed to do down here, Zero?
Joe lowered the pistol, still glaring at Bailey.
LeGras told me to come. But they're right. It's crazy. We're just recruits. We shouldn't be here.
LeGras a sootbag Ferg,
Libby said.
He is not!
Rat snapped. She looked ready to throw down her rifle and fight Libby for insulting her prime.
If he said to do it, then he must have had a reason.
Still, she looked unsure as she gazed down the 4 long corridors.
Like what?
Libby demanded.
There's an entire planet rebelling. How's one little hidey hole gonna make the difference between—
The plasma shot hit her rifle head-on and splattered over the 2 closest recruits. Libby dropped her rifle and stared down at herself, stunned. Somehow, the plasma hadn't hit her.
Get your biosuits off!
Joe shouted at the 2 panicking recruits. Libby picked up one of their rifles and began spraying the corridor with Drith poison. Along with what seemed like 100 moving shapes in the far corridor, they saw predatory aliens on 6 legs with way too many teeth. Several kids around Joe let out little whimpers and began to bawl even as they fired their rifles.
Careful! At least they're not Drith. We can kill them!
He threw a Fajli grenade down the corridor and watched the monstrous-shaped white scatter. Several got hit with the blue flash, and their bodies reverted back to their squid-like form with a colorful flutter. They fell to the ground and remained motionless as the children around Joe pelted their bodies with Drith poison. Then they saw a real Drith. Its head held almost 15 feet off the ground, hunched over in the low corridor like some monster in its dungeon, and barely had time to flinch before the massive thing was on them, bowling them over like they were made of cardboard. It caught Bailey and pinned him against the floor with a huge tail, and only his biosuit kept it from crushing his chest. Its poison-tipped appendage unsheathed under its head, and it reared back to slam it into Bailey's chest. Libby picked up another recruit's plasma rifle and fired it point-blank at the Drith's torso. The Drith forgot about Bailey. It made another shoo-whoomp sound as it swiveled and slammed its fang into the recruit standing beside Libby. The girl crumpled instantly, the plasma rifle falling from her hands. Joe dodged under the Drith and picked it up, then tumbled out of the way as the Drith launched itself at another recruit and disappeared again. Joe's eyes fell to Bailey. Bailey was still pinned by the Drith's weight on his biosuit. Joe lifted his rifle, making Bailey's eyes widen.
I'll kill you later,
Joe promised him. As Bailey gave him a look of horror, Joe shot directly at his chest. The Drith uncloaked and slammed its lower half into Joe, sending him sprawling. Joe scrabbled for his rifle and began firing at the creature's throat. The massive Drith screeched another defiant battle cry and continued killing until the plasma ate its lower half away from its torso and its head fell from its neck. It died with its fang sunk deep into a boy's biosuit, a pile of dead recruits scattered around it. They were down to 8. Libby and Rat were leading the others at the front. They were shooting down the hall, trying to hit the white who were holding their positions from behind the doors Joe did not have the codes to open. Joe fell in beside them. Out of the corner of his eye, Joe saw Tank take a plasma round full to the chest. Tank's eyes opened wide, and he dropped his rifle in terror.
Get your suit off!
Rat screamed. Tank ignored her and reached into his belt. He took out a Fajli grenade and activated it. Already, his face was contorting in pain. As he threw it, his chest became an open purple wound where his biosuit should have been. Instead of bouncing down the corridor, the grenade hit the corner of the wall and bounced back at them. Libby bent down and swept it up, deftly twisting the two halves back in place before stuffing it into her boot. Tank was already dead.
There's too many, Joe!
Maggie said.
Take us back!
So they can follow us back out? No! Everybody follow me! We'll take a different corridor.
You want to go deeper?
Bailey demanded.
It's either that or get shot. We don't have any cover and they do. Now everybody, run!
They found a corridor perpendicular to the last and took it, delving deeper into the enemy warren. Libby frowned as they retreated down the hall.
It's almost like they're hurting us. Those white are shooting the walls more than anything.
Maybe that means we're close to the bottom. They could be bad shots because they're Representative Nalene's secretaries, not warriors.
Libby scowled at him.
Representative Nalene has assassins, Joe, and Trith can kill Dasha. I don't like this. We should fight our way back out. Wait for LeGras.
Peering down the endless rows of red light illuminating the corridors, Joe had to agree with her. His heart sank. With so few of them left, only 7 now, fighting their way back out would get them killed just as quickly as staying.
We can't go back! We've got to keep going and hope LeGras will show up with reinforcements.
Maybe we should surrender, Joe.
Libby swiveled on Maggie and hit her hard, knocking the shorter girl to the ground. She was standing over Maggie in an instant, her rifle in her face, her finger touching the trigger.
No!
Joe snapped. Libby made a grim face, but moved away. As Maggie stood, Joe stepped in front of her, putting his back between her and the rest of the platoon. Watching her gray eyes light up with hope, he said softly,
Mag, if you say something like that again, I'll kill you myself.
But...
She looked startled, betrayed.
Just get moving, Mag,
Joe said. He led them on in silence, the only sound that of their boots on the hard black diamond. Every face in the group had grown older in the last 2 hours, and even Rat had stopped questioning him, resigned to their fate. At their backs, they heard several mechanical shoo-whoops in rapid succession, spurring them forward.
We're dead, Joe thought. I should have never taken us in here alone. I should have waited for LeGras.
All of Joe's friends were going to die because he'd tried to prove the Trith wrong. He hesitated, wondering if he still had some way to save them.
There's a door open up here.
Rat cried.
0, a door!
Joe jogged with Libby to inspect it. The opening was narrow enough for one person to pass, and it had an exit to another room out the back.
Looks like a crypt,
Libby muttered.
So we should keep going?
Joe demanded. Behind them, the Trith were getting closer. They could hear their scales scraping on the floor.
It might be a good place for a last stand,
she said, shrugging.
Screw that,
Joe snapped. Still, when he looked at the straight, never-ending tunnel in front of them, he said,
Everybody get inside.
He ducked his head under the door jamb as he ran.
Libby, watch that end.
He was jogging to the back of the room to check to see where it led when the door began to drip shut ahead of him. A black-clad Ureki stood on the other side, tentacles still touching the control pad.
No, wait!
Joe said, upon seeing the Kongi uniform. The door dripped shut and stayed shut. He wheeled at a run.
Everybody get out! They're locking us in!
But...
Maggie began.
Ash!
Bailey shouted.
Libby pushed me and ran out!
Joe felt a flutter of fear in his gut. What if Libby had been fighting for the other side all along? Then he realized that she probably hadn't survived the fall off the Fur-Lee after all. A white could have mimicked her and then come back to take her place. Joe felt bile rising in his throat at the thought of her dead.
No,
he thought frantically. That was her. I'd know an imposter. So why had she abandoned them? Violet-colored steam began seeping out of the ceiling, and Joe jerked.
Our own side is gassing us. Shoot the doors! Cover your faces!
The ragged remnants of their group huddled along the edges of the walls and fired their weapons at the two locked exits. Plasma ate the heavy material of the door, albeit too slowly to do them any good. His shirt wrapped over a hand and pressed to his face, Joe tried fiddling with the control pad on the door. Nothing worked. Uil's tale of simple locks and easy codes could not have been further from the truth. Every door required an 18-digit PIN, plus a rank scan of overseer or higher. Around him, his recruits were slumping over, dead or unconscious. After repeated denials from the control panel, Joe ripped his shirt from his face and slammed his fist into the controls.
We're on your side, you son of a bitch!
Joe thought he smelled oranges before he collapsed. Chapter 38. Loyal to the End.
How many of them are there?
I only see the one.
Well, where is the rest of them?
Is anyone injured? Stop looking at the sky, you fags.
What are they firing at us? Poison gas?
Suits aren't registering it. Either he's a kamikaze, or it's just smoke and lights.
It's coming from that rooftop. Send someone to investigate. The rest of you, round up as many of the recruits as you can find.
What do we do with this one, sir?
Stinging, python limbs reached through the broken window and tore Joe out of the bashed-in driver's door of the Ford pickup, throwing him down on the pavement in front of one of the aliens. Joe, still stunned from colliding with the side of an apartment building without airbags, hit the concrete, and he stared at the creature's glossy black boot in a daze. He could feel the alien in charge staring down on him, could feel the other alien's gun brushing the back of his head, waiting to blow him away.
Commander Legrand?
How old do you think it is?
16 is my onboard's guess, Commander Legrand.
One of the glossy, black-suited aliens said.
Maybe 14, with growth irregularities.
There was cruel purpose in the alien's pale brown eyes as he said,
I'm sorry, Gokli. What did you say his age was?
There was a long pause.
12, sir.
Go find his friends. I want them all.
Yes, sir.
No,
Joe groaned. He tried to pull himself to his feet, but the alien in charge slammed a foot into his back, sending him back to the ground. It peered down at Joe through the obsidian suit, looking like a cold, calculating wasp. Joe groaned and closed his eyes.
Sir, he had no accomplices other than the one on the roof. We're still looking for him, but the residents in this area are not cooperating.
He got away?
Yes, sir.
They all got away? All 900?
Yes, sir. They had some sort of locomotion planned. Hundreds of them. They scattered in all directions. High speeds.
Joe felt a wave of relief that his high school buddies had followed through and pressed his face back to the concrete. He didn't care that the alien in charge was glaring down at him, his gun shaking as it hovered over his head. Sam was safe.
Take him.
Kill him, sir?
Take him back to the ship.
To use as an unclaimed?
We'll see.
Why don't you take them both, my lord?
The new voice was high-pitched, musical, nothing at all like the raw fury in Legrand's voice as he ordered Gokli to take him away. Joe groaned and opened his eyes. Representative Nalin stood above him, though he was looking at something across the room. His cloth of gold cape was still in pristine condition with the 8 circles of Congress embroidered in precious metals on his chest.
Only one has a destiny to fulfill, Zuljeeb. Only one will come with me. I will not spend the rest of my life wondering which it is.
That won't be long, traitor.
Joe flinched and turned. Battlemaster Nebel hung against the wall along with a dozen other Ureki. His head had collapsed into his neck, leaving a shapeless brown mass protecting his eyes. Sharp hooks driven through the meat of his tentacles kept him from reaching the ground. The delicate tips, those used for grasping and manipulating objects, had been cut off. The four-pointed silver star of a battlemaster stood out on his tattered black uniform. His boots had been cut away, revealing for the first time the crude lumps of flesh Ureki had for feet. The pale skin there was dripping brownish fluid from numerous cuts. The Dreet responsible stood nearby, his lower body coiled beneath him, yellow eyes fixed mercilessly on Nebel.
"Your stubborn bravado is getting irritating, soldier," Representative Nalin snapped. "Help us, or you'll die here."
I'd rather lose my Ure than help a white find water.
"That can be arranged, you stupid creature."
Representative Nalin was scowling at Nebel. Several white stood with him. One of them held Libby. Like Joe, they had removed her biosuit. She looked half dead, bruised and bloody from head to toe. If her captors hadn't been holding her up, she would have fallen. Joe felt his throat constrict upon seeing her limp and helpless in their arms. Then he realized one of her eyes was open slightly. She was watching him.
Then arrange it and stop wasting my time.
At Nebel's unfavorable response, the Dreet casually lashed out, slashing a taloned claw across his chest. The four-pointed battlemaster star fell to the ground along with a strip of cloth. Nebel shuddered, but said nothing.
"Think very hard, Battlemaster," Nalin said. "One of these two will aid us. One of them is expendable." "The female is the better fighter,"
one of the dozen disabled Ureki hanging from the wall said. The Ureki's voice was familiar, one that Joe had heard 1,000 times before in long, idiotic speeches. He could not believe it. Commander Trill.
"Possibly,"
one of Nalin's assistants said.
"It took 6 of my men to bring her here alive. She actually killed a Dreet who was not trying to be killed."
"So take her and let us go," Trill retorted. "We're on your side. We hate Congress just as much as you do."
Trill, you fire-loving
Nebel's words ended with a grunt as the Dreet slashed him again, adding more cuts to his pale brown flesh. He was, by far, the worst off of any of the Ureki hanging on the wall, yet somehow he still had enough energy to curse his Dreet tormentor. Joe's heart gave an anxious twinge. Representative Nalin motioned at the room.
"What loyalties do you have to Congress? Were you not stolen from your home like the rest of them? Don't you want to see Congress fall?"
Fall where? Under white dominion?
Nebel made a throaty, toad-like laugh.
I spent 43 years as a prime. One of the first things I learned was to never trust a white. They have as much conscience as Taki have courage.
Representative Nalin's electric blue eyes were flat, but Joe saw the unrepressed ripple of his snowy white cilia.
"We want to create a new society," Nalin said.
You want to rule a new society,
Nebel retorted.
How many of us will you care about once you reach your goals? 0. It's wrong. Whatever you were told, a Trith never gives the whole prophecy.
Joe frowned at Nebel. It had almost seemed like he had been talking to Joe. Nalin's downy white cilia began to move in waves across his black skin.
"Those who sit around waiting for Congress to fall apart will never see it happen. You make your own futures, and damn the Trith. We've spent so much time waiting for their prophecies, running their little errands, praying for them to deliver us from this snare we've woven for ourselves, that we've never taken the time to reach out and untie the knot."
And then what? You think the Trith will follow you forever? You think the Dasha will let you rule?
The Dasha are simple. We destroy their planets with the Ekta.
He glanced at the Dreet warrior standing beside Nebel.
As for the Dreet, they will follow whoever has the courage to lead them to victory.
They will follow you until you win. Then they'll abandon you to resume their old wars. The Trith don't need you, Nalin. They don't need anything except the blood of their enemies.
Which I will give to them. In rivers.
And when you become one of their enemies?
Nalin's silence stretched over the room, casting it in a cold chill.
That one will not help us,
one of the White said.
Kill him.
Joe recognized the White who had tried to claim him for Nalin back in the barracks. His white-blue eyes were fixed coldly on Nebel.
No, Zoljib.
Representative Nalin matched Nebel's stare.
That's what he wants. Unfortunately for him, I am not Naran. I do not intend to have a repeat of Kegel. We have nanos enough to keep him alive through whatever torture we need to inflict. You may gag him if his noise bothers you.
Joe's heart began to pound as he watched Nebel stiffen.
He's protecting me.
Joe felt a rush of gratitude and shame.
He's protecting me, and I'm just sitting here.
His stomach began to ache with fear. Hadn't the Trith warned him against fighting his destiny? Wasn't that why Scott was dead? Because he didn't go talk to the rebel in the road when he was supposed to? Hadn't fate simply twisted things around so he was right where he would have been even if he had boarded that ship, except now most of his platoon was dead? What choice did he have if everything he ever did would bring him the same result? He had to help Nalin or more of his friends would die.
It's me. The Trith said so.
As soon as he said the words, Joe knew he could never take them back. He looked away from Nebel's searing glance and faced Nalin.
So,
Representative Nalin gave him a weighing look.
Perhaps he finally remembered his conversations with Kegel? A Trith visited me. Told me I would shatter Congress.
Every alien in the room stiffened, White and Ureki alike.
And what, Representative Nalin said very carefully, else did the Trith tell you, boy? What were your 4 prophecies?
Joe frowned.
He only gave me 1.
Several of the White went utterly still and glanced at each other, and the Ureki prisoners' Suda fluttered rapidly in their wrinkled brown necks. No one said a word.
But it doesn't matter, because Bakal and Commander Legras are going to rip you ashers apart.
Bakal and Commander Legras are dead,
the White-holding Libby said.
Bakal is a pretty new comet, and I killed Legras myself, before he ever had a chance to board the shuttle. I left the body in an air duct. They'll find it a few days from now when it begins to stink. Not that it will make any difference. We'll be controlling Kofat by then.
As Zoljib spoke the last, he touched something to the wormy red appendage in his face, and his body began to darken and shift, the coating of cilia tugging inward, his body growing stockier and more compact. A moment later, Commander Legras stood where the assassin had been, his scarred chest and shoulders still loosely draped with the cloth of silver of Representative Nalin's staff. Joe was looking upon the same creature who had urged him to take his friends down this dungeon in the first place. Joe felt like he'd been punched.
You never let those platoons out of the 8th level, did you?
Of course not,
the assassin in Legras' body said.
They were still loyal to Congress. We just have to kill them later.
Seeing how perfectly he imitated Legras, right down to his drawling Uralian accent, something snapped into focus for Joe. He felt a coldness pool in his guts, remembering that Nalin had wanted his cooperation that first day he'd summoned Joe to his opulent chambers high above the city of Alishai. And Joe had refused. Swallowing, he whispered,
Were you ill, too?
The white smirked and gave a slight bow, his Ureki face wrinkling in smug satisfaction.
There is more than one tool to deploy, Dasha, the assassin said, especially when dealing with such...
He looked Joe up and down in disdain.
Simple minds. Negate the pattern, Nalin ordered. Our goal is not to antagonize him.
Immediately, Zoljib inclined his head and went to a vat of water in one corner of the room and submerged himself. When he stood, rivulets running down his metallic clothing, he was once more in the shape of a white, his body crawling with writhing white cilia. Joe felt hot fury scraping the inside of his veins, watching the transformation.
They didn't get me the first time, so they made me come. That's why Scott's dead.
Ignore him. Nalin waved a dismissive arm at his assassin.
Don't you want to return to Earth, Zero? Don't you miss your family? You're holding my family.
Joe looked at Libby. She was still faking her exhaustion.
She thinks I'm trying to distract them so she can attack.
He felt a surge of affection. However, with no weapons nor a biosuit, against a Dreet and almost a dozen white, Libby didn't stand a chance. He glanced behind him and located Maggie and the group of children huddled against the wall. They were all still wearing their biosuits, though the white had removed their gear and piled it against the wall. The Ureki hung beside them, their congressional uniforms tattered and their bodies limp and defeated. He took a deep breath.
You let them go, and I'll...
Hegel didn't give you his kasha because of a Trith prophecy, Joe.
Joe jerked to look at Battlemaster Nebel. He had hung in silence the entire time, watching him.
He used my real name,
he realized, in shock. Battlemaster Nebel met his gaze and held it.
He gave it to you because he knew you'd make one hell of a Kongi.
Joe felt a rush of gratitude for his Battlemaster. He ached to tell Nebel his problems, wishing he had done it sooner. Looking into the old Ureki's eyes, he knew that Nebel could help him.
I don't know what to do. The Trith said...
Now you may kill him, Nalin said.
We have what we need.
An arc of fire shot through Joe's being as the Dreet struck his Battlemaster with his sheathed chest fang.
No!
Even as he rushed forward, Nebel Sudah gave a brief flutter above the point where the Dreet's fang entered his chest. Then his body went limp, his tattered corpse hanging from the hooks in the wall like a drooping pile of loose meat. A deep, burning hatred ate at Joe's lungs, making it hurt to breathe. In that moment, he knew what he had to do. Dad fought for Sam. Joe would fight for his friends. Instantly, the Trith's words replayed in his mind.
You will try to fight it, but invariably, your path will lead to the same end.
Joe took a deep breath and ignored them.
Please let this be the right decision. Libby, you remember Sasha?
Nalin frowned as Libby mumbled something in response.
What did she say?
Remember how Sasha died?
How could I forget?
Libby's exhausted facade dropped away and she jammed a fist into Zoljib's throat. His white-blue eyes looked startled as she whirled, slammed a foot into the side of his head, and lunged away from him as he fell. She spun around Nalin, jumped under a white's grasping arm, and yanked a plasma rifle from his belt. She started firing into the white, and they let out startled cries and tried to shield Representative Nalin. Joe's guard tightened its paddle-like arm around Joe's bicep. Joe jammed his other elbow into the white's face, wheeled, and kicked it over as it reached to protect its eyes. Then he turned back to help Libby. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zoljib pull something the size of a small pen from his pocket. Joe lunged at Zoljib, taking him down as a Dreet uncloaked behind Libby.
Dreet behind you!
Joe shouted. Libby swiveled and hit the Dreet in the throat with plasma, and it began to thrash, bowling white over with its tail. More white screamed, their bodies spattered with the plasma from Libby's gun. Nalin's assistants were ushering him from the room, leaving several white behind to fight.
Release me!
Zuljeeb snapped, trying to wriggle his wet arms from Joe's grip.
Not a chance, Asher!
Joe held on tight, keeping the white, slick, paddle-like arms pinned tightly to his side so that only the tips could move. The white, electric blue eyes radiated fury.
As you wish.
Joe felt a pinprick on his side where it touched the white, like a bee sting. Then suddenly, all of his muscles went limp. Joe could feel everything, but could control nothing. Nothing except his voice. An interrogator's weapon, he realized. It left him in the most terrifying state of paralysis he had ever experienced. He could only listen helplessly as his groundmate continued to struggle behind him.
Watch out, Libby! They're using poison!
He screamed. Zuljeeb shoved Joe off him and stood.
Libby! Behind you! Ugh!
Joe's words ended with a grunt as the white's powerful leg knocked the air out of him. As Joe fought for breath, Zuljeeb stalked toward Libby. Before he reached her, another white grabbed her from behind and kicked her knees out from under her. Without her biosuit to protect her, she collapsed, the white wrenching her stolen rifle from her white knuckles with one paddle-like tentacle as he wrapped the other around her neck. Though he couldn't raise his head to see, Joe could hear her choking as the white strangled her.
Don't hurt her!
Joe desperately said to the floor.
You need me as a friend, not an enemy!
Apparently, they released her because the choking sounds stopped.
My boot, Joe!
Libby shouted.
Her boot?
Joe glanced to his left. Libby's gear lay stacked in a pile on the floor in front of him. Her boots stood off to one side. Only her rifle was missing. Suddenly, he remembered Libby disarming Tank's Fajli grenade and stuffing it beneath her laces. His eyes caught her left boot. The dull blue surface of the grenade peeked out at him.
My boot, Joe!
Doesn't she realize I can't move? Libby, I can't...
Zuljeeb interrupted him as he hauled him to his feet. Libby was giving Joe a look that pierced his soul. Glowering at him, she drew her knees to her chest and threw her long arms around her legs. She had bruises on her neck and arms where she'd struggled with the white. Joe ached to help her, to hold her, but he couldn't even wiggle his pinky finger.
We'll take them both, Nalin said from the doorway. Even if she is not the one we need, she will do well in our army.
I'll never fight for you,
Libby said, her eyes fixed on Joe.
I am not a traitor.
Joe felt a stab of fear, realizing she had misunderstood. She thought he had given up. She thought he had surrendered.
Libby,
Shut up!
Zuljeeb snapped.
No more code.
The white's downy tentacle brushed his neck. Joe felt another pinprick, and all powers of speech left him. Representative Nalin had noticed Libby's scowl.
You have no idea who he is, do you, girl?
Only reluctantly did Libby's eyes leave Joe's face. To Nalin, she said,
Who is who?
Your friend, Zero. He's what every congressional citizen has been waiting for since our society was spawned. He is the one the Trith have foretold will destroy Congress.
No!
Libby jerked as if she'd been struck and gave Joe a wounded look.
You will?
No.
It felt like he was floating outside his body, watching from afar, utterly disconnected from the controls.
The Trith came to you that day too, didn't he, Joe?
After countless hours in the tunnels, Joe knew she could read his eyes, just as he could read hers. She knew Nalin was telling the truth, just as Joe knew she hated him for it. He felt an ache of despair and closed his eyes, wishing he could explain.
And he said you would destroy Congress?
Joe could only listen miserably, unable to even twitch his head in the negative.
You're a rebel, Joe?
No, I'm standing next to a burning assassin, and I'm paralyzed. Can't you see that?
Libby's face hardened.
Well, you know what the Trith told me, Joe?
He said I was a traitor, but I'm not. I've got an assassin's poison in my veins, and I can't. Burning! Move!
Like a panther rising from its nap, Libby stood, her gaze fixed on Joe.
He said, I'd have to kill you to save Congress.
Joe's eyes jerked open. At the same time, Libby hurled a knife at him. The blade hit home. Joe felt the air rush out of him as it slammed into his chest in an arc of wet fire. He reeled, staggering backwards. He heard a commotion, a white screaming, and the soggy burp of a plasma rifle going off. Then, nothing. Joe was on his back, staring at the ceiling, his vision fading to a red haze. His heart was slamming in his chest, slicing itself on the blade, driving the agony deeper into his body. He grew weaker, unable to even call for help.
She hit me in the heart,
Joe thought. His mind felt as clear as ever, utterly logical.
I'm dying. Not even nanos can work fast enough to save me.
He knew he should feel hurt, betrayed, but all he felt was frustration. It was all a misunderstanding. Libby didn't really hate him. She did what she thought she had to. If only he could explain. Then, as his vision faded, taking his thoughts with it, he saw a slender black shape crumple to the ground. Something about the way she fell sent another jolt of adrenaline lancing his shattered veins.
Oh, God. Libby.
Chapter 39. The Tug of Fate.
Dad didn't come home last night, Joe.
What? How do you know?
I stayed up on the sofa waiting for him. I heard Mom calling the hospital this morning.
Why would she call the hospital? Where's Dad?
I don't know, Joe. But the aliens are saying they killed a bunch of Marines last night. I hacked into their waves. They laid a trap for them.
Shut up, Sam. You're lying.
I'm not lying, Joe. Get out of bed. Mom wants to talk to you.
We've got to go find him.
Dad? Mom told me not to leave the house. She wants to talk to you.
So let's go out the window, okay?
Sure, okay. You know where he is, Joe?
Probably pinned down somewhere. You know where they laid their trap?
By the river. Push them into the water. It was on the news, Joe.
I think Mom heard us. Your door just slammed. Run, Sam. We've got to check the river.
But Mom's gonna—
Just run, Sam!
Joe, what's that up there? Why are all those kids—
Shit, Sam, hide.
They're behind us, too. Joe, they saw me.
Stay away from my brother, you assholes!
Joe, help! Joe!
He's breathing. It's an improvement. Brain damage? Possibly. Will it impair his functions? I don't have the proper equipment, so it's completely up in the air. Your dose was the best Congress has to offer, but he wasn't breathing for several minutes. I think the drug I gave him kept him sedate enough to avoid too much damage, but I'm still not sure he's completely stable. The antidote showed no change at all. He can't die. The Trith told him he'd be the one. We don't know that. He could have been lying. The girl tried to kill him for it. Possibly did kill him. So what should we do? We're losing time. Can you move him? Not sure. Humans are delicate.
Representative, Commander Prouet is having problems in the 3rd Alishai ring near the shuttle launch. He wants to talk to you.
If it's not important, I'll pull his Breja out myself.
Representative Nalin?
Yes, Commander. What is it?
You were supposed to kill all the Dosha, sir.
Excuse me?
There's a Dosha ripping apart my regiment out here. Biggest one I ever saw. He's leading a small Ureki contingent against our positions, rousting them every time. He's pushing through Alishai, headed straight for you.
Curse him to the 90 dreet hells. Fine. We'll move things forward. Destroy all the hawks you can find. Force him to walk as far as possible. Dreet hells! I'd like to know how that Janja slug survived space. Zuljib? Is he awake yet? No, Ko Nalin. Then stay here with him. Meet me at the main control hub once he wakes. You're firing the Akhtar? Bakal gives me no choice. If he finds a usable hawk, we only have 18 ticks before he tears open the door and finds his way down here.
What did you do, Joe?
I'm sorry, Mom.
What did you do? Where's your brother?
The
aliens got him, didn't they? You let the aliens take your brother, didn't you? Answer me, Joe!
I'll help Dad get him back. I'll go with them tonight and get him back.
Your dad is dead, Joe. All of his friends are dead. There's no one to help your brother now. They're both gone. I told you not to let him leave the house, and you took him anyway, and now he's gone!
I could go find Dad, Mom. We could get Sam back together.
You're just a stupid kid, Joe. A stupid kid who gave his brother to the aliens.
I'll find Sam, Mom. I'll get him out, I swear.
I'll just go to hell, Joe.
Hey, Asher. Thanks for getting my platoon killed. I knew LeGras would never make us do anything this stupid. Libby had the right idea when she tried to gut you. Too bad they killed her.
Joe's eyes flashed open. Rat stood by his arm, sneering down at him.
Shut up, girl.
A white pushed her out of the way and beamed down at Joe. Joe recognized Zoljib and felt bile burning his throat.
You killed Libby?
She acquired another plasma weapon and was going to use it on you.
No.
Joe let his head fall to the side, away from Rat, away from the white. He found himself staring at Libby's empty boot. You will try to fight it, but invariably your path will lead to the same end. What if Nebel was wrong? What if he had to help Nalin? What if everything he did only prolonged the inevitable? What if he'd just gotten Libby killed?
No.
The voice within him seared through his veins like fire. The Trith never said how I would shatter Congress. The sheer truth of it resonated within him, extinguishing his doubts. I'm a Kongi. Bakal was right. I don't have to help them. Joe clenched his fist, reveling in the strength he felt there. Zoljib noticed the movement.
He's weak. Gather the other humans. They'll carry him. Like hell.
Rat spat at Joe and backed away, throwing off the white's grip. Rat, Joe said. She hesitated and frowned down at him. I'm gonna need your help.
I'll never help you again, traitor.
I'm not a traitor, Joe said, eyes falling once more on Libby's boot. He thought he could see a naked human form sprawled on the floor beyond it, but couldn't make his eyes focus on it. I never was. You will try to fight it, but invariably your path will lead to the same end. Joe sat up and tore the Fajli grenade out of Libby's boot. As the white watched with startled white-blue eyes, he twisted it and set the grenade down on the ground between them.
Take the ones along the wall,
Joe said to Rat.
I'll get these.
As Zoljib bent to retrieve the grenade, Joe grabbed the knife Libby had thrown at him and rammed it into the creature's tubular, downy white chest. It reeled backwards in surprise, forgetting the grenade. Instead of pulling the knife free, Joe twisted it and yanked down, eviscerating him from neck to legs. Several egg-shaped orange lumps gushed from the wound on a wave of clear mucus. Zoljib let out a terrified, musical wail, and Joe kicked him backwards off his knife. When the Fajli's blue flash went off, Joe descended upon the others. The startled white could only watch in horror as he slaughtered them. Joe killed 5 before the flash wore off and they began reaching for their weapons.
Put it down, Zero!
One of the whites snapped, its mirror-like eyes staring back at him in calm disdain.
You were outgunned! I don't care what Nalin said. Fight us and you won't get out of here alive!
Joe glanced back at Rat, who had another plasma pistol in her hands. A group of 4 terrified recruits were huddled behind her, eyeing the white in terror. Like Joe, all of them were naked, their bodies bared to the dozen guns aimed on them. Sometimes you gotta stand up for yourself, even when you know you ain't got a chance. He spun and slammed his knife into a startled white's throat. As his opponents fell, something carried him onward, a culmination of every bit of anguish, every bit of rage, every bit of terror he had endured in the past months. He leapt over the body and dove into the startled throng of defenders. Something deep within was powering him now, pushing him, electrifying his limbs as he sliced through his opponents with a detached grace. More white rushed into the room and grappled him, but they couldn't find a secure hold and their bee stings didn't work on him.
He's had the antidotes too soon,
one of them cried. Joe rammed his knife into the speaker's slit of a mouth, then pulled the blade up and through the brain. The room echoed with plasma fire and white screams. Behind him, he heard the shoo-whoomp of a dreet. Earlier, in the tunnels, the very sound had been enough to push a sheet of adrenaline through his body. Now, it only gave Joe another target.
Sometimes you gotta stand up for yourself, even when you know you ain't got a chance.
Now, he knew what his dad had meant. The dreet was huge, almost 40 feet, one of Nalene's personal guard. It circled Joe, sliding through the bodies of the white, hesitating to use its poison.
It still thinks I'm going to help them, Joe realized.
Joe, get out of the way!
Rat cried from behind him.
I can't get a clear shot!
But something had taken a grip on his soul, and Joe walked forward so that he was almost touching the point of the fang jutting from the dreet's chest. It hovered above his forehead, its dark tip glistening red in the hazy light. It would have only taken a twitch on the dreet's part to end Joe's life right there. Yet, as massive and ancient as the warrior before him was, it did not strike. Looking past it, Joe saw the indecision in the dreet's tiny golden eyes. And, in that moment of clarity, Joe understood.
Kill me, and I won't fulfill the prophecy, he thought, looking up into its face. And you don't want to fail.
He could understand its dilemma, and respected it on a deep inner level. Joe lifted his knife, and the dreet slid backwards, away from him. It dropped the tip of its translucent spear between them, keeping him at a wary distance.
You're going to have to kill me.
The words Joe spoke were neither Kongi nor English. He wasn't sure how he knew them, but he did.
My blood or yours, brother?
The dreet gave him a startled look, the tip of its spear wavering minutely. Joe stepped forward until his chest was touching the spear. He felt the tip sink into his chest, up and to the right of Libby's scar, before the dreet started to pull back, preventing him from impaling himself. Warm blood began to slide down his skin as he moved forward, dripping onto the ground between them. Joe's eyes never left the dreet's. The dreet tentatively lowered its spear. Joe jammed his knife into the vital area in the dreet's throat, above the poisoned fang. The fang twitched once, stopping only a hair's breadth away from Joe's skin before it retracted. Dropping its spear, the massive dreet slid into a corner and collapsed. With no more enemies to fight, Joe's fury drew him back to Zoljeeb's corpse. The white who had taken Legras' form. Nalene's assassin, who had poisoned him so Libby thought he had betrayed her. The same white who had pretended to be Uil to make him betray his friends. Joe buried his knife into the corpse, dismantling the body bit by bit, stabbing the hated blue-white eyes out.
He's dead, Zero.
Trill's voice cut through the haze. Joe glanced up. The overseer was watching him from the wall, along with the rest of the Ureki survivors. The other kids in the room were staring at him in open fear. Rat looked startled, her lips parted, the plasma gun half hanging from her limp hand. Joe realized he was covered in sticky white blood, the transparent slime glistening upon his body from head to toe. Joe's eyes found Maggie. She was standing beside Libby's corpse, her usually adoring gaze containing something Joe had never seen before. He got goosebumps.
So, it was all a trick?
Rat demanded.
That thing with Libby and the Trith? It was a trick?
Maggie's eyes never left him, and Joe realized that she had come to the exact opposite conclusion.
Very clever.
Trill twisted on the wall.
Where'd you learn Voran Dreet, Zero? It's a very rare dialect.
Joe dropped his knife and stood, suddenly feeling every spatter of alien blood as if it were acid. He stared at his palms.
I didn't.
Trill frowned at him a moment, then said,
I knew you humans had a talent for languages. You've done the work of a fully trained planetary ops squad. Congress will reward you well. Now hurry and release us. This structure is rigged as an overseer's bunker. There should be a command center nearby where I can call for help.
Joe ignored the Ureki.
Come here, Mag.
He held out his gore-encrusted arms. Maggie ignored his gesture. Her eyes locked on his face.
You're a traitor. That's why you didn't help Libby.
Joe's arms dropped.
Mag, I couldn't— Now, Zero!
Commander Trill snapped.
Do you want Nalin to return with more of his dreet? The same trick will not work more than once.
Joe hesitated. He could see Maggie needed him to deny it, to assure her there was nothing he could have done to save their friend. There would be time later to explain, and unless he wanted Maggie to die too, his comforting words would have to wait. He moved to help Trill, ignoring Maggie's searing look.
Mag, help me here,
Joe said, hefting Trill's weight.
Unhook his arms.
Maggie sat down beside Libby and began stroking her arm, humming.
Bailey, help me.
The boy jerked. He tore his eyes from Libby's body and hurried to help slide the hooks from Trill's tentacles. Once Trill was on his feet, he hurried from the room, leaving them the option of following or staying behind for the dreet. Rat turned to follow. Joe glanced at the other Ureki hanging from the wall. They would be useless in a fight, but he couldn't leave them behind.
Bailey, help me get the others.
When Bailey hesitated, looking like he wanted to follow Rat instead, Joe screamed,
Now, or I swear to God, I'll gut you for what you did to Libby.
Bailey flinched, and his eyes went wide.
Joe, I never cut out Libby's tongue. I never broke her legs, neither. The Tacky did that.
Joe frowned.
The Tacky?
Yeah. 6 of them were walking across the yard, and Libby insulted them, right out of the blue, like she wanted to pick a fight with them. When that didn't work, she started insulting Naarin. That made them attack her. She fought them off as best she could. Killed a couple, I think. I started throwing rocks at them, shouting for Rat. That scared them off. But by that time, Libby was hurt real bad. One of them had got hold of her tongue and cut it out, saying she didn't deserve it.
Joe stared at Bailey, uncomprehending. He remembered the crowbar-shaped stick that had lain in the dust beside Libby, and the connection jolted him.
Tacky did it?
Yeah. I thought she told you.
Of course she didn't. Beaten by Tacky. God, Libby. I'm sorry.
Joe felt a tired rush of despair.
Yeah. I would have helped her sooner, but she—
Just help me,
he said, drained to the core.
You can tell me the rest later.
Brushing past Maggie, they released the other 6 Ureki. They beamed and congratulated him, increasing Joe's discomfort. He wasn't the hero. Libby was. If she hadn't thrown the knife and made them give him the antidote to whatever Zuljeeb gave him in order to keep him from bleeding out, he couldn't have activated the grenade. Then, a cold chill settled in the marrow of his spine. What if the Trith knew that? What if that's why the Trith had told Libby she'd have to kill him? To make her do it. To make her trade her life for his.
Here, Zero.
Bailey shoved a gun into Joe's lifeless arms.
We've got to go. The White are coming back. Rat's waiting for us in the hall.
Joe stared at Bailey dumbly.
Let's go, Zero.
Numb, Joe followed the Ureki survivors out into the hall.
Libby died because of me. Because of that Trith.
He felt the beginnings of hatred burning his intestines. Maggie ignored Bailey's order to follow them, and he had to bodily pull her away from Libby's corpse. Joe watched in solemn silence as she fought, screaming. Finally, Bailey rounded on her. He dragged her close into his face, and he shouted,
Libby's dead! You want to die too?
Maggie ignored Bailey, her eyes locked with Joe's.
Why didn't you help her, Joe?
I couldn't, Mag. I wanted to.
But you didn't. It's your fault she's dead.
She pronounced it with all the finality of a jury's verdict.
I know, Mag.
Hey!
Bailey drove a finger into Maggie's shoulder.
He's a hero. He killed a Dreet by himself with just a knife. I didn't see you doing anything to save Libby. You're just a whining little coward, you know that?
Maggie's chest shuddered in a sob. Whimpering, Maggie spun and fled down the opposite corridor.
Maggie!
Joe cried. The plasma shot took Maggie in the neck and chest, knocking her off of her feet. Two massive Dreet rounded the corner beside her, their shoo-whoomp battle cry ringing down the corridor. Seeing Joe and Bailey, they cloaked. Joe could hear the rapid scraping of their bodies on the floor as they slithered toward them. Behind the Dreet came a dozen armed white, their powerful tentacle legs working awkwardly against the floor as they ran. Joe's eyes fixed on Maggie's body, his breath burning in his lungs. He felt the beginnings of a sob in his chest.
I can't fight it. The Trith was right. I fought it again, and Maggie died for it.
Get out of here, Bailey!
Joe lifted his rifle, aiming at the nearest white. He didn't have anybody left to lose but himself.
Joe, come here!
Bailey threw an arm around Joe's throat and dragged him backwards down the hall. Joe tried to struggle free, but Bailey had put on his biosuit. It was like fighting a statue. Cursing, Bailey threw him into a control room filled with maimed Ureki and followed him inside, blocking his escape. As soon as they were in, Rat touched the control panel near the entrance and the door oozed shut. Joe stared at it, wondering why he wasn't on the other side, fighting.
Is he here?
Trill demanded.
Here, sir.
Gokley shoved Joe in the Overseer's direction.
Zero, you were given the Overseer's stimulant drugs, right?
Joe frowned.
And Nebel illegally taught you to read?
Trill demanded.
Taught me to read?
Joe nodded, frowning, still unable to understand why he wasn't fighting.
Get over here. I need you to hit some buttons for me. We've got to seal off this section of the compound before Nalin can get to the main control hub and fire an Ekta at Kolyanut.
Joe stared at the glowing, multi-layered, three-dimensional map of the bunker hovering over the central table. Nalin and his companions were bright red dots moving down the staircase closest to them. Gokley, Trill, and all the other Ureki were standing beside the map, waiting for him, their tentacles reduced to short, useless stubs. Seeing what they expected him to do, Joe hesitated. Maggie was dead. Libby was dead. Scott was dead. Nebel and LeGras were dead. What if the Trith was right? What if more would die if he fought fate? And what if they had all died because the Trith wanted them to die? What if the Trith fed them lies to make them act the way they wanted them to act, to produce a desired result? But then, something about the Trith's eerie stare left him with the undeniable impression that a Trith's prophecy was more than smoke and mirrors.
So what do I do?
Joe noticed for the first time the other recruits watching him. He knew Nalin wouldn't make the mistake of letting Rat and the others live a second time.
Fate decided you will shatter Congress, Joe. Burn fate.
Joe walked up to the map and, acting as Trill's hands, attempted to close off Representative Nalin's route. Each time they had the representative and his staff trapped in a section of the bunker, Nalin somehow found a way to continue, working his way deeper into the Furli with each passing minute, growing closer to the core and the Ekta inside.
He outranks me,
Trill cried, frustrated.
He's overriding my commands.
Let me try,
Gokley said.
Zero, start activating these.
He pointed a truncated tentacle at the purple self-destruct buttons littering the map. Trill pushed Joe's hand away from the screen, glaring at Gokley.
This building is rigged to explode in an emergency. He could set off a chain reaction and kill us all.
Gokley gave Trill a level glance.
So?
Suda, fluttering. Trill took a deep breath and nodded.
Try collapsing the tunnels around him. Just don't hit one that's too close to the rest.
He'll realize what we're doing as soon as we start. We've got to work fast, or he'll start avoiding those holes.
Fast, but careful.
Trill added. Joe felt sweat beading over his face as he worked, his entire focus narrowing to the little red dots that were Nalin and his companions.
You aren't getting away.
The Furlee rocked with successive explosions each time he touched the screen, making everyone in the room tense, eyes fixed to the shuddering black walls. Joe barely noticed, so intense was his concentration.
For all my friends, for everything you've done and everyone who's died, I'm gonna stop you.
With Gokley's help, Joe cornered Nalin in a section of the Furlee that had no exits to override, no staircases to climb, no means of escape other than the hallway that Joe had collapsed behind them. Joe stepped away from the controls, and Trill opened up a communications link between himself and the tribunal member. Representative Nalin's electric eyes were sizzling as he appeared on the screen.
Looks like you killed the wrong one, Nalin,
Trill jeered.
Idiot.
Joe watched the White's eyes focus on him over Trill's shoulder.
Appears I did. How irritating.
Irritating is hardly the word to describe your situation, Nalin. Peacemakers are going to make you sing for turns on Levrin for your crimes.
Nalin was still looking at Joe.
My secrets die with me, Trill.
Overseer to you, prisoner,
Trill snorted.
And to think that White are known for their ability to spot a lie. You were looking right at Zero when he told you about his visitation from a Trith.
Was I?
Nalin eyed Joe calmly.
How odd. I was also under the impression White could detect a mistruth.
The tiny hairs on the back of Joe's neck stood on end before he crushed the reaction.
No, the Trith is wrong. I'm not one of them. They killed my friends. They killed Libby and Scott and Maggie. I'm a Kongi. I'll never fight for them.
Holding Nalin's gaze, Joe said,
I'm loyal to Congress. I swear it.
I swear it for Libby and Scott and Maggie. I'll never let my groundmates down again. Never.
Nalin's electric white eyes blinked in surprise.
You were telling the truth.
Trill laughed, the toad-like croaking of an Ureki.
A myth, then, just like your regency seat will be. Congress won't let a White near the tribunal for 1,000,000 turns.
Congress won't last another 1,000,000 turns,
Nalin said, his eyes still fixed on Joe. Joe turned away, ignoring him. From the screen behind him, Nalin let out a long breath that sounded like the tinkling of wind chimes.
I was so sure this was the time.
They all think that. Congress can't be beaten, Nalin. Of all your time on the tribunal, you should have known we would crush you.
It's not unbeatable,
Joe thought, turning back to glare at Trill.
All I'd have to do is finish what the Dreet started. You stupid prick.
Apparently, Nalin was thinking the same thing.
Somehow I doubt the accuracy of your statement. Congress came within a hair's breadth of falling apart this day. You can thank your recruit that it still stands, though I wonder for how long.
Representative Nalin made a formal flourish to Joe with his paddle-like arms.
I wish you luck in the future, Joe Dobbs. In all of your endeavors.
Then, as they watched, he took a cylindrical capsule from beneath the golden folds of his cloak and held it up. Joe could have sworn the White was looking at him as he inhaled the hissing vapors. Nalin collapsed, leaving the video feed blank. Joe felt a rush of relief, staring at the body.
I beat it. I beat the prophecy.
Damn,
Trill said.
The Peacemakers would have sold their Ure to have him alive on Levrin.
He slapped his severed tentacle against the screen, cutting off the feed.
Get out of here, Zero. Find us some weapons, and get yourself some clothes. Bakal will be here soon. Take some off the dead recruits if you can't find your biosuit. And for the sake of all that is colorful, clean yourself up. I don't want you looking like incompetent tacky when they come get us.
Narrowing his eyes, Joe went to do as he was bid. Chapter 40. Loyalties.
Tell your story again so the overseer can hear.
Trill watched as the recruit's face twisted in disgust.
Joe was hanging out with rebels,
The recruit said.
every night, whenever he could find time after working for Bakal.
How did he get out of the barracks? We changed the codes on the locks.
Monk helped him figure them out.
The rebels taught him to read, the peacemaker added. The recruit frowned.
No. Battlemaster Nebel gave him a lesson pad.
Impossible. It is against regulations to give a first-turn recruit in advance.
Battlemaster Nebel is dead,
Trill interrupted.
Arguing with the only surviving witness is pointless.
Tell him about the Ocarite, the peacemaker insisted, giving Trill an irritated look.
The first day, Yuil gave Joe some candy and a little black box he hid in his gear. He never talked about it, kept it hidden. But I looked. It had a little gold ring inside.
We found the Ocarite, the peacemaker said, right where she said it would be. Trill found himself growing irritated with this recruit who would so easily betray her groundmate.
Why are you turning on him now?
She almost didn't make it. We had to resuscitate her when we stormed the depot. She was put in a different ground team. Zero doesn't even know she survived. Trill held the recruit's eyes.
So why are you betraying him?
She returned his gaze coldly.
My friends all went back to Earth in body bags because of him.
Zero also had this, the peacemaker said, handing a small red object to Trill. Contraband from Earth. Possibly a symbol of his true leanings. Trill took the knife, remembering that Commander Lennon had been furious when they hadn't been able to find it in his gear after his screaming match with Zero. He wondered briefly how he had managed to hide it all of this time.
It's a symbol of nothing. A memento. Nothing more.
Still, it is forbidden, the peacemaker insisted. We could hold it against him in a trial. Until then, we told his battlemaster to give him double chores for return for having it. We also told him to make sure Zero wears his uniform correctly from now on. Trill gave an indifferent grunt. Overseer, this matter deserves a formal investigation. Normally, I would simply take it up with his superiors and would not involve you. But I realize the sensitive nature of this particular case, since Zero was the one who rescued you in the...
No one rescued me,
Trill snapped. The peacemaker bowed. Then I shall attend to the matter myself, sir. He turned to leave.
Stop,
Trill commanded.
What exactly do you plan to do?
The peacemaker hesitated. In that instant, Trill knew that it was only a matter of time before Zero wound up in a cell on Leverin.
Well?
We must test his loyalties, sir.
He helped to squash the rebellion. He took untrained recruits against Trith and Vaga-trained White and won a fight only planetary ops had any right to win. What more proof of his loyalty do you need?
He carried an Ocarite. I'm sure that as soon as we begin questioning him properly, he would corroborate his groundmate's story.
No!
Sir, he knew exactly where to find Representative Nalin and the other rebel leaders. If that is not evidence of guilt, then I am in the wrong profession. I know that I need only test him and the lies will start pouring out.
No!
Trill heard himself repeat.
Test him, but do it here in my office while I watch. I will not have you abusing a congressional hero so that you can wring a phony confession from him.
The peacemaker's eyes hardened in anger. Sir, I can't work under those conditions.
You will! Or I will draft some letters suggesting that Kofati peacemakers are wasting their time chasing ghosts, and that's why Nalin was able to build his rebellion under your noses.
The White's eerie electric blue eyes fixed on him. And if I prove this Zero is not a loyal and willing soldier of the Congressional Army?
You may have him.
The peacemaker gave Trill a bitter nod and left, taking the recruit with him. Trill turned the earth artifact in his sensitive, newly grown fingers. The surfaces of the object were gleaming smooth in patches, and the white cross had been rubbed almost completely off. Falling rubble had gouged deep marks in the sides and bent the corkscrew slightly out of place. Trill set it aside.
Something brought you down into Nalene's lair, Zero. Pray it was your desire to help save Congress, not your desire to destroy it. No.
Zero, you have half a tick to take them down, or I will do it for you.
You can try, Joe snarled, gripping a sleeve with tight fingers. My last Battlemaster let me wear them.
I am not Nebel,
Battlemaster Gokley said, his voice cold.
Do not make me prove it.
Joe glanced from Battlemaster Gokley to the other 3 Ureki he had brought into the barracks with him that morning. Behind him, his platoon waited. They'd been together just over a turn now, and they had the best kill rate in the regiment. Joe had been about to take them to breakfast when Gokley came to demand they take down their sleeves. Not one member of his platoon had complied. Gokley was pissed.
So who ordered it? Was it Trill? Well, you can tell that Vagi to go burn himself.
Overseer Trill had nothing to do with it. Zero, you have used up my patience.
His battlemaster nodded at the other Ureki, and they began to surround him. Without his biosuit, Joe didn't stand a chance against 3 Ureki. Still, he couldn't will himself to do as they ordered. It felt like a betrayal.
Back off! I'm not doing it!
He tore a clothes chest off the ground, ready to throw it at the first Ureki to come at him. Gokley stopped, staring at the chest in his arms.
Disobedience in a soldier is punishable by death, Zero.
Then kill me and stop wasting my time!
The 4 Ureki converged on him. Joe threw the chest, knocking an Ureki back, but the 3 others grabbed his arms before he could dodge out of the way. Joe struggled, and Gokley tightened his grip until he cried out. Then another reached out to rip off Joe's cami jacket. Joe slammed his heel into the 3rd Ureki's abdomen, a young battlemaster that reminded him of Anir. The Ureki stumbled backwards, cradling the sensitive spot protecting his ure. Joe kicked him again, this time in the head. The Ureki fell over.
Zero!
Gokley wrapped a stinging tentacle around his neck and jerked him back until he was bent over almost double.
That was your last mistake, recruit. You've caused me enough trouble for a whole platoon. The peacemakers can have you.
Joe struggled for breath, his vision darkening around the edges, blood pounding like thunder in his ears. Not even the roar of his pulse, however, could drown out the sound of his grounders swarming the Ureki. In a panic, Joe tried to call them off, but couldn't wheeze out more than a strangled groan. His last thought before he passed out was,
"Oh, soot. They'll kill us all."
Joe stepped into the cool, well-kept Ureki office and immediately felt a bitter taste in his mouth when he saw Overseer Trill sitting behind a desk.
What do you want?
A brightly dressed Ureki immediately moved toward him from across the room.
Are you the recruit battlemaster that led your untrained platoon into Nalene's den to help bring Kofat back under congressional control? The recruit named Zero?
My name is Joe. Joe caught the flicker of a glance between the civilian and Trill. He tensed.
Were you groundmates with a recruit 1? She was in Kegel's battalion with you, I believe.
She's dead.
She's alive,
the Ureki corrected.
She was unfortunately permanently crippled, though, despite our best attempts at rejuvenation. We fixed her wounds to the best of our abilities and sent her back to Earth on our fastest ship. She's got a full pension and lives in style, as befits a congressional hero.
Joe's heart began to hammer.
You sent Libby home?
The Ureki smiled.
It is always much more beneficial to us to send our heroes back to their home planets so they can serve as examples and recruit more of their species for the army. That's why we are offering to send you with her.
I can go home.
Joe found it hard to breathe.
They're offering To send me home? What about the others? He heard himself ask. Did you save anyone else?
The Ureki gave him an apologetic look.
She had her spine severed by a Trith ovi, which we caught in time. She was the only one. Nothing in the universe can stop plasma or Trith poison once it has entered its target.
Joe drew a shaky breath. He had hoped someone had lived, but he had never guessed it would be Libby. He was relieved and saddened at the same time.
Is she happy on Earth? She really wanted to be a soldier.
Every recruit says that, but doesn't really mean it,
the Ureki said.
She's relieved to be back, I assure you.
Joe swallowed hard.
And do you want to send me back too?
With full pension and benefits. Since Earth's economy is still adjusting to congressional trade, congressional credit is worth more than Rovmiston. Considering your record, you'd live like a king, Zero.
Joe.
The Ureki civilian's smile broke for an instant, showing a flash of irritation, but it was quickly smothered.
Joe, what do you say? You can leave the army behind forever. Never have to lift a weapon again in your life. It's entirely your choice, of course. But it would be in our best interest to make sure you live in style back on Earth.
He tilted his head, giving Joe the Ureki version of a wink.
Good PR, you know.
Joe barely heard him.
You'll take me to see Libby?
Joe asked. His heart ached to explain things to her, to apologize. The Ureki's face wrinkled in a broad smile.
Absolutely.
Joe's pulse was thudding in his ears. He could see it now. His return, his mother's weeping, Sam's happy shouts. They could have fresh bread and fruit and lasagna and all the other foods he'd gone without for the past year. He might even be able to convince Libby not to hate him. Maybe she could even like him again. He doubted any other girl would understand him after everything they'd been through. Joe's eye caught on the small bit of red on Commander Trill's desk. He remembered his dad, stepping into the darkness. Then he thought of Battlemaster Nebel, hung up on the rack like meat in a butcher's shop. He thought of Elf and Scott and Maggie and Monk. He thought of Prince Bakal, who owned no Taki, who had dug him from the rubble of the Ektah's tower with his own claws.
No.
The Ureki civilian Suda began to flutter.
What?
No,
Joe said, turning to the door. I'm staying.
Wait! I've already scheduled the ship. Your account has already received its first pension payment. Your family is expecting you. Here.
The civilian popped a small chip into the vid screen embedded in Overseer Trill's desk. Instantly, his mom's picture appeared, her face beaming in a smile. She'd gotten a new perm, and the bags were gone from under her eyes.
Joe!
She said, then blushed embarrassedly.
They say this is gonna get to you, but I feel kind of stupid talking to a little box. It's like 2 inches tall, Joe. It's so hard to believe it's... Anyway, are you really coming home, Joe? They say you're a hero. Sam can't wait to see you. We got a new dog, a lab. Cute little chocolate thing. Named it Harry, after Dad. Oh, Joe, I'm so excited you're coming home. I just wish your father could be here to see it. We had a service for him a week after you left. Mom came down with Aunt Caroline. They made a collage of his time in the Marines that was really nice. Sam...
I told you no,
Joe said, cutting off the rest of the feed himself. The civilian seemed startled that he knew how to do so, but quickly recovered.
We have everything arranged, Zero. All you have to do is climb on the ship. You're a congressional hero. We treat our heroes like kings.
Joe was still scowling at the vid screen.
Can you send a message for me, like you did with my mom?
The civilian blinked at him, and it was Trill who said,
Of course.
Good.
I want to tell Libby I'm sorry. I disappointed her. I almost got her killed. She probably went back to Earth because she hates me. To get away from me. I don't blame her, but there was a mistake. She didn't understand. Tell her I couldn't move.
Excuse me?
Tell her I couldn't move. When Zoljib had me beside him, he'd used some drug on me, paralyzed me. She'll understand.
The civilian glanced at Trill, who nodded.
I always thought Libby'd be the last of any of us to go back willingly.
Joe stared at his feet, wondering how it turned out this way, why he couldn't just let them take him home. He tried to find the desire to tell the Ureki he'd changed his mind, but it wouldn't come.
I guess if she was crippled, though.
He glanced at the Ureki anxiously.
Was it bad?
She can't use her legs.
Oh,
Joe whispered, not sure what to say. He took a deep breath, then let it out through his teeth, trying to imagine Libby without being able to kick something in the head if it looked at her funny. The thought brought tears to his eyes, which he quickly wiped away.
Tell her it should have been me, okay? And that she was the better Kongi.
The Ureki civilian's sticky eyes sharpened.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just that she was right. I didn't try hard enough, and I got everybody killed. I should have paid more attention in class. Listened more.
He took a shuddering breath and looked away before that train of thought slammed him right back to those wretched, miserably lonely weeks after Bakal had dug him from Nalin's command center. It had taken him almost 9 rotations to get to the point where the simple thought of losing everyone didn't make him a weeping wreck. Clearing his throat, he said,
Can you tell my mom I'm sorry? She won't understand, but I can't come back. I can't leave the army. I'm a Kongi now. I just wish...
Joe took a deep breath, closing his eyes.
Is there much more on that tape?
Kakai. At least 36 ticks.
Can I have it?
The Ureki nodded, looking a bit stunned.
Thanks.
Joe took the chip and turned to go.
0. Stay for a moment.
Joe turned to glance at Overseer Trill. The civilian gave him one long look, then brushed past him on the way out the door.
Here,
Trill said, holding an object out to him. Joe took it, staring down at the red surface uncomprehendingly. His fingers recognized it before anything else, and his breath left him.
Dad's knife.
It was scraped and battered from the collapse of the barracks, but still functioning. His fingertips automatically found the patches he had worn smooth over his long, homesick nights, and he felt a wave of relief so strong it left him dizzy.
I thought I'd lost it. Peacemakers found it and recognized it as an Earth artifact. They were going to have it destroyed, but I figured you'd get more use out of it.
Joe nodded, speechless with gratitude.
And here.
Trill handed Joe Kegel's Kostja. The golden markings on it glowed with Celtic beauty. At Joe's stunned look, he said,
If they ask, it's Nebel's, not Kegel's. They survived Ubashin together. But even if it were Nebel's, he wouldn't object. Nebel thought you were his best student.
Joe took Kegel's Kostja gingerly.
He did?
His throat felt tight. His vision was blurring. Joe wiped his eyes viciously.
He wanted you to have Battlemaster from the beginning. I told him no. He gave it to you anyway. Twice. He was a prime once, you know. Once they get that 8th point, there's no going back. It was hell having him under my command.
Joe stared down at the Kostya and nodded, overwhelmed. Trill's eyes caught on Joe's sleeves, now fully extended down to the cuffs. Joe had lost Battlemaster over the episode. Again.
I'll inform your commander you can wear your uniform in any way you like from now on. Congress does appreciate its heroes, Zero.
Joe could not speak. A long silence hung between them. Then Trill said,
You made the right decision. I know,
Joe whispered. Trill Suda gave a surprised flutter.
You do?
Joe nodded and somehow found his voice.
I'm like my dad.
He was a Marine before he died. He felt his vision blurring again and did nothing to stop it.
I've got a new ground team. Not like my old one, but they survived the war and they're pretty smart. They need me too. Most of them lost everything when the White blew up the barracks. I can't leave them. I can't leave the army.
Joe glanced down at his knife and forced himself to laugh.
Besides, I'm not about to go through a whole turn of this soot not to graduate. You'll graduate. They've lost too many soldiers not to graduate even their most problematic recruits.
Thanks. For everything. Trill nodded once.
Good luck, Zero.
Chapter 41. The Kongi. Joe graduated, as Trill predicted. The ceremony was a full regiment formation where every battlemaster went down the lines to give each recruit a circle and personal congratulations, along with the first alien recognition of their real names since the draft. Joe was one of the 90 recruit battlemasters who got their ranks from the prime commander himself. Along with their circles, the new soldiers got warnings that depended on how they had managed their recruits during the last 2 turns.
Battle is not a game to brag about, Pete,
the prime said to the boy 3 ranks down from Joe.
You're still soft. You'll learn that when you face a real foe.
Only then did he place the ranking device against the recruit's chest. When he reached the next one, he said the same thing.
Your training's not over, Jessica. You're soldiers now, but you aren't Kongis until friends die under your command.
The girl beside Joe received a similar warning.
Spend more time talking with your platoon, Mary. Get to know them. Sometimes saving lives must override strategy. Once you live here, their deaths are always on your conscience.
The girl in question blushed and looked at her feet, for it had been she who had intentionally killed her entire platoon to retrieve the last flag. When Prime Commander Werik stopped at Joe, the drooping-skinned Ureki took a long breath and said,
Joe, no one has lost Battlemaster so many times, only to get it back a few weeks later. You are the most frustrating, yet uniquely talented recruit I've ever seen. Sometimes I think you should have been graduated a turn ago, and sometimes I think 100 turns won't be enough.
A deep, gravelly Dasha voice interrupted the Ureki.
I'll graduate this recruit, if you don't mind, Commander.
Joe's breath caught in his lungs. Prince Bakal was on the plaza, moving towards them. He was the first Dasha they'd seen since the training committee had called him to Kolyanat to testify against the White, the testimony of which had officially removed the White from their tribunal seat, ending the 1,293rd age of the White, and ushering in the 215th age of the Dasha. While on Kofet, you will enter Congress into a new age. Fighting goosebumps, Joe forced himself to look straight ahead. Prime Commander Werik bowed low and moved to one side, allowing Bakal to step in front of Joe. He stopped several feet back, a courtesy so Joe didn't have to stare at endless rows of triangular black teeth.
I see you made it.
His voice was like a liquid rumble that made the gravel at Joe's feet shudder.
You have no idea how much this pleases me. Congratulations, Joe. I'm sorry I wasn't here to see you train. I'm sure I missed quite a show. Rank him, if you will.
Around him, Joe felt humans and Ureki alike openly staring. Prime Commander Werik stepped between them and touched the ranking device to Joe's chest. As soon as he lowered Joe's jacket, the silver circle began to form around his four-pointed star.
No one will ever take that away from you. You've earned it, Joe. More than anyone knows.
Then he nodded at Prime Commander Werik to continue and removed himself to the sidelines to watch the rest of the ceremony. Joe could feel his eyes throughout, though he managed to keep from looking. He couldn't wait to talk to him. So many unanswered questions milled through his mind.
You are now full soldiers in the Congressional Army,
Prime Commander Werik said once he'd finished with the last recruit battlemaster and returned to the front of the regiment.
Starting tomorrow, you will have 33 days of liberty and 3 turns worth of credits to your accounts. Your battlemasters will give you further instructions on how to access your funds once the ceremony is over. Commanders, you may dismiss your battalions.
Before they did, the battalion commanders gave long speeches on how proud they were to see this day, and then allowed every battlemaster to do the same. Joe waited impatiently throughout, wishing they'd hurry so he could talk to Bakal. When it was finally over and Joe turned to find him, however, the Dasha was gone.
He came to see you, graduate,
Gokli said, noticing his search.
after his testimony. Kolyanat sent him to patrol Elor. He had to go back. It's almost open rebellion now that the Dasha have the White Tribunal sit.
Joe nodded numbly, though he still scanned the crowds with his eyes, hoping for a glimpse of the Dasha's rainbow reflection. He should have known Bakal had other things to do. Though his entire platoon offered to buy him earth food, Joe did not partake in the festivities afterwards. Thinking of Libby and his dead groundmates, he sought out a small alien restaurant specializing in exotic foods and used some of the credits he had earned over the past 3 turns to buy himself 6 earth meals. The waiter gave him an odd look, but filled his order anyway, and soon Joe was seated at a table with 6 hot meals steaming in front of him. As he sat there, the 4-pointed star of Battlemaster felt cold against his chest. All around him, newly graduated grounders sat in groups, laughing, eating. "Wish you guys could be here," he whispered, locating each of the 5 empty chairs with his eyes. He planned the meal for weeks, trying his best to get the foods they liked, but it had been difficult to remember. That was the worst part, the part that meant they were slipping away. "I'd do anything to bring you back," he thought, tears welling in his eyes. "I'm so sorry, guys."
Sir?
Joe glanced up. The Ureki waiter that had been eyeing him all night was standing beside him, a note in his hand.
Kongi wanted me to give you this. Said it came from a Dasha.
The waiter dropped the filmy slip of paper in Joe's hand like it had been doused in fire.
This too.
The waiter tugged a small black box from the folds in his flowing, brightly colored robes. Joe nodded his thanks and set it on the table in front of him. He returned his attention to the uneaten plates and sat there in silence, the food growing cold around him. My first ground team, and I failed them all. After the juices had congealed around Maggie's steak, he unfolded the strip. In the neat handwriting of a scribe, it said,
I was right about you, Joe.
Joe folded the strip of paper and lifted the top of the box. It was a simple construction, though more ornate than he was used to seeing. Still in Kongi black, it had woven bands of black metal winding around the edges and sides, reminding him of something Irish. A second note covered what lay inside.
The politicians said you couldn't have this until after you graduated. I see you still wear kegels. It would do you well to have one of your own.
Swallowing, Joe peered into the box. His breath caught. A kostja lay in a velvety cushion, golden bands knotting the outside. Gingerly, he lifted it. For bravery and valor, despite all odds, Joe Dobbs, White Rebellion, Kofat. Joe's chest ached as he tucked the kostja back into the box. He felt tears threaten, then break free. It was several minutes before he could fight them back down. Taking a slow, steady breath, he closed the lid and stared at it for several minutes, until a motion beside him reminded him of the waiter's presence. The Ureki was staring at him.
You? Zero? The one that stopped Nalin?
No, Joe said, giving the uneaten meals one last look. His eyes lingered on Libby's.
That's someone else.
He pushed the box across the table until it rested between his friend's uneaten plates.
This is for you guys.
Then he paid the baffled Ureki and went to find a quiet place to wait out the celebrations. A rotation later, after the other graduates had used up all their liberty and their credits, Joe boarded the shuttle to take him into space, where he would be assigned to his new unit. He was sorted into a battlemaster wing of the new station, where organizers were calling out roll and coordinating their departures to all ends of congressional territory. Joe was one of the few who got assigned to Torat for planetary ops training. It would be another 2 years of crawling in the dirt, getting bruised and screamed at by angry, merciless Dreet, but by the end he would be able to lead a special unit through the worst hells in Congress without batting an eye. Joe was looking forward to it. And, since the White had long memories and were still disgruntled over the death of their influential representative, the Army was expecting another war in the near future. His extra training would put him at the forefront of the fight, leading elite teams of grounders in life-or-death hunts in parts of the universe he'd only dreamed about. Unfortunately, it was going to take him even farther from Libby. Torat was one of the first planets entered into the Union, located in the very center of Congress, deep in the old territory. Earth, which had just recently been discovered with the expansion of the Outer Line, was many weeks in the opposite direction. That disappointed Joe. Of anybody he knew, only Rat would be going with him. Once more, he was losing his ground team. He wished he could have seen Libby again, just once before he left. Joe strengthened his resolve. Libby would understand. She, of all people, would want him to stay with the Army. Joe had his bags over his shoulder and was milling in the congested station waiting for his flight, when he thought he recognized a face in the crowd.
Maggie?
He pushed his way through the other grounders.
Mag? That you?
The soldier turned reluctantly. Joe's heart leapt.
Mag! God, it's you! Mag, how did you... Where were you? Mag, I saw you die!
Hey, Joe.
How?
She gave him a cold look, and it gave him a full-body wash of goosebumps.
The White picked up one of the recruit rifles by mistake. Shot me with a training round.
Joe's jaw dropped open, his chest surging with joy.
How have you been?
Fine.
You got Battlemaster!
Joe cried, forcefully rubbing away the goosebumps.
That's great, Mag!
Yeah.
She peered up at him, her once innocent eyes dark.
Mag, did you know Libby survived too? She's back on Earth, recruiting more people for the Army. They offered to let me go, but I told them I wanted to stay.
You should have gone.
I don't belong there anymore. I mean, I grew up here. I wouldn't know what to do on Earth. I mean, can you imagine us doing anything else? Just look at us. They'd probably treat us like we're aliens. Jeez, it's hard to believe Libby decided to go back. I thought she would have stayed.
She didn't go back. She's dead.
No, I talked to a guy who worked for the PR department. He said she's back on Earth. They resuscitated her.
No, they didn't. They resuscitated me after you left me to die with the White.
Joe blinked. Her words were so cold, so hard. They felt like icicles aimed at his soul. Libby was dead? He'd sent her letters, video. After regaining his breath, he whispered,
Mag, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
Maggie brushed the comment aside.
I hear you commanded the best recruit platoon in the Force. They're sending you to planetary ops. That's really something, Joe.
Thanks,
Joe said, feeling wary now. Something about the way Maggie was acting wasn't right.
What about you?
Going to Elor. White are causing trouble there, now that the Dasha have their tribunal seat.
Elor? That's where Bakal is.
He felt a pang of jealousy. Maggie wasn't listening. She was peering up at him, weighing him with her eyes.
Was the Trith right, Joe?
Joe's heart hammered convulsively.
What?
Laughing, excited graduates passed them on both sides, and Maggie lowered her voice until only they could hear. She grew so close that Joe could smell her perfume. She carried the scent of roses, but there was something cruel in her face.
Because I've been thinking,
Maggie said softly.
Planetary ops is the last place I'd send somebody like you, if I was Congress.
She smiled, but her eyes bit like razors.
Don't think I won't tell them, Joe. Don't think Bakal won't come back to kill you once he finds out you murdered Libby. Just like you murdered Scott and tried to murder me.
He stared at her, confused and hurt.
I didn't murder them.
Yes, you did.
Maggie's eyes burned with hatred. She clearly believed he'd killed their friends. Anguished, Joe whispered,
Mag, I beat the prophecy. I don't know what the Trith told you, but he was wrong.
She narrowed her eyes at him.
A Trith's never wrong, Joe. Don't you know that by now?
Then she turned her back to him and worked her way through the crowd of black-clad grounders, leaving him there alone.
But I beat the prophecy.
Joe wanted to shout at her back.
It's over.
Yet the Trith's nagging warning echoed once more in his skull.
You will try to fight it, but invariably your path will lead to the same end.
Unable to form a reply, Joe stood sweating in the congested terminal, watching Maggie go. Only when an attendant began announcing the last call for his flight did he go search for his departure gate. 2 hours later, he was on a shuttle to Torat, with nothing to do for the next 3 weeks but pace his room, play simulated battle games, and check his messages. Within the first 2 hours, Joe got a note from his former ground team, which had been given a new ground leader and was being shipped to Elor to fight the White. They wanted to know how his new planetary ops training was going, as if Joe had even reached Torat yet. Joe replied that he was doing fine and wished them luck. The next 3 messages were much the same. Old friends excited about their new assignments, bored like he was, trying to keep in touch. Joe responded to them as he had the first, pacing as he dictated the familiar reassurances. Joe's 5th message made him stop pacing. It was Sam. On a secure Kongi feed.
Hi, Joe?
Sam cleared his throat and made a nervous laugh. He was almost 16 now, older than Joe when Joe took his place.
I bet you're wondering how I got in the system. Well, don't freak out or anything. I didn't join up. I just hacked it is all. They wouldn't let me talk to you otherwise. Mom's actually trying to pretend you died. When she got that last message from you, she kind of cracked. Like a serious case of denial. Goes around talking like I never even had a brother.
Sam paused, clearing his throat with acute teenage embarrassment.
So I had to find out, you know? I had to go look, because there's something I really need to tell you. Turns out there's this guy called Zero, who saved some people on this planet you were going to. Co-fat or something. Real smart, pissed a lot of people off, got time added to his enlistment for being a dumbass. Kinda sounded a lot like you.
Joe stared at Sam's image, his heart hammering. Put side by side, nobody would know they were brothers. Sam had grown taller than Joe, maybe 6'7", and he didn't have the freakish Kongi muscles. Further, Sam's eyes were blue, not brown, and his hair was an unkempt near black where Joe was utterly bald. Yet standing there in a tie-dyed t-shirt and khaki shorts, Sam looked so much like Dad. Joe felt himself gripping his chair so hard his knuckles hurt.
So, here goes. I'm not gonna forget you, Joe. I know what you did for me, and I wanted to say thanks.
Sam cleared his throat again and glanced nervously down at his hands.
Well, that's all I really wanted to say. That and I'm a sophomore in college. MIT's paying my way. They didn't really care if I finished high school. Funny, huh? But I'm not bragging, no way. I'd be dead if you hadn't taken my place. I'm such a chicken shit when it comes to guns. I'm not like you or Dad at all. Anyway, let me know if I found the right Joe Dobbs. If you want to send me a message, I set myself up an alias under Slade Galvin Gardner in the Kongi database. I'll check it every week or so. Oh, and I think I can help you disappear off Kongi radar if you want to come back home. That's it. Peace out.
Joe was trembling by the time the message ended. When he could finally make his stunned mind think long enough to reply, he said, "Hi, Sam. MIT, huh? That's awesome. Make some robots for me." "No, I don't want to disappear. I know it sounds stupid, Sam, but I think this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my life." He added other stuff, too. For the next week, Joe added to the letter, detailing all the interesting things that had happened to him over the 6 years since he had been kidnapped under the brilliant glow of professional-grade fireworks, all the friends he'd made, all the deaths, all the training. But once he finally had his letter composed, Joe hesitated in sending it. Sam was going to MIT at 15. He had a bright future. He could do anything he wanted. He didn't need to be weighed down by guilt for some Kongi grounder who was never going to see Earth again. Mom's right. He doesn't need to know. Joe opened the letter, held his breath, and pushed delete. He was a Kongi now. The Legend of Zero. Proposal of the Forgotten. Written by Sara King.
Read it to me again.
Prince Bakal's entire body was tense, his claws digging into the floor of his congressional apartment, raking gashes through the gummy, supposedly indestructible padding despite his attempts to keep himself under control. His Ueshi assistant tore her wet blue eyes from the damage to the floor and glanced again at her datapad.
It's from a Dasha who says she's your daughter. Undikara.
The Ueshi lawyer hesitated.
I didn't know female Dasha were allowed to send messages on Kongi channels. Isn't it illegal for them to be literate?
Just read it.
Bakal snapped. Kashi balked and bowed.
It says, Father, they found us. 2 brothers. Pruxian. Your Kongis stayed behind to buy us time. They're dead already. Send help. We have a quarter rotation at most. We're holed up on the fallback moon. My sisters and I are scared, Father. They're at least 600 turns. We can't fight them. They're digging out the bunker.
The Ueshi lowered the datapad again, frowning.
That's all it says.
Bakal cursed.
It's all it needs to.
He hadn't realized he was clenching his jaw until he noticed the grinding of his teeth was making his assistant flinch.
So, you really have daughters?
The Ueshi asked, her face filled with open curiosity.
Everyone says you've got some sort of weird genetic defect and can't produce female—
Get my sons, Ruvkar, Karuk, and Keval on the line.
Bakal interrupted, knowing that his 3 eldest had the best chance of stopping the rival princes from taking Undakara and the rest of her sisters. Blinking her wet blue eyes, the translucent-skinned Ueshi lawyer did as she was told. A moment later, Keval appeared, followed by Ruvkar, and, moments later, Karuk.
They found Undakara,
Bakal said, by way of introduction. His 3 eldest boys immediately stiffened.
Is this a secure channel?
Ruvkar asked. Bakal glanced at his Ueshi assistant.
You will tell no one about the conversation you are about to hear, or I will exterminate your entire species. Do you understand?
The Ueshi's cerulean eyes went wide, and her blue-green head crest fluttered. Instead of commenting on the legality of making personal threats, as Bakal had hired her to remind him whenever he stepped over a line, she bowed deeply, clutching a fist to her black Kongi uniform.
Of course, Overseer. Your secrets are my secrets, my lord.
Having worked with him for several years now, she knew he didn't make idle threats.
Good. Read them what you read to me.
Bowing again, the Ueshi did as she was told. Bakal watched as his sons stiffened with the news, their scales tightening to their bodies in rage.
Might-covered Bruxins!
Karuk snapped, once Kashi was finished.
I knew I should have looked into it when my peacemaker guy said they had caught a Jahul smuggling a DNA sample of yours.
Bakal realized he was grinding his teeth again. That same Jahul had been caught scraping his flake from the trash in a Kongi barracks. His gut had told him to kill the Jahul, but the skeevy creature had assured him on his honor that he had no more samples, and that a rival Dasha had been offering a huge reward for evidence of defects in Bakal's genetics in order to keep him from a representative seat. Since Bakal had never wanted the representative seat, he hadn't cared, and he'd ordered the peacemakers to let him go. But they'd been looking for his ability to produce girls, an ability that Bakal had been particularly blessed with, but had always hidden to keep them safe.
Which of you can get to your sisters before the princes?
He demanded. Ruvkar grunted.
I'm 6 days away. I leave now.
Bakal nodded.
Keval?
The youngest of the 3 looked totally crestfallen.
I'm 3/4 of a rotation in the opposite direction. I was scouting new properties an Ulriki survey team just discovered in the outer edges of the new territory. Can't be helped.
Bakal glanced at his eldest.
What about you? I'm 3 days away,
Karuk said. He was 811 turns old, almost old enough to challenge his father if he ever wanted to.
I'll be there. Wait for your brother. There are 2 of them. Then 2 of them will die,
Karuk said, hatred and passion flaring in his eldest's eyes. Hatred and passion that reminded Bakal of himself 200 turns ago.
I'll be there in 3 days to gut those yellow-blooded flakewads. Karuk!
Bakal snapped. His son squared off against him across the comm.
Father, no offense, but I am not letting 2 Proxian flake lords take my sisters because I sat around twiddling my claws waiting for help. I'm leaving now. Ruvkar, I'll meet you there.
His eldest son cut the feed. Bakal cursed, but he had to respect his son's decisiveness. Again, it reminded him of himself so many years ago. If the 2 princes had already found the fallback bunker, Karuk might be able to hold them off digging out Undakara and their other sisters long enough for Ruvkar to join him. Otherwise, the girls would all be taken, de-winged and bred, then added to the dank, underground harems of whatever Pruxian killed the most rivals to keep them. Of course, Karuk wasn't going to wait. A windfall like that. 13 Noctara females, was enough to put any Dasha line into the regency seat.
I'm going now, father,
Ruvkar said.
Shall I take my younger brothers from neighboring planets? How long would it take to collect them?
Bakal asked. Undakara had estimated a quarter rotation. Just 9 days.
Too long.
Kaval interjected.
Just go, Ruvkar. Who knows how long it took her to get that message to us?
Bakal's second-born nodded and ended the communication, leaving Kaval's image to fill the screen.
Sometimes I wish our species had gods to pray to,
Kaval muttered.
But since we don't, I hope they descale those Praxian cowards in front of their sons, and Karuk lets Undakara slice out their innards and shit inside. I would do anything to go with them,
Bakal told his boy. He, like Kaval, was on the other side of the galaxy. In fact, the Praxians had probably chosen this moment for their attack for that specific reason. No prince would dare take on Bakal in person, especially not 2 of only 600 turns. But if he had left his daughters unguarded, which Bakal had done for their safety, his thoughts being that the fewer people who had contact with them, the less likely the world would find out about them, legally, they were considered fair game. Bakal had played a game of chance, hoping that simply hiding his daughters was a better bet than amassing his sons in one place to protect them. A game of chance that he'd lost, and now his girls were terrified and alone, 2 princes bearing down on them, digging them out of their den as they huddled in terror, intending to tear off their wings, breed them, and add them to their harems as chattel, never to be seen by their family again. Cursing, Bakal paced, willing to give anything to be close enough to tear apart the princes that were even then trying to dig his daughters out of hiding, but stranded on the other side of the universe.
I'm on my way,
Kaval said.
If Ruvkar and Karuk fail, you and I can take the fight to the Prax and get them back personally.
Bakal grimaced.
They would be de-winged and bred by then.
Despoiled, used, perpetually producing the enemy's bloodlines for at least 4 turns after a single breeding. Sometimes as many as 6.
So?
Kaval's demand made Bakal blink. Then, at the disgust in his son's face, he recoiled in shame, realizing that, even now, the old ways had been so embedded in his nature that he had been willing to let his daughters become dead to him the moment they were bred. It was Dasha code. No Dasha fought for a female that had been bred. They were useless after that, evolutionarily speaking, as they were filled with a competitor's seed for turns afterwards, until she birthed all the young from the last suitor.
You would have non-Vians raise the children of Praxians?
Bakal demanded. The very idea made his skin itch.
No,
Kaval said.
We'll cut them out if we have to. We're not leaving them like that. They're my sisters, and you taught me better than that.
Again, Bakal felt a wash of shame that he had been so willing to revert to the old ways and abandon his daughters to the Prux. He agreed with the boy, of course, but removing the semen store and young of another prince from a female was a procedure strictly banned in Congress. Killing them, or executing any child they bore for the next 6 turns, however, was routine.
I know that look,
Kaval said.
And I don't care if Congress tries to charge us with something. I'm not letting them do that to my sisters. I'm going to call Petuk, Makur, and Ravkol. If 2 Praxian princes know you made daughters, then more will. We'll have to kill them all. We'll be at your side in less than 20 days. Once it's over, I'll see you in prison if I have to. My sisters will be safe.
Bakal felt the heat rising in his blood, his son's war frenzy infectious.
Let them try to take us to prison,
Bakal growled. He knew that he and his sons could put up enough of a fight to bring down half of the Dasha in Congress, if it ever came to that. His sons, unlike most Dasha males, grew old.
They'll never get us in the front door. You're right. They wouldn't.
The firmness in Kaval's voice made Bakal realize that it was Kaval, not Ruvkar, who reminded Bakal most of himself in his younger days.
That boy will be a representative someday,
he thought. Then, in a wash of sadness,
unless someone kills him first.
Male Dasha were, unfortunately, very short-lived on average. Most didn't make it past 100 turns. Kaval was almost 750 turns. The boy was smarter than his brothers, too, but that only made him more of a target.
Don't approach the Praxians without me,
Bakal said, with a pang of worry for his boy.
They'll be trying to pick off our eldest. I'll see you in 20 days, father. Then, if we have to, we'll kill them all together.
Kaval cut the feed, once again leaving Bakal alone with his single Ueshi law assistant. The female Ueshi was trembling after overhearing their conversation.
Are you
She licked her lips.
planning a war, my lord?
It was a legal requirement of all species that took positions with Dasha to report any hints of rebellion to peacemakers, and she was more rules-mongery than most due to her job description.
No,
Bakal said.
2 princes attacked my daughters when I was across the galaxy. My sons and I are going to get them back, one way or another.
Instead of complaining about laws and legalities, her personal specialty at the academy, the otherwise straight-laced Ueshi nodded.
About time Adasha did this. Never understood why your females all get treated like tacky.
Worse than tacky,
Bakal corrected, thinking of the way the very first thing a prince claiming a female would do was rip off her wings and force her to the ground and tear away her soft golden scales and rip at her body until she submitted to his insemination. If she didn't submit, she died. Undakara, he knew, would be one of the ones who died. Most of his girls would, but his eldest girl could have been a male. She just didn't have the scales for it. The young Ueshi squinted up at him.
No offense, my lord, but how could anything be treated worse than tacky?
Bakal shook himself.
If you'd seen a breathing chamber, you would understand. At least the tacky are allowed to die when they submit.
Kashi was smart enough to know what that meant, because her intelligent blue eyes widened a little.
Your species is really kind of gross.
Immediately, she froze, realizing who and what she'd just said that to. Quickly backpedaling, she said,
I mean, my lord, I'm sure there are a lot of cultural differences that I just don't understand.
No, you're right. And claiming a Nochtara is one custom that my species needs to descale and leave the tacky to beat to death with flake bars.
Silently, the Ueshi nodded.
Call my other sons, the 30 oldest. Figure out which ones are close enough to mount an attack in time. Kaval is right. We need to go after them, regardless of cost. I refuse to see my daughters treated like slaves.
He gave Kashi a hard look.
And this is one time I don't want any complaints about breaking the rules other species have to follow. Kashi.
Fly a freighter through the rules,
Kashi said, nodding.
This needs to happen. You're doing a good thing, Lord Bakal. Anyone who's ever worked for you knows you're an honorable Dasha. And those are rarer than a pacifist dreet. Age the system to its bones. Save your girls. Nobody deserves that.
In comparison to him, Kashi was an infant. She was merely 8 turns old, barely old enough to be a Kongi, her species only living an average of 35. But it made Bakal feel better to hear her speak his own thoughts aloud anyway.
Thank you, my dear. Now, let's go put in for some leave. I have a feeling I'm going to need about a rotation.
Bakal stood in the dark warmth of the alien planet of Neskfat, looking up at the night sky, waiting for his 2 eldest sons and his daughters with Kaval and 16 of his oldest boys at his sides. Ravkar and Karuk had confirmed they'd killed the 2 princes 10 days ago and had been en route ever since, bringing their sisters to the war party that would, in all likelihood, bring about the end of the Prux. Even his brother, Mekval, stood with him on tonight's mission. Like Kaval, Mekval would probably be a representative someday, and while he was less radical than Bakal and his sons, he still carried a similar disdain for much of the old ways that Bakal had always wanted to see die in the flames of congressional fury. But now that the girls were safe, Bakal, Mekval, and the rest of the Nanvi lines still had to eliminate the Prux before word got out that Bakal's line had 13 Naktara just waiting to be claimed. The Dasha only produced 1 female for every 19 males, on average, and after discussing it with his sons, they had decided together that making sure Undakara and her sisters made it to deep space was worth the risk. If necessary, they would die to a soul to ensure their sisters lived unmolested by further princes. Kashi jogged up to where Bakal stood surrounded by his boys, the little Ueshi panting and her head crest fluttering with the exertion.
They're finally coming, my lord. Just got word from the scouts. Their ship's entering atmosphere in 2 ticks.
That took longer than it should have,
Mekval commented. He had a slave-cleaning flake from under his chest scales. It was one of the old ways that his brother continued to maintain, saying he treated his slaves better than most treated their hirelings and was doing slaves a favor by buying them. Which was probably true, but a slippery slope that Bakal would never allow himself to walk.
They must have had to reroute,
Bakal said.
Trade lanes shift, stars explode. It happens.
But now, when half of all breeding-age Nanvi are ready to defy Congress, start a minor war and destroy the Prux.
He snorted, a huge bellowing of his lungs that made Bakal's own breaths seem like the weak farts of Taki.
Inauspicious, at the very least.
Don't jump to conclusions,
Bakal told his older brother. Sure enough, just as Kashi warned, the shuttle they waited for slid out of the shimmering black sky overhead, barely a shadow moving against the night. The ship he'd commissioned for his daughters had every shield he could afford on it, manned by the best Ueshi pilots he could train, bearing the best technology available to the private sector. And yet, it seemed to be making an odd noise as it dropped from the sky, and when it landed, the landing gear did not deploy correctly, leaving it lopsided on the ground. Bakal watched the hatch open and his son walk down the gangplank.
No, not walk,
he realized, with a sudden sinking in his gut.
Limp.
That's not a good sign,
Mekval said softly. The larger Dasha was tensing, shoving his Taki away from him in preparation for a fight. Bakal couldn't respond at the dread taking over his soul. Ravkar was dragging a leg, head hanging low, panting. He also didn't have any companions follow his son outside. Neither his brother, nor his 13 sisters, nor their attendants were anywhere to be seen, all of whom should have been boarding the vessel behind Bakal to secretly slip off to the new planet Kaval had acquired for them, where Ravkar, Karuk, and the other half of Nanvi lines would thereafter keep the girls safe from the old ways of claiming and de-winging for the rest of their lives. All around him, Bakal felt his sons stiffen upon seeing their brother emerge alone, their bodies hardening for war, their scales tightening to their bodies in preparation for the killing to come. And there would be killing. Bakal felt it as a rush in his chest, a strength in his talons, a heady call for death. It took Ravkar 3 times as long as it should have taken him to reach the small crest where Bakal and the rest of the Nanvi line stood, and as he watched his sons approach, Bakal felt the sick pang of failure rotting his chest. His son was dragging his own guts behind him in order to deliver the message.
What happens to the girls?
Bakal already knew the answer, but the words came from his lips anyway. 10 days ago, Ravkar and Karuk had called to alert him they'd saved their sisters and were headed to Neskfat. For his daughters not to be with them could only mean one thing.
Prox ambushed us.
Ravkar choked purple fluids onto the ground between them.
Dozens. They're gone.
Bakal stood there in shock for several moments, trying to fight the ancient, embedded urge to write the girls off now that they'd been claimed. He would still hunt down and kill the Pruxian princes. He and Mekval had enough heirs to destroy half a quadrant between the two of them. But it would be too late. His daughters would have been de-winged and bred, already forced to carry the revolting family line of some vile and vicious Prux. The thought made his innards twist in failure, thinking of how, even then, his eldest daughter and at least half of her sisters would be dying rather than be bred.
And Keruk?
Bakal asked softly, barely able to speak.
Did Father?
Ravkar slipped to his belly, clearly no longer able to hold himself up.
I'm so sorry. They hailed as you changed our rendezvous, got us to leave the ship.
It was the worst news Bakal had ever received. 2 of his 3 eldest boys, and all 13 of his female children, lost in a single blow. To Prux. The girls had never known the harsh realities of Dasha life. He had done what he could to shield them from it, but as he aged, the brief times he had visited his daughters on their carefree home world, he knew he needed to find some way to free them from their heritage completely. And he'd failed. And his 2 eldest sons had died for it.
I should have gone myself,
Bakal said.
That too far away,
Ravkar said, lowering his chin to the ground under his feet as, now that his all-important message had been delivered, the spirit was already starting to fade from his once vibrant green eyes.
You couldn't get there in time. I will get them back,
Bakal said. Ravkar hesitated as his breathing oozed fluids over the ground, glancing up at him weakly, confusion written on his face.
But they'll be bred. We don't care. We'll remove the seed. Sterilize them if we have to. We won't leave your sisters with the Prux. We're going to end the whole miserable line.
Bakal's other sons made sounds of agreement. But Ravkar groaned and shook his head.
Too many older princes. We'll fight them and win.
Kaval insisted.
And save our sisters.
Bakal's sons made sounds of agreement. Ravkar coughed again, struggling to draw breath through the fluids.
Prux sent everything they had to take the girls. Princes. Huge. Then we'll take them back with everything we have,
Kaval retorted.
Right, father?
Bakal glanced at his brother. Mekval looked thoughtful as he watched Ravkar die.
How many princes do you estimate attacked you, boy? 30.
Ravkar managed. Mekval stiffened and glanced at Bakal, not even needing to remind him that they had fewer numbers.
And how many did you kill? None.
Ravkar managed.
They were organized. Used girls as distraction. Me and Kirk. Main targets. Meaning they really do want a tribunal seat for Prux,
Mekval said, pulling his purple lips from his triangular black teeth in disgust. They'd take the girls back as breeders, of course. That didn't need to be said, but it had quickly become clear that the Pruxians had accomplished exactly what they had set out to do. thinned the ranks of Na'vi to pave their way to the next tribunal seat. By taking out both Rovkar and Carrick, they'd removed 1,600 years of careful cultivation and planning. Bakal's attempt to bring some decency into the Dasha ranks. But Mekval wasn't done. He glanced at the way Rovkar's innards even then spilled out from underneath his body, soaking the ground.
They let you return to your ship. Didn't try to stop you. Left you with a pilot to get you here. Yes,
Rovkar slurred. Mekval glanced over the heads of Bakal's sons.
We know what that means, don't we, brother?
Bakal felt his stomach churning. It meant they planned an even bigger ambush for the rest of them.
Good luck, father.
Rovkar gurgled, unable to clear the liquid from his throat.
Kill some Brox. The girls need you.
Even then, Rovkar was sliding lifelessly to the ground, his final words already having passed his lips.
I was willing to help kill a few Prox for the sake of brotherhood, Bakal,
Mekval said, watching the slow leak of fluids from Rovkar's mouth.
But I didn't get to be 1,000 turns by being stupid.
The larger Dasha turned away from Bakal's dead son, and his collection of slaves moved with him.
No daughters are worth dying for. He's going to be a representative someday,
Bakal thought again, on a wave of bitterness. He raised his head.
Mine are.
His older brother chuckled, clacking his teeth together in amusement.
Just be sure to leave your lands to me in your will.
Mekval glanced over Bakal's collection of oldest sons.
And think very hard about what you're about to do. 13 girls. For you and all your oldest heirs. You lose, and you'll cut away 1/3 of all the Na'vi line, forever destroying our chance at holding a regency seat. It's not a good trade, and the Prox know that. That's why they're willing to make it. Obviously, they hired a white strategist for this. We should regroup and do the same. Your daughters are gone, brother.
No, they're not,
Kval insisted.
We'll find them, and we'll kill as many as we have to get them back. Boy,
Mekval laughed as he turned to face his much smaller nephew.
the Prox know we're coming, and they fight because they can. They breed like vermin and are constantly thinning their ranks before replenishing themselves. The Na'vi kapar rather than fight, and have 1/4 of the females to give us more heirs. Our boys don't kill each other. Who do you think will win in an actual battle?
Bakal felt his sons stiffen at the insinuation that they would be beaten by Prux. Mekval gave Bakal a serious look.
Just think long and hard about what you do next, brother.
He made a gesture with a paw at his collection of tacky and humans.
Come, slaves. We leave my brother to decide his own fate.
Then, without another word, Mekval left the gathering of Na'vi and returned to his ship, a bigger and more expensive version than the one Bakal himself had arrived in. With Dasha, age became influence, which in turn translated to power, money, and prestige. Mekval was easily one of the most powerful, the most influential, and the most prestigious, and he would likely challenge the next time the Regency allowed a contestation to the Dasha seat. Watching him calmly turn and walk away from a fool's errand, it was easy for Bakal to see how his brother had gotten so old and so rich. He waited until Mekval had boarded the ship and departed before he returned his attention to his dead son on the ground, filled with the ache of loss even as his chest heated as he felt the support around him, waiting for his decision.
Risk the boys to save the girls.
Girls that would probably be wingless and bred by the time they finally found them, doomed to live fat and bloated on the ground, broken things, completely unlike the fierce, uninhibited spirits he had raised on their own personal planet, free to take to the skies and learn whatever pleased them. Did he write off the girls to save the boys as was custom? Or did he send his heirs against superior numbers in an attempt to save his girls a gruesome fate, despite knowing it was a Prux plan to make them attack as hastily and unprepared as possible? It was a decision no father should have to make. Mekval was right. While Nanvi had older, bigger, and smarter males, Prux had more battle experience, greater numbers, stronger warriors. The odds were not in their favor.
Father,
Kval said, dragging him out of his reverie.
we have to save our sisters.
His voice held a firmness that Bakal recognized from his own youth. Both his brothers, each over 800 turns, were now dead, leaving him the oldest, the heir to Bakal's fortunes and estates. Bakal's eyes fell again to Rovkar's body. 800 turns of loyalty, love, and companionship, gone, and Bakal had been the one to send him to his death. What if he was simply leading the rest to slaughter?
They're our sisters,
Kval said, meeting Bakal's gaze and holding it. Kval and Undakara had been especially close as children, and Bakal knew he would go alone if Bakal didn't go with him.
It's our blood those Prux are breathing. If every one of us dies to save them, it'll be worth it.
Around him, Bakal's other sons shouted their agreement. Bakal held Kval's gaze, seeing himself in his boy. He knew that 200 turns ago it had been him impetuously telling his father to fight an unwinnable war, and it had been his father to fall after fulfilling his request. It had forever tamed Bakal's desire for blood the day he had survived when his father and most of his brothers had not. It had given him a perspective he could never forget.
Maybe that's what he needs,
Bakal thought. Slowly, he glanced out over his other sons.
Maybe that's what they all need. Maturity, experience, real life. No father to keep them unwed.
He had tried so hard to prevent them from fighting, from acting like animals, tried so hard to make them better. None of them had slaves. None of them had killed their own brothers. It felt like a great accomplishment on Bakal's part. But was Mekval right? Had he kept his sons from fighting only to make them weak? Had he kept them too sheltered? Had he given them false ideas, instilled in them foolish principles that could never survive when held under the harsh light of reality?
There's one way to find out,
he thought, looking at their impassioned faces. Seeing their brother die in front of their eyes hadn't even seemed to faze them. They were literally ready to die to keep their sisters from a fate worse than death.
They're so young. We fight,
Bakal said, even though he knew they would probably die to a soul.
We're bringing your sisters home, or we'll die trying. Yes!
Kval cried, relief surging across his son's face.
Yes!
All around them, his brothers let out a vibrating roar of approval that resounded across Neskfat's empty hills as they clapped their scales and shouted war song. And, turning to see his boys arrayed around him, ready to sacrifice themselves to save their sisters who were, by custom, no longer worth anything to anyone but a Prux, Bakal felt the greatest surge of pride he'd ever felt for his young. In seeing them ready to throw their lives at the Prux to save some females that would likely already be impregnated, Bakal realized he had done something that no Dasha prince had ever done before. He'd given his daughters a voice. 16 of them, who were even then ready to die for them to be heard.
We live in 30 ticks,
he said. Then, knowing that he owed it to his brother for going against his wishes and weakening the Nanvi, he said,
Record your wills. Assume no one standing here today will return from our fight with the Prox when you do so.
A little of the fire left Gaval's eyes, and he opened his mouth in confusion. But Bakal turned and went back to his ship to think about the gravity of what he was about to do. Bakal was prepping to give his fleet the command to leave the Neskvat system when the pilot of one of his scout ships lurking at the edges of deep space hailed him on comm. Scales tightening, Bakal had his assistant patch it through.
Prince Bakal?
The Ueshi pilot said, sounding nervous. All the Ueshi humans and other species that worked for Bakal and his sons were more nervous than usual, with that many war-minded Dasha in one place.
There's a ship just sitting out here. Showed up 3 ticks ago and shut down precisely at the edge of our sensors. Like it knew we were here and, wanted us to see it. It's just waiting.
The Prox?
Bakal demanded.
The
Ueshi said, looking over at another screen on his console.
I'm not sure how well I can trust these sensors, but I'm seeing 13 female Dasha and something else.
Bakal fought the immediate wave of hope with an overwhelming crush of reality.
What else?
It's unclassified. Sensors can't tell me. Only that it's alive. And big. Like filling a whole room.
Bakal's chest surged with war instinct. A single Prux wearing some sort of scrambler? A prince, perhaps? Someone looking to bargain him into a duel to save a few heirs?
Hail him.
We have. He, says he wants to talk to you directly.
Then patch him through.
In person. Planet side. Neskvat.
Which brought the likelihood of a huge Pruxian prince wearing a scrambler, here to take out any competitors in the Na'vi lines, to almost 100%.
And he says he's not wearing a scrambler.
The Ueshi said, like he was relaying a note from another channel.
He's just not in the system.
Of course he's not,
Bakal said bitterly.
I'll believe that when I see it.
This was, however, his best chance to avoid the deaths of all his heirs, a decision he'd been regretting since he made it. If the prince wanted to duel him for his daughters, Bakal would accept, and if he lost, his sons would accept his sacrifice to keep them alive.
He wants to know if he can approach,
the Ueshi pilot said.
Tell him to come in, but I want him to release the girls on the other side of the planet before I'll fight with him.
That, at least, should give their brothers enough time to load them on ships and get them headed in a dozen different directions while their father distracted the prince.
Oh, okay. He says he'll release your daughters as you watch, because he doesn't want to fight.
More platitudes and lies. It had to be some sort of ambush. Wondering if the same had happened to Rovkar and Karuk, he said.
There are the ships outside the sensor range.
We can't find any. This guy seems pretty alone out here. His ship doesn't even have guns on it.
Bakal considered.
Let him come in. Keep your senses aimed outward. Alert Keval the moment someone else appears.
He says thank you, but there will be no others. He says he killed the Prux, my lord. Like, all of them. Something about hacking their navigation systems and forcing them to dock.
That was such an audacious claim that Bakal had to take it seriously. If it was true, and there were 13 female Dasha on board the ship, either it was a prince come to trick him into a duel, or it was something else entirely. Bakal felt his scales tighten over his entire body as he realized what kind of creature could not register on a ship's sensors. The kind that had never been officially documented, because Congress did not want to admit they had an entire species captive in the basement of the Space Academy on Levrin.
It's a trick,
Bakal thought. The Goiji, that called himself the Forgotten, was more of a Space Force myth than a creature of flesh and blood. Something that cadets whispered to each other about at night, a legend of how a single cadet had released the species' greatest criminal by cleaning a toilet. If the Forgotten truly still existed, in 307 turns of his supposed existence, he hadn't shown himself once. That didn't prevent the peacemakers from labeling him the most dangerous secret permanent resident in the #1 slot of Congress's most wanted on every confidential list handed to any Congi commanding a fleet bigger than 6 ships. Bacall remembered the uproar it had created on Levrin when the Goiji's escape had first been pieced together by peacemakers, almost 300 turns ago. Bacall had been on the team to track him down, and it had been the most convoluted, mind-numbing scheme that Bacall had ever had the misfortune to help unravel. And ultimately, the entire ground force, the specialist Bajnan accountants, and the white peacemakers had all failed to even come close to catching the Goiji. Knowing that, and knowing that the Forgotten had only been in his late 20s or early 30s at the time Bacall had been tasked with hunting him, and that a Goiji's mind expanded with age in the same way a Dasha's body grew, Bacall knew the Forgotten of almost 300 turns later certainly wouldn't show himself to any Na'vi, every male of which had a reputation for being the most loyal Dasha in Congress. The Forgotten had to know that Bacall would fulfill his duty to capture him and turn him over to peacemakers the moment he showed himself, regardless of whatever ultimatums he made, challenges he issued, or games he decided to play.
I've got him on sensors,
Bacall's own pilot said, highlighting the ship and running diagnostics.
Yep. 13 Dasha females on board and something else.
The Oeshi pilot frowned and tapped the sensor screen.
Never seen that one before.
Bacall leaned in over the Oeshi's shoulder to look. The screen was lit up with a flashing warning of danger, unregistered life form. Seek a congressional species ambassador immediately. Do not engage without a congressional official present. Ignoring this warning can come with it a seizure of assets and life imprisonment, as per Congressional Code J366113-BA.
He's entering Neskfat atmosphere in 3 ticks.
The translucent-skinned Ueshi glanced up at him nervously.
You want me to follow him down, my prince?
Yes,
Bacall said, still pondering the warning.
Put me on the fleet channel.
The Ueshi obeyed.
Obviously, I suspect a trap,
Bacall said once he was patched through to his sons.
Caval, you're in charge until you see me again in person. Don't accept any communications by me to be accurate unless I give the code. Don't follow me down. Don't engage. I'm not sure exactly what we're dealing with, but I intend to figure it out. If I call back without using the code, leave this place and don't return, and tell no one what happened here. Wipe all ship records unless I call you in an hour and tell you otherwise. This could be a Proxian attempt to seize Na'vi assets. Keep your distance. Keval is in charge as I deal with this. Be careful, Father,
Caval said gravely.
There's something on that ship.
It touched him that his son so obviously cared about him, despite the tradition of eldest sons killing their fathers in order to earn the right to breed for himself and all of his brothers. It was another rarity amongst the Dasha. Despite their disagreements and their willfulness, Bacall and his boys probably had the best father-son relationships in the history of Dasha.
I'm aware. Stay out of range.
Bacall briskly gestured for his assistant to cut off the comlink, then waited impatiently as his pilot took them back down to Neskfat, to the precise place where they had landed before. Seeing that, Bacall frowned.
Did you give him coordinates?
No, my prince,
the Oeshi said, shaking his head.
He just waits.
Bacall was finding himself even more unnerved. The sleek foreign ship looked to be in precisely the same landing zone as Mekval had used earlier, centered right down to the half-dig. He waited for his pilot to lower them onto the planet's surface, then had to force himself not to claw his way out the door as he waited for his assistant to open the hatch so he could see if his daughters were, indeed, on board the strange ship. The door opened, and Bacall was halfway down the gangplank when he saw that the other ship settled across from him on the rise had similarly opened its hatch, and Bacall felt his chest surge when Undakara stepped tentatively down the gangplank. Winged. And more of her sisters were behind her, cautiously following her into the night. All of them were winged. Bacall couldn't believe it. There was no telltale breeding damage to their bodies that he could see, only a few cuts and scrapes and missing scales. Hirakura had a few scales torn away and one wing that appeared broken, and Undakara had taken a male's claws to her face, but the flesh and scales of their necks and backs were intact.
They're still Noctara,
he thought, stunned, unclaimed. He could only stare, thinking he was dreaming.
Father!
Undakara cried, spotting him on the opposing gangplank. She lunged from the platform, gliding the rest of the way to him, and, alighting on the gangplank with him, she stretched her long, limber neck around him and lifted her pliable, dexterous forearms to wrap him in a feminine gesture of love very rarely given to males, usually reserved only for offspring or other females.
He saved us, Father. Once they killed Keruk and Ruvka, they took us on a ship, and they were dividing us up to start breeding when he hailed us.
Who hailed you?
Bacall asked, awkwardly returning his daughter's gesture with his stiffer, less flexible body as best he could. Undakara twisted her long, feminine neck to glance back over her shoulder at the other ship, looking confused.
I don't know. He called himself the Forgotten.
Bacall felt his claws instinctively tighten on the gangplank, puncturing and curling the metal as they sliced through it. Undakara pulled away warily, catching his gesture.
You know him?
I know of him.
He gestured at the ship behind him.
Get your sisters on board. Call Keval and inform him what happened. I'll deal with this.
Whatever the Goiji's game, he was not going to play it. He was loyal to Congress, and the Forgotten was unofficially, because he couldn't officially exist, an enemy of the state. Undakara hesitated, correctly reading his body language.
He was kind, Father. He said that rescuing us wasn't part of his plan, that he had caught the transmission too late and he didn't have time to use an intermediary. Said he was putting himself in grave danger by getting us away from the Prax.
She cocked her head.
Who's Forgotten, Father? One of your Kongis?
No!
Bacall bit out. Undakara looked again at the way Bacall's talons had sunk into the titanium alloy of the ship's gangplank. Her cheek and brow ridge were missing the golden scales from the Pruxian male's blow, the purple flesh beneath showing ragged cuts that had since healed, too quickly to have been anything but nanotech. Warily, almost defensively, she asked,
Why's Forgotten in danger?
Bacall could think of a dozen ways the Goiji was in danger now that he had revealed himself, and all of them included Bacall turning him in to congressional authorities. Or killing him.
Get on the ship with your sisters,
Bacall said. He warily descended the rest of the way down the gangplank and stopped in between the ships, scowling at the open hatch of the Goiji's sleek, foreign, silent ship. Undakara jumped down in front of him, blocking his path with her much smaller body.
Who's Forgotten, Father?
Bacall snarled at his daughter.
Myself and 16 of your brothers were ready to die to rescue you this afternoon. You will respect my wishes and get on the ship and tell Keval to get you to safety. Now!
It was the first time Bacall had ever spoken to her with such aggression, and Undakara flinched, her long body slinking reflexively to the ground to protect her belly in the face of male anger. Instead of arguing, as was her nature, his fiery eldest daughter bowed her head somewhat abashedly.
Yes, Father.
Then, without another word, she ushered her sisters up the gangplank behind him. She cast him one last nervous look, her yellow eyes filled with fear, before she disappeared with her sisters inside his personal courier ship. A moment later, Cavall must have given his pilot an order to leave Bacall there, because the gangplank retracted, the hatch sealed, and the ship returned to the sky. And still, the Goiji's ship remained where it was, open and waiting. Tentatively, Bacall started up the gangplank, then squeezed into the ship itself. Where his daughters were small enough to easily make it through the opening, Bacall was 3 times as large, and he had to hold his breath to keep his scales from grinding against the edges of the airlock.
My apologies.
An ancient, Agalest-accented Dasha voice said from within.
I know this ship isn't ideal. I had no other option if I wanted to save your daughters before they were violated.
Hearing the ancient voice of another prince, Bacall immediately tensed for war.
Oops, my mistake.
A croaking Jahul voice went on.
I was trying to communicate with you using a voice you would consider an equal, but you're still concerned I'm a prince in disguise.
He switched to a Hephaestian white dialect.
Does this help? I was never granted a name by my people, but you may call me Forgotten.
It took Bacall a moment to realize the voice was coming from a speaker set into the wall ahead of him.
The sexual dimorphism of your species has always fascinated me, by the way.
The speaker continued, returning to the croaking Jahul voice.
At a cursory glance, it's almost like the females evolved to get as far away from the males as fast as possible, as the Dasha customs seem to support.
Oh, I have a different theory, however. If one were to take into account the female's dexterity, smaller claws, and opposable thumbs, it almost would appear as if they were evolved to care for males, not tacky. Similarly, as stiff and inflexible and utterly built for war as the males are, and as overburdened by scales, extra layers of teeth, and talons that render their digits and limbs useless for anything but killing, one would almost think your bodies evolved to protect the females and young from Cranet. That was what hunted you on your original planet. Yes.
Imagine what could have been accomplished if the males and females had worked together, rather than subjugate Taki to serve them, keeping both of your species in a perpetual state of barbarism that hasn't changed in 1.6 million turns.
It had been something that had never occurred to Bacall. Not once. And yet it was so obvious it pained him to consider what had been lost to the Dasha, if it were true. He remembered the awkward feeling of his daughter's embrace, the tenderness, the love.
What do you want?
Bacall asked.
Forgive me for appearing without notice like this,
The speaker said, this time using the high-pitched, squeaky voice of an Ueshi.
I've been watching your lines for some time, and it seemed like an emergency.
Bacall tensed at the idea that he'd been being watched by the Goiji.
Why would you watch my lines?
Forgotten switched back to the Jahul's voice.
Because I noticed your sons behaved differently than the other Dasha, and I felt they represented a potential leap in Dasha evolution. I'm a believer in potential and second chances. Since I calculate Congress...
Probably the White, acting with Alifei's blessing.
We'll find a way to eradicate your species in the next 500 turns or so if nothing changes. I figured perhaps we could discuss genetics and hereditary traits as pertains to the non-V versus the more barbaric Dasha families like the Prux.
The entire adult male population of which perplexingly just boarded a shuttle together and fell into a sun. How odd.
Bacall scowled at the speaker set into the wall.
My pilots say you're on this ship. I will not talk to a wall unit.
The Goiji hesitated.
I'm fully aware that you could simply carve up my ship to find me, so I will honor your request, but I want you to be aware of the fact that this is quite possibly the most terrifying thing I've ever done, and I'm not a courageous person by heart.
Further, I'm about 62% sure I miscalculated horribly and am on the verge of locking my ship down and releasing the male-specific Dasha-eating nanotech that killed the Prux the moment they mated with my ship,
without proper air filtration.
Just so we're clear.
I will take you down with me,
Bakal growled.
Further, I'd like to point out that I saved your daughters from a horrible fate, several most likely from death.
Bakal stiffened.
So, in my estimation, you owe me a civil conversation, Prince Bakal.
It's the least you can do for me, risking my life to save your daughters.
I will not be manipulated by a criminal.
The Goiji said, still in Jahul.
Technically, Congress is too afraid to admit I exist, so I can't very well be a criminal, can I?
Do you break the law?
I'm not a citizen, so how can I be held accountable to congressional laws?
Technically, according to ancient documentation, I am a non-sentient plant, and plants are not registered as capable of criminality under congressional law, Prince Bakal.
Go ahead and confirm that with your wishy law assistant. I'm sure she'll back me up on it. Show me your face. Then I will consider continuing the conversation.
My face.
He could hear the Goiji wince.
All right, just remember the nanotech. I'm pretty sure. Not positive, but pretty sure.
I could kill you before you kill me. I mean, you've already breathed it in. Just requires activation at this point. Stop being a sniveling coward and show yourself!
Bakal snapped, slapping the wall, putting 5 parallel cuts in the metal with his claws and shorting out the light overhead. The Goiji hesitated a bit longer, then said,
Forward 13 digs. Take the hole with the violet light marking it. Then the third door on the left.
Warily, Bakal followed the instructions and found himself standing in a narrow hallway whose walls brushed his sides when he breathed, staring at a small, closed door. The door remained closed.
Are you going to open it?
Bakal finally demanded. The Goiji actually made a nervous sound.
I've generally considered that to be a bad idea ever since escaping the Space Academy. Are you sure we can't talk about this with you on the other side?
You have 2 seconds until I tear it down.
Shit!
Shit.
Then the door opened, revealing a cool breeze and a glossy black room beyond. Bakal looked for a creature capable of intelligent conversation on the other side, but saw nothing but a cold, dank room. It took him a moment to realize that the room was the Goiji. The black, mold-like flesh trembled and moved in waves, like cilia on a white. Floor, ceiling, walls, all of it was covered with Goiji. Bakal felt much of his war mind fade with the realization he truly was speaking to the forgotten.
Can I close the door now?
The Goiji asked tentatively.
I'll be the first to admit it. Dasha are much more terrifying in person.
Bakal, who was so stunned that he was truly speaking with a Goiji, just nodded. Too late, he realized the Goiji had no way to see him, but the door shut in his face anyway.
So, keeping in mind you could slice your way through that door in less than half a second, and this is just a pointless gesture for my own personal comfort, I'd like to explain to you why I had the insane idea to insist on meeting you in person, rather than simply drop your daughters off on an uninhabited moon and leave a message with one of your sons as to their whereabouts.
Why would you want to meet me?
Bakal asked, still feeling confused, even a little humbled.
Because, of all the Dasha princes I've studied, I think that you and your son Kaval,
His elder brothers too, of course, but they're unfortunately dead now.
are the only 2 who actually understand just how disgusting your species truly is, at a core level.
And in an act of complete mind-numbing ignorance, you were about to get you, him, and every other breathing aged male of your entire line killed. I wanted to express to you just how stupid that would have been, and how potentially devastating for your species as a whole, genetically speaking. So stupid, in fact, that I felt the need to intervene personally, despite great personal risk, including potential incarceration. I believed saving you and your progeny was that important.
I, a coward with no real delusions of heroism, decided to risk my life to save a remarkably honorable and decent cluster of idiots.
Bacall stiffened, his claws puncturing the floor reflexively. But Forgotten went on.
The non-V are a spark of hope in a miasma of genetic putrescence, something I want very much to succeed in the swamp of ritual violence that is Dasha Kine's rudimentary attempt at culture.
Your species exists as a fluke of social evolution. You are completely incapable of caring for yourselves. You are physically primitive, despite even the most extreme defensive adaptations. Your body's built for tremendous violence, yet not even capable of developing or using your own tools. You essentially terrified, brainwashed, and bullied another, more capable species into perpetually serving you when they could just as easily lock you in your rooms and refuse to give you food or water.
I'd like to see someone lock a Dasha in a room,
Bacall muttered. Then, belatedly, he added,
but I see your point.
As a species, you are unreasonable, violent, greedy, unearnedly arrogant, mentally primal, unable to even groom yourselves, and yet totally convinced of your own superiority. It's a dichotomy that I'm sure I'm not the only one in Congress who's noticed.
I doubt you brought me aboard your ship to insult me.
I'm stating facts. If I were trying to insult you, I'd tell you that I'm actually having to dumb down the conversation to the 15th power from which I'm capable, while simultaneously manipulating the economies on 3 different white planets into crashing just so that I don't suicide myself with the infinite boredom of hearing you speak when I already know what you're going to say!
Bacall felt his lips twitch in amusement, and his body relax slightly at the Goiji's audacity and consistency in insulting him. Something that Bacall had never before experienced in all his time in Congress. Except perhaps with that intriguing human Joe Dobbs, since other species were always too terrified of him to even meet his eyes, much less tell him what they really thought.
You crash the economies of white planets.
For fun, yes. I find them even more repulsive than Dasha as a species. They are, after all, the reason my people lost their home of Neskvat and ended up in a basement on Levrin.
Ah, so that's what you want,
Bacall said, tensing again when the game became clear.
Let me warn you now, Goiji. I can't free you.
I don't want them freed.
I want to talk to you about the capacity of Dasha to evolve as a species, using your sons and daughters as genetic bottlenecks.
Bacall hesitated, not knowing how to respond to that.
I'm listening.
As I said before, your line is undeniably different. As soon as I ran into Caval and saw his behavior, I made an effort to study how and why he began acting the lenient way he did towards other species. Which brought me to you. I think, despite the fact Dasha reached an evolutionary pinnacle millions of years ago, you carry a minor genetic mutation that has allowed you the capacity to think beyond the carnal. In addition, I think you had the secondary benefit of having a father unconventionally rescued and raised by Ureki monks as an infant, so you were able to successfully bypass many established cultural mores, and not automatically devolve into an innate aggression and primal monotony like the rest of your species.
I think your civilization literally keeps itself in a perpetual state of social dark ages because it is too comfortable to change its culture. And yet you have nonetheless demonstrated an ability to forge a new culture despite the latrine of Dasha society surrounding you.
It's not all cultural,
Bacall said.
There are certain lines that are known to be more violent than others.
They can be killed off,
Forgotten said, with no more care than someone would speak of using insecticide on an infestation of mites.
It would be a small sacrifice in the name of species evolution, reduction in murder rates, and societal harmony as a whole.
This was far from what Bacall had imagined when peacemakers had briefed him on the dangers of the rogue Goiji. Overthrowing governments and crashing economies? Yes. A female-sparing philanthropist interested in Dasha's social evolution? No.
Oh, I know what you're thinking.
Forgotten laughed in the croaking Jahul voice.
He's a dangerous, violent criminal.
He mimed in stereotypical peacemaker white.
With no faiths or loyalties, his only goal to bring down Congress.
He snorted with complete disdain.
If I'd wanted to bring down Congress, it would be a crumbling wreck already. Like most of my species, I'm a philanthropist at heart. As much as I can be, considering the situation anyway. I'm just
excited at the potential. I know it's assumed that a species is incapable of evolving beyond their pinnacle, but I truly believe the Dasha have a shot at something more.
What are you proposing?
I'm proposing that you and I conspire to evolve your species beyond the crude and mindless creatures they are now, and into socially responsible galactic citizens who don't rely on violence and terror to achieve their goals long term. It would probably take at least 2,000 turns to fully achieve, but we could plant the seed together.
Bacall felt a thrill. His entire life having hoped to accomplish something similar, but not having any idea how to achieve it besides live as an example for his sons.
What could we do?
Then, catching himself, realizing he was talking to an enemy of Congress, he added,
Hypothetically.
Well, that's going to be more complex than I could possibly explain to you here.
But the gist is that we would need to kill a lot of Dasha, then place your progeny in positions of social influence throughout Congress, all in such a complex way that the Regency doesn't piece together our intent or goals.
Bacall hesitated, knowing that if he continued the conversation now, he would be solidly setting foot into a conspiracy to commit crimes against Congress.
I'll wait for your decision,
Forgotten said, correctly judging his silence. Bacall remembered seeing Undikara for the first time, realizing she was still Naktara, and experiencing the incredible relief that had followed, despite the precedent of every Dasha custom that ever existed.
What about my girls?
I can immediately begin a relocation and protection program to get your daughters and your sons' daughters to safety in female-only dens until males can be found who will not take advantage of their weakness.
Something that, I'd like to point out, would be much more effective than any of the primitive plans you've come up with so far.
My sons can't legally breed until I'm dead.
Bacall reminded him.
They have no children.
Forgotten's reply was silence.
Ah.
Bacall remembered looking into Kaval's eyes just hours before and thinking that his son needed to lose his father in order to become the prince he could be. Just as Bacall himself once had.
Are you willing?
Forgotten asked.
Or did I misjudge your psychology?
Bacall considered for several moments.
Can you tell me, on your honor and whatever you consider holy, that it would work? That the Dasha would evolve?
Congress has made it impossible for me to maintain a strict code of honor, and I don't really consider anything except my own capacity for reason and self-determination to be holy.
But I can assure you, with the greatest of genuine belief and the sincere words of someone who has only twice spoken a lie, both times to save my life,
that, yes, I believe it's possible to evolve your species with a few well-placed bottlenecks and strategic social adjustments. It would take time, but you and I would be able to plant the seeds.
My estimate is between 2,000 and 7,000 turns before your kind stops eating sentient species and begins acting with social responsibility as a matter of course. But I do think it could happen, given time and my manipulating things along the way.
Bacall stared at the wall, considering, even as excited hope was rushing like a freighter through his mind and making his inner organs struggle with a feeling similar to a cross between the carnal need to fight and the desire to mate.
Open the door again. I want to see you for what I say next.
The Goiji hesitated, but then the door opened again. Stepping into the room, but careful not to step on the body of the Goiji itself, Bacall said,
Do you promise me that this is not an idle curiosity on your part, and that you would not get bored and abandon this goal in a few turns?
I don't get bored. And once I choose a path, I walk it to the very bitter end. Metaphorically speaking.
I'm also very patient. It actually unnerved me to be forced to talk to you now, ahead of schedule, when I'd planned to wait another 20 turns at least.
Bacall grunted.
Promise me you will treat this project with the same passion as I have during my last 1,000 turns of life in this wretched form, and that you would continue to monitor the project after I'm dead and protect my daughters and my daughters' daughters' daughters, as long as you remain free and capable.
Bacall knew, deep in his gut, that any creature who would risk his own freedom to save a handful of female Dasha from unpleasantness would be a good protector for them, once he himself was gone.
I can promise you I will set the gears in motion, and that the females of your line will remain safe,
the Goiji said, glistening on the cold surfaces all around him.
The rest will be up to your progeny. And time.
Bacall considered. Then, thinking once again of the way Undakara had glided from Forgotten's ramp to land at his feet, unharmed, he said,
You knew before you ever landed on this planet that what you had to offer me was the one thing I cared enough about to make me defy Congress.
Improvement of your species,
Forgotten said, guessing correctly.
You feel deeply responsible for the atrocities they commit on a daily basis, and you've always been willing to sacrifice yourself and your family in order to stop them. It's why you insist all of your sons join the Congressional Ground Force to fight the rebel Dasha.
Bacall nodded, soberly thinking of how many sons he had lost to that decision over the years.
If you'd asked me to turn against Congress in trade for my girls, I would have turned you down. But this...
To be clear, if we decide to work together, I'd like to prevent the further sacrifice of your family and use them for the genetics and customs they carry, instead of feeding them through the congressional war machine. I feel creating bottlenecks and heavy points of influence are much more effective ways of forcing Dasha evolution than volunteering them to be killed in the congressional meat grinder.
Just so there's no mistake, if you join me on this, I'll want to remove your sons from the ground force so we can place them in positions of power elsewhere.
Bacall listened, saying nothing. Almost nervously, the Goiji finally said,
So, what's your decision?
Prince Bacall.
Bacall gave the quivering black mold a long look, remembering that gentle embrace of his daughter. Alive and unharmed.
Let me say goodbye to my sons.
This has been Forging Zero, The Legend of Zero, Book 1, and Proposal of the Forgotten. Written by Sara King. Narrated by Jeff Hayes. Proofing by Dalton Lynn. Editing and mastering by Richard Smith. Text copyright for Forging Zero, 2013 by Sara King. Text copyright for Proposal of the Forgotten, 2022 by Sara King. Production copyright 2022 by Soundbooth Theater. A Soundbooth Theater production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, Sara King and Soundbooth Theater work together a lot. Watch out for new releases coming soon, such as Alaskan Fire, narrated by Zach Johnson, and Sunny with a Chance of Monsters. To listen to more of Sara King's work for free, go to soundbooththeater.com, pick up our app on both iOS and Android, and find Tales from the Battered Mind for free. We've already done a few short stories together, and there's more to come. While you're there, be sure to sign up for our newsletter to stay up to date on Soundbooth Theater's newest releases. To follow the author, Sara King, visit her Facebook profile at facebook.com/sknovel. There, you can find the sign up for her newsletter to get beta reading opportunities, discounts, new releases, and other project updates.